Imagine you wake up in a novel, not as the cool heroine, but as the weak, obese loner, a side character so useless her own family forgot she existed. And the plot? Your entire greedy family is on a one-way trip to total annihilation, and you're going with them. Most people would just accept their fate. But our girl is a writer from Seoul, and she is not going down with this train wreck. She starts training. We're talking running laps until she collapses and swinging an axe she can barely lift, all to build a body and mind strong enough to fight back. Her master plan: infiltrate the imperial palace as a high-ranking official and save her family from themselves. Her first move? Recruiting a handsome knight by blackmailing him about his chronic digestive issues. This isn't just a glow-up story, sweetie. This is a hostile takeover, fueled by sheer willpower and an unhealthy amount of stress. Welcome to I Will Save This Damned Family. We open at the glittering Amor Castle, where the second heir of the empire, Prince Kyle Amor, is hosting a fabulous banquet. But forget him for a second, because the real gossip is buzzing through the crowd of nobles like cheap wine. They're all whispering, "Is that really Tara Elios? How can her body?" Oh, you know exactly what they mean, the catty little. Someone even notices that a person is missing from the prince's side. Our girl, meanwhile, is just done, thinking these people really need to learn to speak less. The prince himself leans in, telling her she's going to get anxious and really needs to smile a little. But our heroine is not having it. She snaps back, frustrated, telling him done right, and reminding him to please just keep the contract. Ooh, a contract? Spicy. But before we can get those juicy details, we smash cut to a bedroom, where someone is twitching in their sleep. Oh, she is so frustrated. Our girl is having a full-blown existential crisis, complaining that in this kind of novel, the main character's powers are supposed to be the best, not some wasting beautiful princess queen and a wicked woman. A girl after our own heart, calling out the tropes from inside the trope. She wails, "Why me? Why me?" calling herself just a young obese loner right as she bolts awake. She's furious, thinking that this damn family will soon be gone, and she can't believe she was humiliated. She's about to go crazy, but her royal meltdown is interrupted when a maid bursts in, asking if her lady is still sleeping. The maid insists they don't have time to play and they have to go. Our girl just flops back down, whining that she'll do it later. It's just too hard. The maid finally drops the bomb. The earl wants everyone in the conference. Our girl just scoffs, asking why that matters to her. He wouldn't call for her anyway. The maid just deadpans that, actually, the earl specifically asked for the one young lady to come down too. Ask me. Cue the internal screaming. As she struggles to get out of her bed, we get the 411. She is trapped in the body of 18-year-old Tara Elios, a girl who used to stutter when she got nervous. Before this whole mess, our heroine was a writer in Seoul who, in a truly tragic turn of events, was murdered on her way to get food after work. Priorities, people. She woke up here, and it's already been 3 months. And honestly, she's been working. She's already taken this body from 108 kilos down to 92. It's still a work in progress, but we love the effort. The original Tara apparently never left her room, so this is all new. Her memories and Tara's are all jumbled together, feeling totally natural. But one fact remains crystal clear. In her entire life, possessed or not, the head of the family has never called for her. So, she shuffles into the meeting room and immediately gets attacked. A blonde girl sneers. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Oh, lovely. Meet the siblings." That's Arya, the 17-year-old beloved youngest daughter who everyone adores. The blonde jerk who spoke is Jason, the 27-year-old successor by default, since the actual heir died 7 years ago. Then there's Chloe, 24, the smartest and most business-savvy one, who looks like she'd rather be auditing someone. And finally, Logan, 23, the military school brooder who currently has no information yet, which usually just means hot and mysterious. Our girl, Tara, just sits down, thinking this is only the second time she's ever been invited to one of these things. She tries to make small talk, a terrible idea, and mutters at Logan, asking if this is his second time too. He just stares at her. Not a word. The awkwardness is stifling. She mumbles again, wondering when he's coming. Right on cue, the entire room stands up, and in walks the main man, Earl Elios. He's 57, the head of the 5th strongest noble family in the empire, and unfortunately, her dad. He sits at the head of the table and just dives right in, asking if they're all aware of the official documents sent from the imperial city. Tara is, of course, completely lost. Everyone else nods sagely. The Earl explains that while the documents say they're recruiting new administrative officials, what they're really doing is scouting families to back the Crown Prince, who's next in line for the throne. As everyone else processes this, Tara just fidgets and looks down, because she knows exactly what this means. The Elios family, in their infinite wisdom, has finally started to take its first, fateful step, right onto the path of complete and utter extinction. The Earl is on his soapbox, going on and on about how the glorious House of Elios has been the imperial family's BFF for generations, practically building the empire with their bare hands. But now, he whines, their glory has faded. He even slams his fist on the table, ranting that if that one person hadn't died, one of his kids could have been the next emperor. This, he declares, is their chance. He's extremely cheesed off that other families, like the Verados, have kids planted in the palace as secretaries and ladies-in-waiting, while his family is getting a reputation for just loving money. So, he throws down the ultimate gauntlet. Anyone who bears the last name of Elios and passes the administrative exam with top marks to become the first secretary will get the jackpot, a third of his shares and the entire Elios frontier, the Pantheon. Everybody is shook. The butler finally announces they'll meet again after lunch. Our girl Tara immediately steps outside, but she's not heading for the buffet. She's scribbling furiously in a notepad. A third of the shares, which are in the top 5 of the country, plus the Pantheon, which is right next to Gaian. Her mind is racing. That means she could get an exclusive monopoly on luxury goods from Gaian. Oh, the business inspo is flowing. A maid interrupts, asking why she isn't at lunch. Tara, biting her pen, just brushes her off, saying she lost her appetite. She gives the maid a crucial order: notify her immediately as soon as lunch is over in the dining room. Alone again, our girl is in full-blown crisis mode. She has to prevent her siblings from entering that palace. Just looking at the greed in their eyes, she knows they are not backing off. She flashes back to the meeting. There's Jason, the blonde idiot, asking, "Father, what if I don't get the top score?" Tara's internal roast is just perfect. What an idiot. Of course you need to get the top score. Then there's Logan, the broody military type, asking for early graduation. She can't quite figure out his angle. And finally, Chloe, the smart sister, asking about the timeline. The Earl's answer is the key: around 2 or 3 years, right when the new emperor is expected to take the throne. That's it. A memory strikes our girl. 3 years. She remembers the Chronicles of Osiria. Yep, she's literally in the novel, and knows the Rail Storm arrives after the new emperor is crowned. She has 3 years. She just needs to steer this runaway train of a family away from total ruin. Right on cue, the maid knocks. The meal is over. As Tara heads downstairs, the maid whispers that Lady Arya is calling for her, so she'll head down first. The second the maid is out of sight, her bratty little sister, Arya, comes stomping aggressively down the stairs and straight up shoves our girl, bumping her so hard she almost flies over the railing. Tara, clinging on for dear life, is livid. Wait, she almost pushed me. She whirls around. Wait, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Arya just flashes this sickly, sweet, innocent smile. Did what? Oh, I was wondering who was talking. I didn't know you were there. Sorry. Sorry? Our girl is seething. She's thinking, I'm the only person in this entire house with a body like this, and you're claiming you didn't know I was here. Her internal monologue just flatlines into a simple, elegant, "What the bitch," as she glares, vowing to take revenge. Back in the dining room, the Earl asks if there are any other questions. Little Miss Snake immediately pipes up, "Father, I'm still too young, right?" Oh, the act. And her dad eats it up, fawning over her. Of course not. There's no rule prohibiting you. You can apply for the exam, or you could even be a candidate for Crown Princess. You must participate. Arya is thrilled, and Tara just has to stand there and watch this nauseating display. As the Earl turns to leave, Tara snaps out of it. It's now or never. This is the only way. She raises her hand. "Father, may I try out as well?" Room. Freezes. Her father just glares at her. You. Tara clenches her chubby, sweaty fist. Why, you said anyone with Elios blood. He snaps at her to stop stuttering, but she holds her ground, begging him to please give her an opportunity, reminding him, I am an Elios too. Her siblings, naturally, start whispering. What's wrong with her? Gosh, look at her, she's crazy. You've really changed. But the Earl slams them all down with a shut it. He turns back to Tara, asking what position she would even try for. He asks her, what would you do if you were in my place? Our girl takes a deep breath, gathers all her courage, and delivers the final blow. If I were you, father, I'd have no choice but to approve. The Earl is completely taken aback. He sputters, asking why exactly he should approve this. Our girl, bless her, points out that he did just say it was an equal opportunity for all of them. Oh, her father is so not amused. He puts his hand to his forehead, looking like he's seconds away from a stress migraine, and tells her she has done nothing for the family name. Giving her an opportunity would be a slap in the face to everyone else. But Tara holds her ground, reminding him, You just said that anyone with the name Elios could participate. Then she goes for the big guns, shouting that trust is the very reason that House Elios has prospered. This, naturally, gets the peanut gallery of siblings whispering again. Has she always been able to speak like this? Beats me. Her dad, clearly frustrated with his entire useless family, just snaps. Quiet. He turns his glare back to Tara. Trust, you say. This is it. Our girl takes a massive breath and gives the performance of a lifetime, declaring that trust walks hand in hand with the power of his word as the head of the house. I won't let you down, she vows. Let me prove it to you. The room goes dead silent. Her father just stares, finally asking, It's been 3 months, hasn't it? Tara confirms it has. He lets out a sigh. You speak the truth. He actually agrees. But he warns her that she must also have the capacity to bear the weight of the burden that follows. He calls for his butler, telling him to go speak with Tara and select an appropriate tutor for her. And that is how we find our girl outside, sweating, panting, and looking like a hot mess while trying to swing an axe. She's muttering to herself that she got all worked up and is just lucky her argument even worked. A voice calls out, That's not how you go about it, my lady. A very handsome instructor corrects her form, telling her she's holding the handle too tightly. She pants, I know it's heavier, right? He just sighs that she's going to hurt herself like that. She immediately snaps. Be quiet, you're giving me a headache. And in that exact moment, she loses her balance and falls flat on her butt. Oh, the timing. Absolutely flawless. She grumbles about this damn body and why she had to be reborn as Tara. But her instructor, let's call him Bernard, is ruthless. No more grumbling, my lady. 5 laps. Let's pick up the pace. We see her running, struggling in the heat with her long-sleeved clothes. But hey, she is slimming down. Her internal monologue is in overdrive. At least she got the tutor. This is how she stays alive. She knows she's supposed to be headed for the guillotine in 3 years, but she is convinced there's a way out. She glances over at Bernard. I even have Bernard by my side. Everything is going according to plan. Bernard just watches her suddenly start smiling to herself and thinks she's finally lost it. So, how did she wrangle a hot, professional knight into being her personal trainer? We flash back 2 months. Our girl approaches Bernard, who is not yet her tutor. She just drops the bomb. I want to appoint you to be my knight. I wish to master the military. He's just confused. Why me? Tara, ever the diplomat, replies, You don't have much to do anyway. She then lays it on thick, saying he's going to be a general someday, and she'd be a fool to let him go, especially since she's the one who's going to save this house. Bernard just rubs his face, clearly annoyed. My lady, I simply don't understand. Are you asking me to train you, as soldiers are trained? That's right, she says, promising he'll be compensated. He flat out refuses. I'm afraid you'll have to find someone else. It is my duty to serve on the battlefield. He turns to leave. Oh, you'll regret it, she calls out. He stops. She holds up a bag. What is this? He asks. This, besties, is where it gets good. You failed to show up to your federal duties 2 months ago, she says. And then she just lists his medical history. Should I say it for you? Backache, stomach aches. Oh, she's not done. You have chronic constipation and diarrhea, don't you? Your large intestines are terrible. She roasts him hard, saying it's not very fitting of a knight when his duties are at the whims of your digestive organs. She even knows his nickname. I hear they call you 10 times a day. He is mortified. Are you finished speaking? Even for you, my lady, that has crossed the line. But she cuts him right off, holding up the contents of the bag. It's medicine. You will never be able to afford this on your knight's wages, she says. Sir Oliver says that a year of taking this will clear everything up. Bernard sees the shiny, life-changing medicine, but tries to cling to his pride. I still need some time to think. Tara just scoffs. Reject me if you wish. There are plenty of other knights I can go to. He starts to panic, realizing she actually might find someone else. Our girl just smirks, knowing she's won. He caves. All right, my lady. I'll do as you say. She turns away, hiding her victory, and gives a thumbs up. Great. She promises to provide the foundation for him and monetary compensation, of course. We snap back to the present, with Tara laughing maniacally while running. She knows how the entire plot line goes, even if it's just a faint memory. And hey, the original story was cut short after 60 episodes, so it's all good, right? Meanwhile, back in the castle, the Earl is getting a report from his spy. The spy confirms that Tara has much improved over the last 3 months. The Earl seems stunned. I did not anticipate her becoming so clever. The spy adds that Physician Oliver says her stuttering has improved considerably. Her physique, however, the Earl calls it a dilemma and asks who introduced her to this knight. The spy's answer? She seemed to have introduced herself. He identifies Bernard Smith, 23 years old, an axe wielder who just attained the status of sword runner. The Earl is shocked. A knight? There is no reason why a knight would put aside his pride to train a mere noblewoman. The spy admits he's also unsure. Just then, they both hear a massive shout from outside. Yep, that's our girl, still doing her laps. The Earl's eyes narrow. Keep a close eye on them. Back in her room, our girl is starving. She's feeling pretty good about losing 2 whole kilos from skipping dinner and all that working out, but a girl's gotta eat. Her eyes land on a biscuit already on her table, and then she sees the entire glittering, glorious platter. She's staring in shock, wondering when this angelic temptation arrived, when her head maid bursts in, trembling as she also eyes the cookies. Tara demands to know who brought this evil, and the maid, sweating bullets, explains this is the daily snack platter for all the lords and ladies. But our heroine, in a moment of willpower that deserves a medal, turns her head away. She declares that these remarkably delicious chocolate chip cookies are never to be seen in her room again. From now on, it's just water. The maid is absolutely floored, but you can see the admiration in her eyes as she takes the cookies away. Feeling a little bad for her sudden drill sergeant routine, Tara apologizes, admitting she's been on edge. She gushes that she's been too harsh, especially since she relies so much on her only personal handmaid. Only for the maid to blush and drop a bomb. I'm not your handmaid, my lady. Turns out, because Tara was unconscious for so long, the family just decided she didn't need one. She's just been following the Countess's orders. The only reason she's around so much is because Tara keeps calling for her. The sheer, casual cruelty of this family. Our girl is shocked, but she pivots fast. If I wanted you as my personal maid, she asks, would you accept? The maid is stunned, stammering that her job is to do as she's told, not to have opinions. Tara just shrugs. Well, I can't force you to do something you don't want to do. The poor maid, having never been given an actual choice before, gets adorably flustered and squeaks out an, I'd like to, my lady. She then immediately panics, remembers a loose button on Tara's robe, and practically flees the room, leaving our girl utterly baffled. One problem solved, Tara moves on to the next. She finds the formidable Countess Victoria, Jason and Chloe's mother, in a room full of other noble ladies. The Countess is currently in the middle of verbally eviscerating another woman, Isabel, who happens to be the Earl's third wife. The Countess is shrieking about how dare Isabel, that peasant, waste her valuable time without an appointment. Tara watches this display of snobbery, but for now, she just bows her head and apologizes with Isabel, promising to properly request an audience next time. As they turn to leave, the Countess scoffs about their lack of manners. Oh, but our girl isn't done. Trembling with rage, she stops and turns around. The Countess looks annoyed. Tara starts counting. 4 for Jason, 2 for Logan, 3 for Chloe, 3 for Arya. The Countess is completely lost, asking what on earth she's talking about. Tara grabs Isabel's hand and delivers the final number, and none for me. The Countess screeches, none of what? Personal handmaids, my lady, Tara says, her voice echoing in the suddenly silent room. The outsider ladies immediately start whispering, and they are loud. My goodness, not one maid? For someone from the 5th most powerful house in the Empire? That seems a little harsh. The Countess's face goes crimson. She's been publicly shamed, and she knows it. This is when our girl, the little strategist, throws her a lifeline. I understand you've been preoccupied with those issues regarding the produce deliveries, Tara says sweetly. I am also sure you have already set someone aside for me. The Countess leaps at the excuse, instantly blaming delayed paperwork and a nightmare delivery system. Tara just smiles, twisting the knife. Yes, my lady, you've been so busy, letting irresponsible maids go, looking for new ones. And here's the kicker. The reason I've come today is to let you know that I have my eye on a particular handmaid and would like to request for her to be assigned to me. The Countess is trapped. She has to agree, sputtering that she totally told the housekeeper to choose one wisely, especially with Tara's condition. Victorious, Tara and Isabel sweep out of the room. Isabel is stunned, asking how she knew about the produce suppliers. Tara just shrugs. She asked the steward. It's not a secret if you're family. Isabel looks at her, truly amazed, saying she seems to have grown up so fast. But Tara is already on to the next plot. She mentions she overheard the Countess and her friends talking about a very juicy investment, the wines of Sorbonne. Prohibition is about to be lifted, and they're expecting a 20-fold return. Tara tells Isabel they need to get more info, and they'll talk in a few days. Isabel, still reeling, asks where she's off to in such a hurry. Tara just grins. To convince someone of something. We see her marching down a hallway. A guard asks her destination. She just points. At the tower. The guard is horrified, asking if she's out of her mind. Our girl's smile doesn't waver. Oh, I'm completely sane, thank you very much. Now shall we? So, our girl is on her way to the mysterious tower, with her new tutor Bernard in tow. And he is not a happy camper. He's muttering to himself about how other knights are on battlefields while he's stuck playing babysitter, even considering quitting to study for a palace job. Tara asks how much further, and Bernard just sighs, about 25 minutes, before finally complaining out loud about what he's even doing here. Oh, Tara stops dead. She whirls on him and just lets him have it, shouting that he might be able to lift a whole cow, but he's definitely half as smart as one. He huffs that he agreed to train her, not escort her around whenever she pleased. Tara says fine, she wasn't expecting him to swear fealty or anything, though she was hoping he'd also serve as her guard. This just makes him more huffy, going on about the ultimate oath. So our girl, ever the negotiator, makes him a deal. He can just observe her for 1 month. If he decides he wants to be her knight, great. If not, she'll leave him alone. And, of course, she'll make sure to supply him with enough of that special medicine to last him a good while. Bernard's ears perk right up at that. No take-backs, my lady, he grins, and just like that, he's in finest guard mode. His guard mode lasts about 5 seconds before he's complaining again, asking what kind of noblewoman in her right mind would walk down the road of Lockton. Tara just tells him a little respect would be nice. He goes full drama mode, explaining this road is so bad that even the Imperial Guard won't touch it. It's all murder and kidnapping. He starts shouting about how the people here have no morals or fear. Tara has to cover her ears, telling him to chill his eardrums. He pulls her back. Are you not afraid? She just flashes him this adorable, blushy smile, saying, Of course I'm afraid, but I have you, my great knight, Bernard Smith. She calls it a quest of a lifetime. Bernard just shakes his head, completely done with her, and tells her to lower her voice and follow him closely. He's trying to be all stealthy, and then stops so suddenly she bonks right into his back. He shoves her toward a stone wall, telling her not to move. Why? Oh, just a slight scheduling issue. I took my medicine a couple of hours too late today. He then bolts behind the wall. Our girl, ever the lady, just winks and thinks, Huh? Is it number 2? Tara sits down with her axe, totally frustrated, but already planning to tease him about this later. That's when she hears fighting. She peeks over the wall and sees a bunch of goons just wailing on some poor guy on the ground. She's wondering why the guy, who looks pretty well built, isn't fighting back, when the wall she's leaning on cracks and she tumbles headfirst into the middle of the alley. The goons stop. They stare. She thinks, oh, I'm fucked. The goons are just confused. Is that a Albor? Hey, the pig is trying to escape. They start calling her Little Pig and Little Pink. Our girl is so over this. She thinks it's been about 10 minutes, Bernard's time should be up. She puts her hoodie on, gives them a sarcastic apology for unintentionally disturbing them, and tries to just walk away. They're not having it. They call her a crazy pig and demand she pay for crashing their party. She tosses them a single gold coin. Fine. This just makes them madder. They spot her heavy coin pouch and demand the whole thing. Tara just raises an eyebrow. And why would I do that? She tells them the coin is for the time she wasted, and that's exactly what it's worth. The goons decide they've been too nice and figure she can't possibly defend herself. She just smirks. Oh, what if I do? Like this. And then she shouts, Now, Bernard. Right on cue, her knight in shining and probably slightly relieved, armor leaps over her, looking furious, and just demolishes the goons. 5 minutes later, Tara is clapping. That's my knight. Bernard, however, is livid. He's yelling about how he told her to sit quietly, and what would she have done if he'd been a second too late. Tara is completely unbothered. I was just taking a peek. How was I to know the wall would just scramble? She points out he came right on time, so let's go. Bernard sighs, wondering if she has no fear or just nothing going on in her head. And this is where our girl reveals her genius. She timed him. She tells him she knows his irritable bowel syndrome causes a quick bout of diarrhea that takes about 15 minutes max. She was planning on his entrance. Bernard is just speechless. They finally turn to the guy who is getting beaten. Tara apologizes for her exit earlier and offers him money for treatment. As she's handing a gold coin to Bernard to give him, the guy just gets up. Tara is floored. Huh? You are completely fine. The guy, looking perfectly healthy, just smiles at her. What if I were to say that not even 100 pieces of gold will be enough? Oh, Bernard is fuming. He snaps at the mystery man. You bastard. We saved your life and this is how you thank us. But Tara, looking uncharacteristically nervous, just grabs Bernard's hand and drags him away, insisting, let's just go now. As they leave, the guy just watches them go, smirking to himself, 1 piece of gold. That's funny. Once they're safe, Bernard is immediately on her case, asking why she just walked away from a fight, noting it was very not like her and that she even looked a little scared. Tara brushes it off, saying it wasn't fear, but instinct. She explains that the guy didn't smell right. He didn't have that typical stench of a street vagrant. Bernard, naturally, latches onto the weirdest detail. You sniffed him. Our girl just about explodes. That's not the point here. She shouts that, more importantly, his voice had the tone of a wealthy, powerful, and authoritative man. Bernard is still completely lost, muttering about how he was just some wimp getting beaten up by guys half his size. Tara finally just sighs and tells him to drop it. She just wanted to avoid conflict, and they really need to focus. As they walk inside, her internal monologue kicks in. She remembers her past life, working for a TV show called Great Invitations. She had to scout and beg expert scholars to appear, and she learned to recognize the specific aura of power and authority they had. That man in the alley? He had the same aura, only stronger than anyone she had ever met before. She freaks out, realizing he's a new variable, not from the original story, a total recipe for disaster that she needs to avoid at all costs. They finally arrive at a pub, where a very curvy, red-haired bartender greets them, immediately calling Tara chubby and adorable and Bernard a browning knight. Bernard, clearly flustered, just orders a pint of beer. Tara, however, notices him definitely checking out the bartender, who she admits is even caviar than me. So our girl scoffs and, in her loudest, most official voice, orders a large mug of hot black heroine. The bartender raises an eyebrow. Are you sure? Says it'll take half an hour, and then winks at Bernard, promising his beer will be right out. The flirtation is shameless. The second the bartender leaves, Tara turns on Bernard. I see your taste in women. Kirby, huh? Have you always been into hourglass figures? Bernard, who is in the middle of a sip, chokes on his beer, sputtering that a lady should not talk like that. Tara just rolls her eyes, reminding him she's not your everyday noble. He tries to change the subject, asking since when did she drink such hard liquor. This is the moment. Tara grins. I've never tried it before, because there is no such thing as hot black heroine. Meanwhile, we cut back to the beaten guy. He's standing with 2 underlings, who are bowing and calling him Your Highness. He is not pleased, scolding one of them hard for using his title while undercover and assigning him 500 laps. It turns out he was the one undercover, pretending to be a lowlife to find out where the illegal wines are being delivered. He's annoyed, saying the locked-in gang will lay low now, and they almost had more info if it hadn't been for that girl with the 1 piece of gold. He asks his other underling Walter what he would do in a losing fight if backup was on the way, but he didn't know when. Walter, a master swordsman, just says, I would have turned tail and run. The Highness laughs, precisely. But he's confused, because Little Miss Goldpiece seemed to have timed everything perfectly. He can't figure it out, but decides the mission is a success. They know how the wine is distributed. Now he just needs a list of the investors. Back at the pub, the bartender returns. She tells Tara to go in and pick up her non-existent drink, but tells Bernard he has to stay here and give me company. Bernard panics, whispering to Tara that she can't just leave him and should have told him the plan. Tara just tells him to trust her. My future depends on it. He tries to argue, saying she has no titles to protect her, but she promises to scream at the first sign of danger, and he finally gives in. whispering something to her before she goes. Tara walks into a back room, where a blonde woman greets her, Lady Tara of House Elios. This, we learn, is Andre P., the 35-year-old head of the Black Society, the most powerful secret intelligence guild in the entire empire. The hot black Hebron was the code to get this meeting. Andre notes that she doesn't take just anyone as an apprentice. Tara, with all the confidence in the world, asks her to turn over an hourglass. I know, she says, and I'm not just anybody. Andre is intrigued, asking why the daughter of a count wants to be her apprentice. Our girl just grins. Because you are the one who can make my dream come true. Andre smiles. Am I? What exactly is this dream of yours? Tara looks her dead in the eye. To save a family that is headed for destruction. Andre is not impressed. She smirks, asking how the fifth most powerful house in the empire could possibly need saving. Don't tell me, she drawls, you're just aiming to be the next head of your house. Our girl is adamant. I don't dream of becoming first. I just want to keep it from going under entirely. Just as she says this, the hourglass sand runs out. Time's up, Andre says coolly. As Tara, defeated, turns to leave, Andre stops her. What do you mean? The second Tara cracks open the door to the pub, there's Bernard, looking wild, being physically held back by the curvy bartender as he's clearly about to break the door down. He absolutely followed her whispered instructions. Tara just peeks her head out. I'm safe. Give me 10 more minutes, and slams the door in his baffled face. She turns back to Andre. Now, let's pick up where we left off. She explains the real threat. Only one of the 3 princes will become king. The moment he's crowned, any house that supported the other 2 will be lucky to escape with their heads. Andre finds this fascinating, but asks what it has to do with her. Tara is blunt. I need the Black Society. I need you as a mentor to help me understand every aspect of this empire on a deeper level. Andre just scoffs. Did you really think you could come in here and bribe me with a blank check? She taps the paper. Besides, can you even manage to pay whatever price I write down? Our girl, with all the nerve in the world, looks her dead in the eye. Not now, of course. But I can in 3 years. Oh, Andre does not like that. She stands up, saying there's no guarantee that check will be worth anything in 3 years. But Tara pivots, hitting her where it hurts. Or is it that you're unconfident enough to accept me as an apprentice? Ooh, she challenged her pride. Tara seizes the moment, laying out her entire 3-year plan. She will pass the palace exam, become an executive official, and ultimately become a co-counsel. Then, she will become the official heir to House Elios. She's not just some girl. She's the future head of the house, asking Andre to be her mentor. Andre just smiles. The palace exams are a month from now. Pass them. Then I'll decide whether or not to take you on. Back in the carriage, Tara is just drained. Andre promised to visit her every evening, but it's another conditional promise. She feels like she's skating on thinner and thinner ice. The second she's gone, however, Andre is in her office, cackling. Well, she muses. Looks like I got myself a chubby little apprentice. And she's a clever one too. She is hooked by this story of destruction. She immediately orders the bartender to dig up everything on House Elios and, most importantly, assign someone to keep an eye on my adorable new apprentice. Meanwhile, back at the Elios mansion, the Earl is getting a very confusing report from his spy. Lockton Road? The Drunken Dragon. The spy explains. They sent the name of the person Tara has chosen as her tutor. The Earl's blood runs cold. You don't mean the Black Society? Bingo. The tutor's name is Andre P. The Earl is stunned. How did she find Andre? He looks out the window, watches Tara immediately trip and fall during her training, and scoffs. She must have just gotten lucky. Alright, let her be. But the spy isn't finished. Sir, an urgent message from your lawyer's office also arrived. The Earl brushes him off until the spy adds, They said it was about Lady Tara. He takes the letter. His eyes go wide, and he explodes. Bring me that lawyer, this instant. At that exact moment, Tara's new maid, Beth, bursts into her room, completely out of breath. My lady, you were right. The lawyer, he paid a visit this morning. He was in the study for quite some time. Tara knew this was coming. She calmly asks if her father sent for her. Oh yes, but he's not in the study. He wants to see you in the main hall. In front of everyone. Tara walks into the main hall to find a full-on business meeting. Her blonde idiot brother Jason is busy suggesting they start up manufacturing again, only to be immediately shut down because prohibition is still the law, you moron. But then her sister Chloe steps up, looking all smug. She's heard a very high-priced rumor His Majesty has secretly signed off on ending prohibition. Her brilliant idea? They should immediately start rebuilding wine cellars in their merchant ships. Tara freezes. Her internal monologue is screaming. Prohibition isn't supposed to be lifted until way later in the story. After the huge war. The war that hasn't even started yet. The Earl, intrigued, asks for her source. Chloe proudly states it's from House Anton, via their mother's ancestral home. The second he hears this, Jason leaps from his chair, shouting, "Father, I should take over the wine business. I'm already in charge of distribution. Give me a chance." As he's whining, the name hits Tara. Anton. Sorbonne. That was the exact shady investment she overheard the Countess and her friends gossiping about. The Earl is actually considering it, though he challenges Chloe, asking what happens if this information turns out to be false and damages the house. Tara is just spiraling. This is all moving way too fast. If they're already talking about the end of Prohibition, the destruction of her house, it might be coming a lot sooner than she thought. The Earl is not having any of this. He stands, placing his hands on the table, and points out the massive flaw in their get-rich-quick scheme. We're talking illegally building distilleries, drawing up contracts, and securing distribution networks, all based on a single man's word. Her blonde idiot brother, Jason, pipes up with a "but father," and gets absolutely incinerated. The Earl slams his fist on the table. "You will address me as your excellency. This is an official meeting." Oh, Jason, sweating bullets, learned today. The Earl lays down the real stakes. If this information is false, House Elios will be stigmatized as rebels. He immediately tables the discussion, ordering everyone to find out if the info is actually true before they do anything. The siblings shuffle out, Jason muttering about why Tara was even there. She can't even talk properly. But Chloe, the smart sister, corners our girl. "Have you been acting like an idiot on purpose this time?" she demands. "What is it you want?" Tara gives her a perfectly meek, "I only ever stayed in my room. I just wanted to make the most of my life" excuse. Chloe is not buying it, warning her not to tarnish the family's name. Tara just looks down and calls her Chloe. "Not my lady. Chloe." The sheer nerve. Chloe is so flustered she just allows it. "Call me Chloe if you must, but I'll be keeping my eye on you." That tiny victory is cut short when the Earl's spy immediately summons her. Tara is a wreck, internally panicking that he's going to ask about Andre P. and that blank check. She's brought to the study, her first time ever talking to him alone, and the formality is thick. He gets right to it. "I have 3 questions for you, Tara. First, how did you manage to convince Andre P.?" And yes, bestie, Andre is a he. Instead of a straight answer, our girl, the little strategist, tells a story. She talks about Peter, the stable master's 8-year-old son, who was patterned and bruised from being bullied. He was nothing but skin and bones, and he started showing up to copy her training routines. Then, a few days later, she found Bernard training the boy. She was so annoyed, asking Bernard why he got a yes without a second thought when he'd given her so many excuses. Bernard explained that Peter had begged him, swearing to become the best swordsman in the Empire. He even threw her a little shade, saying Peter was more fun to teach than you are, my lady, and a quick learner. The Earl listens to this whole story, and then slaps his knee, bursting into a booming laugh. "So you are saying," he grins, "Andre P. is testing you the same way?" He's delighted, saying that one story just answered 2 of his 3 questions. The spy tries to interrupt about the lawyer, but the Earl just sips his tea. "But I have," he says, already knowing the answer. Tara confirms it all. The blank check was the test. Andre P. doesn't believe she'll actually become a palace scribe. She's just an amusing child to him, exactly like Peter is to Bernard. It was a test to see how both she and House Elios would respond to this power move. The Earl is beaming. Tara nervously asks, "Have you approved the check?" He just slides it across the table. "You mean to tell me that the child who ventured off to Lockton all by herself is afraid I might not sign?" Tara, looking vulnerable, admits she wasn't sure if she'd gained his trust yet. This just makes him laugh louder. "I like your attitude." He snaps his fingers. "Will you have macarons or biscuits?" Our girl, her eyes filling with tears, just whispers, "Both, please." The spy is shook. He has never seen the Count laugh out loud. Tara is completely overwhelmed, thinking that no matter how cold he is, he's still my father. But the warm fuzzies last for about 5 seconds. The Earl gets serious again. "But I'm curious. Why have you decided to take the palace exams?" Tara takes a deep breath. She knows her answer is going to be filled with even more fury. She prepares herself and drops the bomb. She was only able to endure the pain of the last 7 years. Because of my dear brother, Brandon. The air freezes. The Earl's face goes white. He leaps from his chair, trembling and roaring. What? How dare you? How dare you speak of Brandon to me? The spy tries to calm him, but the Earl is just glaring at Tara, who is sweating bullets, knowing she's just ripped that 7-year-old trauma wide open. Oh, the Earl is furious. He accuses her of bringing up Brandon just because he gave her a few sweets, thinking she can mock him to his face. As he's raging, we flash back 7 years to Brandon's funeral. We learn he was there, in that dangerous place, to get a gift for the young lady. Back in the present, Tara knows this is it. The only way to overcome trauma is to face it head-on. She stands her ground, launching into this big speech about how she regrets asking for that little treasure box every single day. Her father just scoffs, saying it's too late for excuses, but she begs him to listen. She tells him he can't mourn his lost child forever. What if instead, she fulfills Brandon's lifelong dream? This finally gets his attention. Tara lays out her grand plan. She's going to become the Emperor's scribe, a council member, all the things Brandon had wanted to be. The Earl is just stunned. He even thinks that her eyes remind him of his lost son. This super heavy drama moment is, of course, interrupted by a maid bringing in more food. The spy literally sighs in relief. The Earl, looking totally resigned, tells her to eat, and then tells her to call me father. Ew. Our girl is internally cheering, knowing he's softening up. Father then asks her opinion on the big business meeting. The spy tries to say it's a dull question for her, but Tara jumps in. She tells him that even if the Anton rumor is true, it's way too early to act. The king loves his prohibition. They have to be extremely careful. Her dad, who was about to leave, sits right back down. He's hooked. Her big brain plan? Wait until after prohibition is lifted, then request a special license to brew wine exclusively for the palace. Boom. Genius. Later, she's in her room, asking her maid Beth for indigestion medicine, which, apparently, she needs a lot. Beth, all giddy, asks if the prohibition rumor is true. Tara's suspicion meter spikes. She asks where Beth heard that, and the maid is bursting with joy. Oh, honey, no. Beth admits she has confidential information. She invested 3 months' wages, 6 whole gold pieces, on a tip promising a 20-fold return. Tara freezes. You invested in Sorbonian wines, didn't you? Beth is thrilled she guessed, explaining her friend Cindy's brother heard it from a nobleman who let him in on the deal. Tara leaps off the bed, grabs Beth, and practically screams at her to get her money back right now. It's a scam. She realizes they're just stealing money from commoners. She shoves Beth out the door, telling her to find Cindy now. And then the real panic hits her. Oh no. Did Mother also? Yep. The next day, she's walking with a devastated Cindy, and all our girl can think about is that the stress made her eat and she's back at 90 kilos. Priorities. She overhears another maid saying she only invested 1/10 of what the Countess put in. So, everyone got scammed. She's walking through the hall, and all the nobles are whispering. She just thinks, I'm sure it has nothing to do with me, and then face palms. How could I have forgotten? She shouts for today's newspaper. Oh, it's bad. The headlines are screaming, Gang of Sorbonian wine smugglers exposed. The prohibition lift? That's total rumor. The imposter Duke Anton? Arrested. And the worst part, the palace has received a list of noblemen and women who took part, many with prestigious titles. As she's reading, she sees the commander of the knights, thinks he's kinda handsome, but also strangely familiar. He glances back at her, and her stomach drops. Could it be? She remembers. It's that beggar from the alley. The Earl's office is in full-blown meltdown mode over the smuggling scandal. Everyone is shouting about needing a plan, the lawyer is on his way, and then the real emergency hits. A butler bursts in, announcing that His Highness Prince Kyle has arrived. The Earl just about loses it. Why would the brat come here? He knew an investigation was coming, but he did not expect the Crown Prince, the very same beggar from the alley, to show up on his doorstep. The panic is delicious. He starts barking orders like a madman. Hide the lawyer in the main building, tell him not to speak to anyone, fetch his coat, and clear the Hall of Knights so the prince doesn't misunderstand and think they're, staging a coup. He then tries to rally his terrified staff, telling them not to look scared because it's suspicious. His brilliant logic? Even if we don't outrun him, we should at least outnumber him. Yes, sir, because a large group of terrified, shifty-eyed nobles isn't suspicious at all. He plasters on a fake smile and greets the prince, who just looks bored. It's been a while, Count. Oh, the tension. The Earl's internal monologue is just screaming, calling the prince a tarragon bastard and remembering how he was detained for a month last time. Outwardly, he's all yes, your highness. The prince, sipping his tea, casually mentions he's right on time since they're all gathered. And then he drops the bomb. He's just here to finally respond to the Earl's invitation. The Earl is completely baffled. Invitation? What invitation? Oh, we remember. Flashback to 2 years ago. The prince busted the Earl for smuggling unreported silk. The Earl, sweating bullets, tried to bribe him with a token of my gratitude. The prince, in a total power move, just asked, "Are you not aware that bribes are also illegal?" Ouch. The Earl, panicking, backpedaled and offered a feast at his home instead. The prince just laughed and said he'd take him up on it. If the opportunity arises. And boy, has the opportunity arisen. Back in the present, the Earl is stuck. The prince leans in, all silky smooth, saying if he'd sent warning, it would have been an official visit, not just a friendly one. The Earl has no choice but to play along, a casual, friendly visit. Of course. But the prince isn't done. He announces it would be rude to leave so soon, so he's cleared his schedule for the next 2 days. The Earl's soul just leaves his body. He's stuck with this sly little snake for 2 whole days. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, the real idiot of the family, the Countess, is getting coached by the lawyer. The message is simple. Never admit you knew the wines were smuggled. But our Countess is a one-track mind kind of girl. But what about my money? Will I get my money back? The spy literally has to tell her to please worry about the dungeon and torture first, not her bank account. She still doesn't get it, whining about her 3,000 pieces of gold. The spy and the lawyer just look at each other, thinking she is clueless, especially with the merciless Prince Kyle sitting downstairs. Our girl, of course, gets the news and is processing. Her maid Beth is just happy she's not being arrested and naively asks if this friendly visit means she'll get her money back. Tara's internal monologue is the exact opposite. I only wish he would arrest the Countess. She knew that Beggar's Gaze wasn't ordinary. She starts muttering about the Chronicles, trying to remember what happens next in the plot. Beth, hilariously, is just like, "What Chronicles?" Tara snaps back to the present and makes Beth a promise. "I'll find you your 6 pieces of gold." Beth, who just said she wasn't shameless enough to take Tara's money, immediately flips. "Of course, my lady. I'll do anything for my lady who promised to get my money back." We love a girl with clear motivations. Tara gives her a mission. Find out who is assigned to the prince's chambers. Make sure it's someone reliable. The wheels are turning. This whole scandal was supposed to happen way later in the story. She knows what she has to do. She just has to figure out why a high and mighty prince was rolling around in the dirt of Lockton Road. Elsewhere, the other siblings are deep in damage control. The blonde idiot Jason is complaining loudly about that bastard prince having the nerve to show up uninvited. His smarter sister, Chloe, immediately drags him outside, hissing at him to be careful because the walls have ears. She reminds him he might end up working for Prince Kyle one day. Jason, being the absolute genius he is, scoffs that he'd never work for anyone but the first heir to the throne. Chloe has to literally tell him to lower his voice, explaining that right now, Prince Kyle is the one holding all the power. But one sibling isn't worried about politics, she's worried about romance. Little sister Arya is completely Twitter-pated, blushing that she's never met anyone as dashing as the prince. She coos that all the rumors were false. He's not menacing at all, he's gentle. Her heart won't stop pounding, and she's already having a fashion crisis over the banquet. She needs the seamstress to hold the pink dress for her. A maid nervously points out that dress was made for Lady Chloe, who will probably be furious. Arya just waves her off, already wondering what accessories will best complement her look. Back at the office, our girl is also studying the prince, but in a much less dreamy way. She's surrounded by stacks of papers and a sad-looking sandwich, reading old newspaper articles. And damn, the press loves this guy. She learns he held 2 major posts by 27 and is basically an unsung hero. She can't believe he actually went undercover. She mumbles, he really is something, right before she takes a bite of her sandwich and has a full-blown crisis. How can she possibly go up against someone this perfect and save this train wreck of a family? Just like that, she's lost her appetite. Her moping is interrupted by a knock. Sir Andre Pete has arrived. The Earl, who totally forgot he was coming, greets him. Andre sweeps in, looking fabulous with his giant flashy earrings. The Earl is all, what an honor. But Andre just says Tara is quite intriguing. He then loudly thanks the Earl for agreeing to all his terms and for authorizing that blank check. The Earl just laughs it off. Andre sips his tea and casually brings up Prince Kyle's visit. The Earl admits it's a headache. Andre smirks and offers a little gift to put his mind at ease. The gift? Sharing Anton is dead. Well, that's one problem solved. The Earl is visibly relieved. No more weaknesses. Back in our girl's room, her plan is in motion. The butler kneels, confirms he's been assigned to attend to the prince. She hands him a small pouch, telling him it has to be exactly as she explained, and then tries to give him a gold coin. He's shocked. What is this for? He insists he's just doing his job. Her maid, Beth, just pats him on the back and says, "Just take it. The lady has her quirks." Tara deadpans. Is that a compliment? The butler, blushing bright red, hands the coin back, promising to accept compensation after he successfully executes her order. He bows and leaves, looking incredibly motivated. Tara immediately turns to Beth. Did you see him blush? Do you think he was mesmerized by my charm? Beth's face is just blank. Tara laughs it off. Don't look at me like that. Underneath all this fat, I'm beautiful, you know. Beth just shrugs, suggesting he was probably just surprised, explaining, "We are your servants. You treat us as equals. It sometimes feels as if you are from a different world, my lady." Tara takes that as a compliment. When Beth asks what was in the pouch, Tara just smiles and says it's the way to get her money back, but it's probably best if you don't know the contents. She then turns, spots a cookie, and her face lights up. "Just one," she chirps, happily munching away. That sweet moment ends fast. We cut to a drawing room where all the siblings are gathered with the Earl and Andre Pete. Tara is internally seething. She went through all that trouble to convince Andre to be her mentor, just so her lazy siblings could get him handed to them on a silver platter? This is so unfair. Andre, clearly enjoying himself, announces the rules. They have 3 weeks until the palace exams. He will give them an assignment every week, and the one with the highest marks gets the exam preparation material. Tara glares at him, thinking he finds this way too amusing. Fine. She'll play his little game. The blonde idiot Jason immediately leaps up and starts sucking up, bowing and calling Andre Master Pete. Andre is not impressed and just deadpans that all he expects is for the assigned duties to be fulfilled. Then the youngest sister, Arya, scoffs, saying that with all due respect, they already have all the previous exam papers. Oh, this sets Andre off. He launches into the most extra sales pitch of all time, basically calling their old papers garbage. His material? His material was crafted by retired officials who worked tirelessly for 100 days and nights. It's so good, he boasts, that it guarantees a pass for the first round. Even a total bonehead could pass if they study it for a week. Our girl just watches this, thinking he'd be great at filming commercials. To cap it all off, Andre boasts he's only shared this miracle material once in the past 5 years, with the Emperor's current first scribe, Viscount Alan Godfrey. Everyone is, of course, shook. Jason, ever the opportunist, asks if it will be given to just one of them. Andre clarifies that anyone who completes the assignment will be eligible to receive it. The smart sister, Chloe, cuts to the chase. What is our assignment this week? Andre just grins. It's simple. Find out the purpose of Prince Kyle's visit. The entire room freezes. Even the Duke, in the background, looks stunned. Our girl glances back at her father and just knows that look. He wants her to get this right. Andre justifies the task, saying that understanding the motives of a potential future king should be an easy task for them, right? Little Arya, for some reason, starts blushing and asks how much time they have. Our girl is completely baffled by this reaction. Why is she blushing? Andre gives them the deadline until tomorrow. That's when the prince leaves, and his true intentions will be known. Tara, ever the practical one, asks if there are any boundaries they shouldn't cross. Andre basically shrugs and says, "I wouldn't go so far as to cross the prince if I were you, unless you want to be charged with sedition." And just like that, the siblings are all internally panicking about winding up in the prince's bad graces, or worse. After the siblings are dismissed, the Duke stays behind with Andre. He asks if Andre thinks they'll be successful. Andre just smirks, saying that even if they fail, it will be a good opportunity to weed out those who are not fit. The Duke, touching his mustache, is terrifyingly calm. He says there will be greater trials waiting for them, and even if they are charged with sedition, it would reveal more of their potential. He finishes with the most chilling parenting advice ever. Weeds needs to be plucked for a garden to thrive. Andre is clearly impressed by this level of ruthless ambition. Meanwhile, in another part of the house, Prince Kyle is getting his own briefing. His subordinate, Nick, reports that Andre Pete is mentoring the Elias children, and he specifically mentions Tara, the fifth-born who spent 7 years confined to her quarters and has only just emerged. Nick also mentions the supper invitation. Kyle smirks, wondering if they're hinting that they already know something. Just then, Nick announces that Jason Elias is requesting an audience. Kyle, sensing Andre's games, just says, "Tell him to wait." And wait is exactly what Jason does. He's left cooling his heels outside, sweating bullets, for a full half an hour. So what's the prince doing that's so important? Oh, nothing. Just asking his subordinate, "Who am I, Nick?" Nick, clearly used to this, launches into a glowing recitation of Kyle's resume. Prominent prince, victor of numerous battles, rooter out of traitors, grand sword master, and the most ideal son-in-law, according to the Empire Daily. But then he makes a tiny slip-up, adding that according to the Nobles Weekly, he's also #1 on the list of people they'd like to bury alive. Whoops. The air freezes. The prince just asks, "Do you have a death wish, Nick?" Nick immediately hits the floor, begging for his life. Back outside, Jason has officially hit his limit. He clenches his fists, muttering about that arrogant bastard. To hell with the assignment. He decides he's better off just stealing the material. As he storms off, we see the butler, Niels, spying on him from the shadows. Back in the prince's room, Kyle correctly guesses that Andre is just using the Elias kids to corner him over the death of Sharing Anton. Then, clearly bored, he decides to go have a look at the remarkable steeds House Elias is famous for. Down in the training grounds, Nick, the prince's guard, is busy sparring with one of his guards when a butler interrupts. He's here on behalf of Lady Arya, who requests he pass along a correspondence. Nick, not even pausing his fight, just flatly states it's not customary for the prince to grant such requests. The poor butler starts sweating bullets, begging him, saying Lady Arya will not be happy with him if he fails. He swears it's not a bribe, and Nick finally, with a look of extreme reluctance, agrees. 30 minutes later, he brings the prince the hideous thing, and confirms it's a letter from the youngest Elias daughter, and that he's already inspected it for anything harmful. The prince just says, "Open it." And oh, it is so much worse than poison. The guard has to read aloud, with what we hope is a straight face, the most overdramatic purple prose love letter ever penned. It starts with "I am lost," moves on to her bleak and barren desert of a life, and describes a violence steering from within. It compares the prince to a butterfly fluttering towards the flower, and says he's filled her heart with the sweet fragrance of love. She breathlessly concludes that her heart is no longer mine to control, and signs it, "Love, Arya." The prince's reaction to this literary masterpiece? He just looks frustrated and says, "Throw it away." But the visitors just keep coming. Another knock. The guard announces this time it's the one with the axe. But she's not here seeking an audience. She's here to retrieve a valuable of hers. From his office. Oh, now the prince is intrigued. He tells the guard to let her in. We cut to our girl waiting with her maid, who gives her the sibling scoreboard. Jason, the blonde idiot, waited all day and was completely ignored. Arya, the poet? Her letter was discarded almost immediately. And Chloe, the smart one, hasn't even made a move. This is all part of Tara's master plan. She remembers him as the beggar, challenging her that not even 100 pieces of gold would be enough. She knows his fatal flaw. His curiosity will get the better of him. And she was right. The guard opens the door and informs her His Highness will allow her 15 minutes. She steps inside and just stops. The prince, looking completely bored, just raises an eyebrow. "Are you challenging me to a staring contest?" She bows, formally introducing herself as Tara Elios, the fifth child. His response is absolutely savage. "I don't recall ever asking." She thanks him for allowing her to retrieve her valuable. He cuts her right off. "I believe you coerced your way in. You have 12 minutes left." She starts her fake search, internally panicking as she can feel his eyes boring holes in her back. She pretends not to find it, muttering, "It's not here." The prince just starts a countdown. 10 minutes. 9 minutes. She's starting to sweat. She finally turns to the target. "It must be in that chair. Would you mind standing up, Your Highness?" He just stares at her. "And if I say I do?" "Yes." She internally cheers. He finally took the bait. She lays it on thick, explaining it's a great value to her and she needs it for the ball tonight. The prince stays perfectly still, clearly intrigued. He asks what happens if it's not in the chair. She goes all in. "My memory is quite good." She's certain. If she's wrong, she'll suffer the consequences. However, she says with a smile, if she's right and it's in the chair, he has to enlighten her by answering one question. Her internal monologue is racing. She knows a commoner would have moved, a noble would have called a servant, and a tyrant would have yelled. But the prince is clever. He enjoys controlling the situation, and his curiosity will make him accept. The prince, of course, raises the stakes. He reminds her the consequence for holding him in contempt is sedition. Then his eyes narrow. He recognizes her. You boldly offer me a piece of gold. He calls her reckless and asks why he should waste his time answering her question. She tries to call his bluff. Well, in that case, would you be so kind as to rise so that I may be on my way? Wrong move. He shuts her down cold, stating that someone who gives up this easily is not fit to pass the interviews for the imperial family. She's stunned. Okay, time for a new tactic. A direct approach. She drops the act. Searching for my loss, belongings was an excuse. She repeats her demand for an answer, leaning into his weakness. Is your highness not curious as to what my question might be? That gets him. He taps the table, slowly stands up from the chair and asks, and if I'm not? She flinches but holds her ground, saying she expected as much, since he's well aware of the purpose of my visit. But, she adds, my question is not what your highness think it is. Oh, he is hooked. He just stares at her. The audacity to think you can read my mind. Our girl immediately thinks, oops. Struck a nerve. She knows if this final desperate bluff doesn't work, she is completely out of options. The prince just leans in, clearly enjoying this. You think you know what my question will be. Let's hear it. She is screaming internally. Crap. Don't let him get to you. He's only 27. You've got this. She tries to regain her footing, explaining that she knows he believes she'll ask why he's visiting, but she's already aware of that. So, that's not what she wishes to ask. He just scoffs. Arrogance never serves one well. You have 3 minutes left. She apologizes for her brushness and then, clenching her dress, she lays out her entire theory. She explains the rumors about prohibition ending, the sudden value spike in smuggled wine, and how swindlers lured in small investors to pocket a huge sum of money. She then points her finger figuratively, and so, with your background as the foreign minister of security, you suspected the countess, who invested a large sum early on. Her conclusion? He came here to spy on House Elios. The prince just stares at her, completely unimpressed. Is that all? I am not a man of patience. Your time is up. Our girl flinches but pivots fast. That's what I thought at first, she rushes out. But now I see that you are not here to spy on this house. You are here to use House Elios as bait. Bait to catch the swindlers who are behind all of this. This gets no reaction. The prince just opens the door and dismisses her. You have proven yourself to be a waste of my time. Your time is up. She is desperate. Is any of what I said inaccurate? I still have not asked you my question. He doesn't even turn around. I do not recall consenting to answer your question. I see that your arrogance is a habit of yours. Earnestly, she blurts out, I earnestly beseech you, your highness. Please enlighten me on where I have been misguided, and where my arrogance lies. He asks why he should. She tries one last shameless tactic. Is it not your duty, as the prince who is next in line for the throne, to correct your subjects when they are misguided? Do you not have any pity for this ignorant fool? A smile creeps onto his face. Finally, are you prepared to bear the consequences of what you ask? She immediately agrees. He slams the door shut. What word have I repeated the most today? He asks. Should I set a time limit again? Her mind goes blank. Time is up? He just glares. Is that the best your tiny little brain could come up with? Her brain short-circuits. All she can think is, oh dear, he can't just lean in like that with, looks like that. She's sweating bullets, trying to remember anything. He didn't even speak that much. Think. And then it hits her. Arrogance. That's it. He just looks at her. You are not a complete fool. And then he just dismantles her. He explains that people place too much trust in what's familiar. You've made 3 mistakes, he says. Arrogance about your knowledge. Arrogance about your family. And lastly, arrogance about your servants. His eyes flick to the door. Are you Niels? The head servant of the guest quarters. He just says, take him away. As Niels is dragged out, the prince turns back to Tara. How arrogant of you to blindly assume that House Elias was not behind this. She freezes. Shoot. He's right. On what grounds did I believe that our house was not involved? The prince continues, spying? Bait? If you truly wish to know, I'll tell you. This is merely a small game, over the last game. He tells her to use that little head of hers to figure out the rest. He explains her real mistake was using any means possible to solve her problem without thinking of the consequences. "Why do you think I allowed you in here?" he asks. "Did you think I was intrigued by your ruse? That you lost a valuable? Or perhaps, because I was curious about you. Our encounter on the road of Lockton." She's reeling, and he interrupts her thoughts. "You are not a complete idiot," he says, but he loathes unprepared, stupid nobles who get their subjects killed. But you know what he loathes even more? He holds up his fist, and in it is the pouch she gave Niels. Those who actually take action based on the little knowledge they have. And they don't take an ounce of responsibility for what follows. He knew. He knew she ordered a servant to hide something in his chambers. "This arrogance," he says, his voice like ice, "is what I despise the most." Tara is horrified. "It is not his fault, Your Highness." But he cuts her off. "I not ask if you could bear the consequences? I gave you the chance to come clean, but you threw it away." She collapses onto her back in pure shock. Just as she hits the floor, there's a knock at the door. The prince just says, "Bring him in." The guards haul in the butler, Niels, and our girl is absolutely horrified. She immediately starts shouting that it's not his fault, that he just did what she asked. The guard just barks silence at her. Tara is panicking, her mind racing. She knows Niels is a commoner, and his punishment will be way harsher than any she would get. The prince, looking completely bored by this drama, asks Tara what crimes she pleads guilty to. She confesses to everything, trespassing in his quarters and committing an act of sedition against the crown. Niels, bless his ridiculously loyal heart, tries to interrupt. "No, it was..." But the guard physically stops him. The prince turns to the butler and asks one last time if he acted alone. Niels, staring him dead in the eye, says, "Yes, Your Highness. It was all my doing." Oh, the prince is shook by this steadfast loyalty. He holds up the pouch she had Niels plant. "Do you even know what gem this pouch holds?" He then proceeds to roast our girl alive, revealing it's a garnet, the birthstone for January, symbolizing truth and trust. He spells it out, quite the opposite of whom you serve. He points out that the second Niels was caught, Tara fessed up to her sins, not thinking twice, just assuming he had betrayed her. And yet, here Niels is, still taking the blame for a treasure he can't even identify. Tara is absolutely mortified. Her internal monologue is just, "I didn't give him the benefit of the doubt. Tara, you idiot." The prince asks Niels why he's still insisting it was him, even after she confessed. The butler just says, his eyes down, "She was the first person who acknowledged me." Well, the prince is done with this. He announces he won't be punishing the lady. The servant boy receives the punishment. Tara, trying to find some angle, says she will stay silent. The prince just scoffs, assuming her silence means she understands he won't punish her because he's afraid of causing a stir during his game. He tells her she's gravely mistaken. This clicks something in Tara's brain. Game, someone in your position. She flashes back to all her research. A full-fledged came to see who will win the throne. This battle for the crown. It hits her. "Your visits serve as a warning," she blurts out. "You are warning those who have allied themselves with your opponent." This finally hits a nerve. The prince snaps. Silence. That's enough, and orders Niels to be taken away. But our girl isn't having it. She physically blocks the guards. "I said I will receive the punishment. My people are mine to protect." Niels is just stunned, thinking, "My people, is she referring to me?" The prince, clearly annoyed, spells out the punishment for trespassing and disrespecting royalty. Since it's a first offense, he'll grant mercy, 100 days imprisonment or a 100 gold piece fine, plus 50 lashes. Tara is horrified. 50 lashes. And for that outburst, the guard just pushes her. The prince tells her to just go back to her room, that it's in her best interest. But she refuses. "I shall receive the punishment. I cannot allow an innocent person to be punished. I can't have that on my conscience." The prince just looks at her. He points out that nobles get much lighter punishments. Is she sure she wants the same punishment as him? She thinks about how much it will hurt, but she agrees. She asks only that it be done here, out of the public eye. The prince just nods to his guard. Begin. The doors close. The next thing we know, Tara is waking up in her own bed, gasping for air. Her maid, Beth, is there, telling her she's breathing just fine. Tara is totally confused. Beth explains she passed out 2 hours ago. Tara immediately clutches her back, wriggling and cursing. "Is my back bleeding? That piece of shit, that damn prince." But her back feels fine. "I passed out?" How did I get back in here? Oh, Beth does not want to tell her. She finally spills 2 Imperial guards. No, wait for her. 1 for each limb, had to lug her unconscious body back to her room. In front of everybody. Well, not everyone, Beth corrects, just the servants. They carried you through the back door that only servants use. Tara is crimson. Beth just twists the knife. I'm so embarrassed for you. Our girl realizes the awful, humiliating truth. She passed out before the first lash. She could just die from the shame. The maid, Beth, continues her report. Niels is just running an errand and said he'd find her when he returns. Our girl is laser-focused. He did? Is he alright? Did he look okay? Beth, completely confused, just says he looked a bit pale, but otherwise fine. She finally has to ask why Tara is so obsessed with Niels all of a sudden. Tara just brushes it off, but her internal monologue is a mess. She is so relieved, but also still wants to disappear off the face of this earth. She was so brazen, demanding to take the punishment, and then she fainted. The humiliation is real. Beth, oblivious to this existential crisis, reminds her the ball is starting any time now and she must get ready to greet the prince. This is quite literally the last thing Tara wants to do. She flops face down on the bed, groaning, I don't want to go. She tells Beth to just ask Bernard for an axe instead. When Beth, alarmed, asks why, Tara just wails, to chop my head off. Today will be my funeral. Beth has to gently tell her to please stop joking like that and that they really have to hurry. Meanwhile, the prince is in his chambers, staring out the window and getting a much darker update. His guard reports that there were no signs of a forced entry in the prison. The autopsy on the suicide victim? Traces of blowfish poison in the gums. The prince just turns. Blowfish poison. Seems he's been trained well. He tells his guard they'll head to the ball in 10 minutes. As the guard leaves, the prince's thoughts drift back to Tara. She may be different. He expected her to fall to her knees and beg for mercy, but she didn't. She may be of some use after all. Back in her room, Tara is staring at her reflection and has a sudden realization. She asks Beth if her mother will be accompanying her to the ball. Beth is stunned. Huh? How did you know? Tara remembers Andre's deadline. You have until tomorrow. It all clicks. He said, tomorrow. That means the urgent fires have been put out. It implies the ladies of the house are not in any danger of being arrested tonight. Beth, who has no idea what she's rambling about, finally snaps. If you're going to tell me, would you provide some context? I have no idea what you are talking about. I'm a victim, and I think I deserve to know. Tara is a little taken aback by the sass but explains her logic. If there was any doubt, Andre would have demanded an answer by tonight. But he gave them until tomorrow, which means the threat is gone, and her mother and the countess are perfectly safe to attend the ball. Beth is completely floored by this logic. Wow, how did you think of all of that? I'm impressed, my lady. She's never heard a noble speak so eloquently and logically. At the ball, they're all seated at a very long, very tense table, with the Earl and the Prince at the head. Tara is just trying to become one with her chair, mentally spiraling. Did he already tell people about my indiscretion? Why couldn't I just receive the punishment? Why did I have to faint? Her smart-ass sister, Chloe, leans over with a smirk. All you do will be in vain if you do not know how to use your head. Have you figured it out yet, Tara? She tells her not to waste her time fighting a battle you cannot win, and to just keep your head down. Our girl just takes an angry bite of food, thinking, let's see if this really is a losing battle for me. On the other side of the table, little Arya is having a very different experience. She's practically drooling over the prince. Just look at his fingers, so long, slender. And look at his sharp jawline. Her internal monologue is a lot. Tara just glances over, sees the prince whispering with his guard, and has to agree. He looks like he's straight out of a painting. He's perfect. And then the prince smiles, right in her direction. Arya melts. Tara just thinks, is he mocking me? Arya, seeing her chance, actually gets up and slides a plate of fruit towards the prince, cooing that pears pair well with the wine and that she prepared them myself. The prince doesn't even look at her. His face goes completely cold. He stands up and just walks out. In total silence. The Earl immediately gets up and, as he passes Tara, just says, I would like to have a word with you after the ball, Tara. The whole table just buzzes. She in trouble. Later, in a private room, the Earl cuts right to the chase. The prince mentioned it was not over yet. What did he mean? Tara asks if the prince ordered her to his chambers. No, the Earl says, he said he would depart at the first light of dawn. Then he mentioned he's looking forward to the palace exams. Tara is so relieved, but the Earl isn't finished. He also said something that left a bad taste in my mouth. He said that you should be better prepared next time, even if it takes you all night to think things through. Tara flinches. That conniving snake. The Earl explodes. He must have threatened you. That ungrateful bastard. He goes on a full-blown rant, raging that when the prince first stepped inside the palace gates, he was the only one who saw his potential. If it weren't for me, he seethes, he'd be nothing. If I had known what an ungrateful bastard he would be, I would have banished him. He finally calms down, tells Tara she's dismissed, but leaves her with one final order. You must think like your opponent in order to defeat him. Our girl leaves, and as soon as she's back in her room, she has one thing on her mind. She tells Beth, "Today's the day we retrieve your 6 pieces of gold. Call for him." Now, our girl's maid, Beth, is practically begging her to stop, worried she's going to faint again. She insists she's already resigned herself to losing the money, calling it a life lesson and telling Tara not to worry about it. But Tara just smiles, explaining that standard procedures won't work. But, oh, there is a way to get her money back from those swindlers. Beth, bless her heart, just laughs nervously, clearly not following this 5D chess move. She begs her lady not to get her hopes up, offering to just work hard to earn the money back. Tara is not having this. She stands up, all determination, and demands Beth send for Niels, asking her, "Is it not your duty to act according to my wishes?" That snaps Beth right out of it, and she rushes off to call him. 10 minutes later, Niels is there. Tara cuts right to the chase. "Have I let you down?" He admits that, at first, yes. But he says he thought it over, and if he were in her shoes, he'd also have assumed he'd been sold out. He's clearly moved, mentioning how she insisted on taking his place under the lash and even fainted all because of him. This is, by the way, brand new information for Beth, who was just quietly listening in the background. She explodes. "Is it true, my lady? Did the prince order you to be flogged?" She's in full panic mode. "Are you okay? How many times did he flog you?" Tara's face is just deadpan. She admits she's fine, mostly because she fainted before anything could even happen. Niels, who has just been standing there flustered, continues, pledging his full loyalty to her from now on if she'll allow it. That's exactly why she sent for him. She tells him she trusts him for this specific task. But then she drops the hard part. "You will have to face the prince. Again. Are you okay with that?" He doesn't even hesitate. "Yes, my lady." She lays out the plan. 20 minutes later, Niels looks a little terrified. He stammers that he's not certain he can remember it all word for word. Tara tells him it doesn't have to be perfect, but he must be undoubted when he stands before the prince. His mission? Pretend you are me when you deliver my words. She offers him a coin as partial payment. He tries to refuse, but she insists, "You are my person now, and so I shall treat you as such." He glances at Beth, who just nods, and he finally accepts, promising to deliver the message at the crack of dawn. Once he's gone, Beth is back to being the voice of reason. "You know how cruel the prince can be. Why do you keep provoking him?" Tara just yawns and replies, "You know what they say. To catch a tiger, you must enter its den." Beth is understandably horrified. "Are you saying you will go up against His Highness?" "That's right," Tara says. "I shall keep him under my thumb." Beth just doesn't get it, arguing that Tara is an Elias and has nothing to prove. Tara just sighs, wishing she could just sit back and do nothing. Beth, trying to help, offers chocolate. Tara tragically refuses. "No. I need to lose some weight." The next morning, just as the prince is giving his guard, Nick, a final order, all hell breaks loose. Niels bursts in, demanding an audience. The guard holding him back is furious, calling Niels a shameless imbecile for daring to show his face after being spared. The prince, looking totally unimpressed, just tells his man to let him go. He eyes the butler. "You've got some nerve." Niels just bows, "I have a message from the one I serve, your highness." The prince is skeptical, and what makes her think I would grant you an audience? Niels, taking a deep breath and channeling all of our girl's chaotic energy, delivers the line. "This is what my lady wanted me to tell you. You will want to hear me out, because you will jump at the chance of bringing me down a peg." Oh, the sass. The prince's guard, Nick, immediately loses his mind. "How dare you?" The prince just gives Nick a look and silences him with a single word. He turns back to Niels. "Fine. I will hear you out, but it had better be worth my time." Niels, still deep in character, begins the speech. "I received training from my personal knight named Bernard. Nick in the background is completely lost. What the hell does that have to do with anything? The prince just glares at him. Stay out of it, Nick. This is your last warning. Niels continues the story. He explains that Bernard also trains an 8-year-old boy named Peter, who's quite talented. Peter was being bullied, so one day he walked straight up to the leader of the pack. This leader was big, a good fighter, an eloquent speaker, and, crucially, known to be a fair person. Peter boldly challenged him to a fight, knowing he didn't stand a chance. And, as expected, it was a brutal loss. But Peter didn't stop. Rain or shine, he kept challenging him. Niels then poses the question to the prince. Do you know what eventually happened? Nick, in the background, cannot contain himself and blurts out, what happened? Did Peter win? But Niels, still in character, ignores him and addresses the prince directly. I trust that your highness knows how the story ends. If not, I shall share this with your highness, the next time we meet. This is the last straw for Nick. He grabs Niels, roaring, how dare you mock his highness? You must have a death wish. Niels, his performance over, immediately starts panicking. Please let go of me. I also do not know how it ends. My lady only told me this far. The prince just sighs. Down on the ground, Nick. Nick immediately kneels, head to the floor. The prince then turns back to Niels and he's grinning. I'm sure this isn't all to the message. Tell me the rest. Niels, still deep in character, continues our girl's big, sassy speech. He explains that this whole humbling experience taught her 3 things. She gained a person, she realized what she needs to improve on, and most importantly, she found a role model. The prince looks genuinely amused by this, repeating, a role model interesting. Niels, committing to the bit, plows ahead, saying our girl knows she may not be pleasing to look at right now, but she hopes the prince sees her potential. This actually makes the prince interrupt, asking with a totally straight face, what's wrong with the way she looks? Huh. Niels, totally thrown, just skips ahead. Next time they meet, it will be in the palace. And if the prince found any of this interesting, she is graciously willing to give him a chance. The prince just scoffs. A chance? You heard him. The terms? If his highness would like to take this magnificent chance, he must bestow upon her 206 pieces of gold. She'll see him after she passes the palace exam. Oh, the prince is absolutely living for this. His internal monologue is just screaming. She's offering me a chance, when she should be the one begging me. He is so entertained by this audacity that he tells Niels he has a return message, and it must be relayed word for word. Once Niels is gone, his poor guard, Nick, who is still kneeling on the floor, is completely lost. He asks what the story meant. The prince just sighs and spells it out. He is the big, scary leader, and Tara is the determined little Peter, who keeps challenging him. Nick, bless his simple heart, just blurts out, so, she wants to overthrow you. The prince has to literally ask him if he was even listening, clarifying that she's just proving herself and offering him her skills, for the very specific, peculiar price of 206 gold. Nick complains about her talking in circles, but the prince just smirks, saying that was part of the test too. As they ride off, the prince gives 2 massive new orders. First, all the informants planted in House Elias are to now report everything to Tara. Second, he will be personally participating as an interviewer in the final stage of the palace exams. Nick is shook. The prince just smirks that it's only fair, since he's so happy to bring her down a peg. Oh, it is on. Back at the house, our girl is spacing out, remembering Niels's glorious return performance. He came back and, with a perfect princely sneer, delivered the message. Why in heaven's name would he accept an offer from a child who swings a wooden axe around? Our girl was just stunned by his acting skills. Niels, as the prince continued, calling himself benevolent, our girl thought, what an asshole, and agreeing to her offer. If she proves she's worth that 206 gold. And then the final petty shot was fainting planned. Our girl was livid, internally screaming, who plans on fainting? She snapped back to the present by Andre announcing that Anton, the wine smuggler, committed suicide in his cell. So that's why Andre gave them an extra day. Andre claps, time to present your findings. Jason, you first. The blonde idiot says the prince was here to spy, calling it an obvious fear tactic. Andre is blank-faced. Chloe, she just says she'd like to go last. Fine. Tara, our girl's mind races. She can't reveal her hand. So she just says, I don't know. Andre raises an eyebrow. Really? I heard you were granted a private audience. All the siblings stare. She just clenches her fists and repeats, I wasn't able to find out anything. The whispers start immediately. What an embarrassment. Arya, our little romantic, blurts out. It's simple. He was here in search of a princess. She explains he has to get married soon, and the women of their house are known for their beauty. Glancing right at Tara, she adds, well, except one person. Ouch. Andre just ignores that shade and turns to the last sibling. What about you, Chloe? Our girl tenses. Chloe never even met the prince. How in the world did she find out? The smart sister, Chloe, says she'd like them to take a look at something first. She snaps her fingers. A butler brings in a letter, and Andre's eyes go wide. It's the future schedule from the Ministry of Security. Chloe just smirks, saying it was a piece of cake. She explains that an investigator was supposed to visit, but at the last minute, the prince came instead. His official purpose? To investigate the noblewomen involved in the fraud case. Andre just raises an eyebrow, asking if that wasn't a bit too easy. Chloe is completely unbothered, replying that he asked for the purpose, and what could be more accurate than the official record. She even boasts that the task was too simple, and she didn't even have to meet the prince. Her blonde idiot brother, Jason, immediately explodes. This is outrageous. He whines that he could have gotten that record too, and that this was supposed to be about the prince's true intentions. But Andre just shuts him down. He roasts the entire room. Jason for his baseless proclamations, Arya for not understanding the gravity of this situation, and even our girl, who did meet the prince but could not figure him out. He declares Chloe the winner, giving her priority for the exam materials. But he's not quite done with our heroine. He turns to her. You spent 30 minutes with the prince, and yet you couldn't find out anything. He smirks. You either really have no clue, or you found out something that cannot be shared. Ew. As he leaves, Tara stops him, turns around, and gives him the most sarcastic, shade-filled, "Thank you so very much for deciding to mentor her siblings, too." Andre just laughs, calling her amusing. Our girl is left seething. Amusing, am I? Why are all the men in this world like this? We jump 2 weeks later. Our girl is deep in her glow-up, with intermittent fasting and hard training. And it is working. She's managed to shave off 7 whole kilos. She's all smiles, asking her trainer Bernard how much more weight she needs to lose to wield the axe properly. His answer? About 30 kilos. And how long will that take? Probably about a year. A year? Our girl scoffs, saying she needs to speed this up, but groans that this new body just can't seem to fight off temptation. Bernard, ever so helpful, says there is another way. Spend a few days on a battlefield. He says if she trains with that kind of intensity, the weight will just melt off. Tara literally drops her axe. Just say you want to kill me, don't you? He says she wouldn't die. She just growls. Sure, you'll just take me to the brink of death. He just sighs and tells her to pick up her axe. Meanwhile, at the palace, the prince is getting an update. Andre's second assignment was a history and economy exam, and Tara Elios received a perfect score. The prince then asks for responses. His guard, Nick, reports that 2 counts are neutral. 1 baron complied, but Count Elias requested some more time to think. The prince is not impressed. It's already been 2 weeks. He asks about Andre's spies in the palace. Nick confirms he discreetly let go 3 of them for snooping, leaving just 2. The prince just grins. Leaks some information to the servant. Let's have some fun. Back at the Elias mansion, a messenger from the Black Society arrives to see the count. After clearing the room, she hands him an envelope. The big news? Prince Kyle has moved to recruit military force. This info is straight from the palace. The count is impressed and tries to ask what the king thinks. The messenger just deadpans that they only provide the info he paid for. He tries to set a meeting with Andre, but she shuts him down, explaining that this new development is the 3rd assignment. The count, frustrated, tells his man to gather the children tomorrow morning. We cut back to the training ground, where Bernard is drilling our girl. She's complaining that the training is way too intense. He just points out she's still at 84 kilos. She snaps, 83, not 84. Their little spat is interrupted by 2 creepy knights calling for Bernard. They start whispering, loud enough for everyone to hear. Can't get used to seeing them together. Think he sold himself to her? No way, his contract is up soon. I'm pretty sure he's going to get the boot. Our girl is visibly annoyed, calling them creeps. Bernard just abruptly ends the session, tells her to practice with the wooden axe, and walks off. Just as he leaves, a servant runs up to summon her to the count's study. Our girl just thinks, I have a bad feeling about this. We dive straight into the count's study, where he's holding a crisis meeting with the kids. The big problem? Prince Kyle, that absolute menace, has sent a message with his personal seal, requesting all the noble houses cooperate by dispatching knights to his palace. The siblings, naturally, lose their minds. The blonde idiot Jason immediately starts foaming. We must decline. We must pledge our faith to Prince Francis, the rightful heir. But the broody military brother, Logan, points out that public opinion is actually leaning towards Kyle, and this could be their big chance. Then the smart sister, Chloe, says they're both wrong. This is obviously a trap to drive a wedge between the nobles, so their only move is to remain neutral. The Count just puts his head in his hands, and we are back to square one. He finally turns to our girl. Tara just thinks for a second. She knows Kyle doesn't actually need their help. This is a test. So, she proposes the option with the least risk. Her brilliant galaxy brain plan? Dispatch knights as requested, but to all 3 princes. Oh, her father is thrilled. He calls the idea brilliant, realizing they can maintain their neutral stance and be in Prince Kyle's good graces at the same time. Logan, ever the downer, worries Kyle might just feel like they're mocking him. But Tara just internally scoffs. She knows Kyle is not the type to act rashly over hurt feelings. Over at the palace, Prince Kyle gets the message about House Elias sending knights to all 3 princes. He just smirks. We shall gladly accept our offer, he says. His poor guard, Nick, starts to panic, worrying that people will misconstrue this as His Highness raising an army to take over the throne. Kyle just looks at him, deadpan, and delivers the most savage roast. Fascinating. So you do have the ability to process thoughts. But not everyone is so amused. In another, even fancier palace, we meet the 3rd prince, Joseph, and the Empress Viviana. And they are livid. The Empress is shrieking about how dare Kyle use his seal to pressure the nobles, calling it a challenge to the throne. She's pleased, however, that House Elias, she thinks, is still supporting Prince Francis. She decides it's time that I pay them a visit. Oh goody. We jump to 5 days before the exam. Our girl is in the training yard, feeling light on her feet. She's lost another 3 kilos and is finally down to 80, but her good mood lasts for about 5 seconds. Her maid, Beth, comes sprinting in, completely panicked. Sir Bernard has been laid off. What? Beth hands her a note from Bernard. He's resigned. He'll pay her back for the medicine later. And, oh yeah, the reason he's gone? He punched the deputy capital. Our girl is absolutely reeling. This is not how it's supposed to go. She thinks. He's not let go until later in the chronicles. The story is progressing at a faster pace. Before she can even process this, we're back in the Count's office, and he's looking at Kyle's list of demands for the knights. And it is a lot. We're talking 2 years of service, combat experience. They can't bring their own servants, and they have to obey Kyle's laws, not their own. And the best part? House Elias has to foot the entire bill, which will eat up 20% of their total military budget. The Count just sighs. This brat is asking for a lot. He realizes Kyle must have the Emperor's blessing and orders his spy to go find knights who fit the criteria. But then, he hands the spy another set of papers. The spy's eyes go wide. It's an account in Tara's name. A whole platinum mine and 5,000 pieces of gold. The spy is stunned. The Count just brushes it off. Don't fuss. It's just one mine. That's less than 10% of the other children's assets. He tells the spy that Tara has proven herself over the past few weeks, and this is just a small gift. The spy just looks at the Count's smirk, knowing this is so much more than just a gift. The prince just looks at her, all serious, and asks if she's just going to go out of her way to tend to their matters for every single person she meets. Our girl is not having it, snapping back that Bernard is definitely worth my time. But the prince just scoffs, saying she seems to put way too much faith in someone she's only known for 2 months. She just clenches her little fist and declares, he will come back. I'm sure of it. Oh, the prince just smiles at that, saying it sounds like she has a plan. She gets all cocky, asking if his curiosity is piqued. She then tries to leave, saying this little chat was enough to repay him for his help. He just mocks her. A royal such as myself lifted a carriage with his bare hands, and this sass is all he gets. He stops her at the door, asking what makes her so certain history will not repeat itself. She just says she'll keep him by my side. He just smirks. Well then, let's wait and see. As she leaves, she is fuming, thinking he really gets on my nerves and that she lost a fight. Our girl heads straight to the tavern and finds Bernard. He immediately tells her he didn't resign, he was fired, and the decision isn't his to make. She cuts right to the chase. Would you testify in public? He slams his hands on the table, asking if she realizes what she's asking. She acknowledges everything, the ramifications, being branded a traitor, but says she believes in him. He refuses, saying he'd have done it already if he could. She calls his bluff. It's not that you didn't, it's that you couldn't. She knows he needed evidence and people with power to expose the rigging of weapon bids. And how did she know? We flash back to her meeting with Andre P., asking him to gather intel on the commanders who were against the bid rigging. Andre, ever the drama queen, asks if it's really necessary to open this can of worms. She just tells him she's aiming to be the next head of the house and needs to know all the threats. Andre is so in. Alright, sounds like fun. The price? 50 for the info, 50 for the risk. But since she might be his main key, he'll give her a 10% discount. Total, 90 gold. She grumbles he's going to get rich. He just smiles. Let me correct you there. I'm going to get richer, since I'm already rich. Back in the tavern, Bernard says he needs time to think. She gives him a deadline, by the time she's done with her interview. He agrees to keep training her, starting the day after tomorrow. One day before the exam, our girl is in her father's office, internally screaming. That fine she paid the prince left her broke. She has 30 gold to her name, and she owes Andre 90. The count sees her spacing out and asks if she's worried. She's about to ask for a favor when the spy Dylan slides an envelope over. It's on account. With 5,000 gold and the rights to the Gallicus Platinum Mine, our girl is shook. The count explains she'll get access in 2 years. But she knows, from her memories of the novel, that this exact mine contains ruthenium, a miracle cure that will make its owner a fortune. She looks at her father, absolutely stunned, and then, without missing a beat, asks, I was just wondering if you could be so kind as to give me 90 pieces of gold in advance. The absolute nerve. Later, Beth runs up panicking. All the siblings had a secret meeting, and Jason was bragging that Tara will be deeply humiliated during her interview. Tara's suspicion meter spikes. She asks if Arya was there. Beth confirms, everyone but her. Tara knows only she and Chloe got Andre's prep materials. She scribbles a note and tells Beth to give it to Arya. That night, a very grumpy Arya shows up. Tara lays out the deal. She'll give Arya the precious prep material and info on her next meeting with Prince Kyle. In return, Arya has to spill the beans on the plot against her. Arya scoffs. What makes you think Kyle will ever grant you an audience? She refuses. Tara just shrugs. There goes your deal. That gets her. Hold on. Okay, fine. But our girl isn't done. She just looks at her sister. Watch your tone. Here's another condition. You must treat me with respect from now on. The day of the exam arrives. We see our girl, looking noticeably skinnier, surrounded by nobles with their game face on. 3 days later, the results are in, and what? Everyone passed. It turns out everyone passed was a total lie. Our girl confronts her bratty little sister, Arya, who admits her real intel was just that the interviewers are bought off. Tara is trembling with rage, thinking, I'm gonna kill her, but figures that scrap of information is better than nothing. She immediately sends Niels to Master Andre for real intel. Andre's reply? That'll be 50 gold. He'll get it by tomorrow, and don't you have too many enemies? Our girl, completely unamused by his generosity, just tosses the letter straight into the fire. That night, her maid, Beth, finds the real report, clearly snuck into the room by the Black Society. And oh, it is juicy. It's a list of Jason's old academy lackeys. Their main techniques? Entrapment, inciting public opinion, and spreading rumors. Andre, being the absolute menace he is, finished the letter by telling her the interview is going to be a tough one, adding that he looks forward to seeing how she handles it. Tara is furious. Does he seriously find this funny? And immediately storms off to the library to prepare for war. Cue the training montage. For the next 4 days, she and Bernard forego the axe and focus solely on fitness. We're talking agonizing abs, heavy weights, and endless running, with Bernard just yelling, keep going. By day 4, even he's impressed, thinking, wow, she's gotten much better. Our girl's main takeaway from this whole experience? You must avoid reincarnation at all costs. One day before the interview, the actual exam results drop. And, what? Everyone passed. The Count is absolutely stunned, especially about Arya. The spy explains the message came from the third prince. Empress Vivian made special arrangements. The spy thinks this is great news, but the Count is horrified. He rants that they must earn their position fair and square, otherwise the royals will take advantage of us. He then admits to his spy that he never expected any of this. The whole exam thing was just a test to see what his kids were made of. He blames Prince Kyle's knight request for starting this whole mess, which got them on the Empress's radar. And now she's delighted and has requested a visit. The Count is just so done. He tries to summon Andre, who basically sends back a lol no. He says he's busy, and since the knight dispatching idea wasn't his, he has nothing to say. The Count, remembering exactly whose idea it was, summons our girl. She arrives, looking exhausted from all the training. He drops the bomb about the Empress. Tara sighs, admitting she knew things could go in a different direction. She just didn't mention it at first. Oh, her father explodes. Are you serious? This is a matter of life or death for our family. He's fuming. I shouldn't have put so much trust in you. The spy, ever the mediator, gently asks her to elaborate on this different direction. The Count just roars, asking if she sees him as a toothless tiger for making this decision on her own. This is where our girl, the little strategist, just pivots. She gives the most heartfelt, perfect, sincere apology. How could I ever think of you that way, father? Please accept my deepest apologies. The spy is visibly impressed. The Count, completely disarmed, just sighs. It's fine. Go ahead and explain yourself. Our girl, her eyes filled with a new determination, begins to speak. Our girl begins her big brain explanation to her father and his spy. Prince Kyle is the variable. She explains that her little ruse, dispatching knights to all three princes, was accepted by Kyle. Her father immediately slaps his knee, realizing it's because the deal was in his favor. The spy, ever the buzzkill, just rains on the parade, saying that's no secret. Kyle just wanted free knights for 6 months. But the Count insists there must be more, a gain for Kyle that is surely our loss. Tara drops the real bomb. Kyle wasn't thinking about the money. He was thinking about the knights. She explains the Knights Guild is the most prestigious in the Empire, but their standards are so high, most knights don't even bother applying. The spy finally gets it. Their knights will be trained there. The Count has his oh crap moment. Knights value honor over riches. That bastard is going to win them all over. Her father is spiraling now. He sent those knights to show neutrality, but if they all pledge allegiance to Kyle, it'll look like House Elias picked a side. Tara, ever the calm one, lays out the backup plan. It'll take 6 months for the training to finish. If their knights do switch, they just have to make the knight attributions to the other princes permanent. It's a big loss, but they maintain our stance. The Count loves this plan. But what about the new problem, Empress Vivian? Tara's internal monologue confirms this is bad. The Empress is the real power in the land, and she's going to want to know their true intentions, just like Kyle did. After a long dramatic sip of tea, Tara reveals her masterful strategy for handling the most powerful woman in the Empire. You have to act dumb. The Count and his spy are just baffled. She explains, they have to make the Empress believe the three-prince plan wasn't strategic, they just lucked out and are totally useless. The Count asks why they can't just bribe her. Tara shuts that down hard. Prince Kyle is rational and focused on benefits. The Empress is not. If she even suspects she's being mocked, she will turn on our house. Tara then adds, with what we can only hope is sarcasm, that it's not that difficult to act dumb. She's speaking from experience. She says they need to write a script. 30 minutes later, her father is looking at the Operation Act Dumb guidelines and just about weeping. He thinks it's degrading and he'd rather die than to look like an imbecile. Tara just guilt trips him. Father, you're doing this for the family. He agrees, but begs to skip point 2. What is point 2? Oh, just laugh nervously and frequently, even when there is nothing to laugh about. The rest of the list is just as bad. Don't make eye contact, shake your leg, go to the restroom as often as possible, and even pretend to doze off. Tara just shakes her head. That's the most crucial point, father. He caves. Tara leaves for her interview, and her dad, bless his heart, tells her not to worry. It's just formality. Her internal monologue is screaming the exact opposite. This interview is unprecedented and will be the most difficult ever. The day of the interview, right as she's getting ready. Wham! Arya slams the door open, shouting, "Give me back my information." She's furious she got nothing in return for her useless intel. Tara just raises an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to give up on Prince Kyle? Arya tries to save face. After I pass, I won't need your help. Tara just twists the knife, reminding her she's the one who keeps meeting Kyle and will see him much more often in the palace. It is in Arya's best interest to help me. Arya caves again. Whatever. You better pass then, you hear me, and storms out. As our girl leaves, her maid, Beth, notices something. Wait. Are you wearing pants under your dress? Tara just smirks, quoting Sun Tzu about knowing your enemy. She knows she's going to be humiliated today, and best to be prepared. She won't go down easy. The day of the big interview arrives, and our girl's mate is trying to be helpful, saying there's a saying that it's good luck to wear someone else's undergarments the night before, and that she should have stolen some for her. But our heroine is a little busy, thinking this is the second time she's dreamt of drowning in a swamp. Talk about a bad omen. She's having a full-on existential crisis. Remembering the author of the Chronicles always said House Elias was the most pitiful family in the story. They don't even have a qualified heir, and it's always the families that fail to let go of their ego and swim against the current that are the first to fall. Her dream was so vivid, and she is terrified she's going to lose everyone. Her family, Beth, Niels, everyone. Her maid finally snaps her out of it, asking what's bothering her, and our girl just blinks. Oh, what? Have we arrived? Yes, they have. They are at the Great Chamber of the Imperial Palace for the administrative interview, and wow. Our girl just stares, thinking the place is absolutely magnificent, and that they definitely know how to make a person feel small. She spots the nobles from the provincial areas and the ones from the capital, but her sizing up the competition moment is cut short by some loud, obnoxious voices. One jerk sneers. Look at that hefty one over there. Isn't she your sister, Logan? Another one laughs, saying he was expecting a cow, but she's not as bad as he thought, more like a fat sheep. Oh, how generous. A third guy then pretends to be a hero, telling them to stop making rude remarks about a lady from House Elias. He offers our broody brother, Logan, an apology on their behalf, which Logan just accepts. That's it. No defense, just apologies accepted. Logan just looks at his sister, his internal monologue turning absolutely vile, thinking, what did you see in her, Brandon? She's nothing but a disgrace to the family. Yikes. He and Tara share this super tense look, but he just scoffs internally, dismissing her as a nobody. Well, before we can hunt Logan down for being the actual worst, an announcer kicks things off. Forget what you thought you knew, because this interview is 3 rounds. Round 1 is a personal interview, and they're immediately cutting 20% of the candidates. The room naturally starts murmuring. Round 2 will be testing their, physical ability. Outside. Oh, bestie, what did you get us into? They're not eliminating anyone in that round, but still. And finally, round 3 is an open discussion back in the Great Chamber, where another 30% of the remaining candidates will be eliminated. Everyone is panicking. They all thought this was just a formality. They were told they just needed to pass the written exam. As our girl is trying to remember a key character from the Chronicles who made a strong impression, someone whose name had something to do with clothing, we cut to her blonde idiot brother, Jason, scheming with one of his lackeys. The friend is just cackling, saying he thought their plan would go to waste, but his sister walked right into the trap. Who knew she'd apply to the same ministry as them? Jason just sneers that he's never thought of her as his sister, calling her a disgrace, and saying that only when she's humiliated in front of everyone will she finally know her place. Oh, and he is furious that she dared to accept the rights to the platinum mine. The petty jealousy is real. Meanwhile, the gossip about our girl is in full swing. How did she even pass the written exam? You heard, right? The Empress made special arrangements for the Elios family. Our girl just wants to die, thinking, I dug my own grave. She had no idea the Empress would get involved, but she is not backing down. The first round starts. There's a panel of 5 interviewers, and who is sitting right in the middle? Oh, just the first prince, Francis. After what feels like an eternity, it's her turn. Lady Tara of House Elias. The prince looks down at her application, and his face just freezes. There must have been a misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding, our girl says, her voice steady. I'm applying to the Ministry of Security. The room explodes. Everyone starts whispering. Is she crazy? Only men apply for that position. She just wants attention. Look at that body. The rumor must be true. She's insane. One of the interviewers literally slams his papers on the desk, demanding, do you even know what the Ministry of Security does? As she opens her mouth to answer, the third prince, yep, he's here too, cuts her right off. You can stop. Everyone here knows what the Ministry of Security does. He asks if her family is aware of her choice, and she admits they don't know which ministry she applied for. The first prince just laughs this breezy, condescending laugh. My House Elias always exceeds my expectations. He tells her she can just alter her choice after the interview, to make sure she discusses it with her father. He then thanks her for the knights her father sent, and just like that, Group 7 is now dismissed. Our girl is left absolutely fuming. Why did he cut her off? But she is not giving up. She thinks, go ahead, try all you want. I will serve in the Ministry of Security, no matter what. Our girl is still absolutely seething from that disastrous interview. She's pacing, thinking that if she serves in the Ministry of Security, she can access all the confidential documents, predict any conspiracies, and, most importantly, keep an eye on Prince Kyle while working for him. The conditions are perfect. But she's still stuck on why the first prince even mentioned the knights. She's so frustrated. She just imagines walking right up to that smug royal and smacking that smile clean off his face. A little later, the list of those who passed the first round is posted, and yep, she made it. But as she's checking the results, she can just feel everyone staring at her, and she's so over it. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Prince Kyle is getting an earful from his long-suffering guard, Nick. Nick is practically on his knees, begging His Highness to please respond to the Emperor's summons. If he doesn't, Nick will be the one punished, by being forced to train in front of the handmaids dressed as a clown. Kyle just looks at him deadpan and says, "That's fine with me." Oh, Nick just collapses on the floor, wailing for mercy. He says it's just as mortifying as what Walter had to go through, and that none of the handmaids will ever consider him for marriage if they see him dressed as a clown, and he really, really wants to get married one day. The prince finally sighs, "Enough, get up." He muses that the old man must be finding this amusing, and decides it's time to pay him a visit. Nick is immediately overjoyed, calling Kyle his hero and gushing that Walter will be so jealous. As they walk through the corridor, the entire palace is whispering. The nobles are stunned to see him, murmuring that he looks so stunning in his uniform and that he rarely ever sets foot in the palace, unlike the other princes. He's always busy, spending half his time as the commander-in-chief and the other half fulfilling his duties as the Minister of Security. They arrive at the Emperor's chambers, and Kyle is announced, sweeping in and bowing low, calling himself a lowly subject. The onlookers are completely baffled, wondering why he's acting so decent and taking after his father. The Emperor, however, is not impressed. He immediately roasts Kyle, asking how long it's been. 5 months. The butler corrects him. It's been 6 months. The Emperor is furious, shouting that Kyle always has an excuse. He demands to know why he skipped the Khan delegation's visit. Kyle replies, "I was on a mission to settle matters at the plundering borders of Scandua." Okay, fine. Then what about the royal hunt the month before that? I had to reassign the commanders of the armed forces. Well, then what about the banquet on Imperial Foundation Day? I was on an unofficial trip to handle an urgent matter for the Ministry of Security. The Emperor just about explodes. What could possibly be more important than the day the Empire was founded? He demands to hear what was so urgent, warning that if it's nothing, Kyle will suffer the consequences. The prince, with the most perfect, petty smirk, just says, "I do not want to put you in a difficult position, Your Majesty." Oh, the sass. The Emperor loses it. What is that supposed to mean? Nick is in the background, practically having a panic attack, thinking, "I have a bad feeling about this, do not speak of it." But it's too late. Kyle just casually says, "About 1 kilometer northwest of the capital, there's a small town named Hammond. And in this town, there is a club called Crown." The Emperor immediately screams, "Enough. Everybody out." 5 minutes later, he's alone, head in his hands, just so done, wondering what he did to deserve such an ungrateful child. Kyle just cuts through the moping. "Why did you summon me today, Your Majesty?" The Emperor sneers. "Is investigating nobles not enough? Are you going to try digging up dirt on me as well?" Kyle's reply is ice cold. "I have no interest in your hobbies, Your Majesty. I was merely dealing with the rats who were trying to abuse and extort you through them." The Emperor's butler is just shook, realizing Kyle somehow knew about the Emperor's secret chess gambling habit. The Emperor asks how long he's known. Kyle's answer? He's had a hunch for 5 years and found solid evidence 2 years ago. The Emperor, clearly worried, asks if he's going public, but Kyle just brushes it off. He already used his seal to get what he wanted from the nobles. So, the Emperor slides an envelope across the table. The real reason for the summons: an arranged marriage. The bride-to-be? The youngest daughter of Marquis Stewart, who is, wait for it, 13 years old. The Emperor tries to sell it as a great political move, a way to gain support. Kyle just looks disgusted. "Are you doing this for me? Or are you using me to get what you want?" He slams the paper down, saying it's against his morals. "I don't want to go to bed feeling like a criminal every night. Please excuse me." As he walks out, the Emperor calls after him, "How do you plan on garnering enough support to go up against the Empress?" Kyle stops and says, "I do not need to garner support. He'd rather follow the path of the late Emperor Helio. This shocks the Emperor, who just lets him go and orders wine. His butler explains that Helio was the rightful heir with no power, who managed to win all the nobles over and take the throne anyway. As Kyle and Nick are leaving, Nick asks where he's headed now. The prince just looks all shiny and determined. I promised to take her down a peg. I must keep my word. He's already made arrangements to be an observer for the third round. Let's see what she's got. Alright, bestie, grab your snacks because we are heading outside for the dreaded second round. All the candidates are waiting, and our girl is deep in thought. The chronicles mentioned all about the third round, but not a single word about this one. She just knows this is the humiliation trap Jason has set for her. She spots her siblings huddling together, and right on cue, Jason's lackeys start their little theater production. One of them starts complaining very loudly that he finds this quite unfair. Another one immediately chimes in, I couldn't agree more. This is discrimination. Why do all the men have to participate while the women get to sit this one out? Oh, so this is their plan. They're really hamming it up, demanding fair treatment. Our girl just watches, thinking Andre's intel was worth every single gold piece. The announcer tries to shut them down, explaining that the physical test is at His Majesty's discretion. He points out that 80% of the candidates are male, and the women all applied for the imperial household, so they don't need a physical test. But the lackeys aren't done. Oh, but I believe there is one female candidate who applied for a different position, one of them says, with all the fake innocence of a cat who just pushed a glass off the table. In that case, it would only be fair for the female candidate to participate. They all turn, expecting her to blush and hide. Instead, our girl just raises her hand. I applied for a position in the Ministry of Security. The room loses it. Heavens, is that the girl from House Elias? She must be out of her mind. I heard she has physical and mental issues. She only passed because she's an Elias. Even her bratty sister Arya chimes in about the physical differences between men and women. Tara just stands there, waiting for the right moment. The lackeys get bolder, literally pointing at her body, but the crowd is starting to get uncomfortable. That's a bit too harsh, someone mutters. But it's true, says another. Jason is just grinning in the background, telling his goons to keep going. Trust me, he sneers. Tara won't give up that easily. Finally, one of the examiners, Lord Madoc, approaches. He tells her this is all very unfortunate, but he must ask her to reconsider her application. What a low blow. Oh, but our girl is livid. She glares at them and unleashes. First, she starts sweet. His Majesty was generous enough to make an exception, but I understand how some might consider His Majesty's generosity unfair. Her internal monologue is just, first, I need to show they are publicly opposing the Emperor's order. Second, I've come here to represent House Elias, she continues, and I certainly cannot give in after hearing your rude remarks. Translation, I have my family's full support, you idiots. And third, I do not expect any exception. However, such a barbaric insult against a noble woman must not be tolerated in this land of manners and etiquette. I therefore demand an apology. Translation, I am an honorable lady, and you just screwed up. Jason, still smirking, tells his lackey to just play along. So Lord Madoc gives this fake, haha, I was only pointing out facts, but if I offended you, my deepest apologies. Our girl cuts him right off. You can always say those words without meaning them. She says his words cut her deeply, and a simple apology won't suffice. I demand a Taltine apology. Wait, what? The crowd starts whispering. A servant asks, what is a Taltine apology? Some helpful noblesplainer pipes up. It's from when the third emperor kneeled for forgiveness in front of the entire knighthood after staining a commander's honor. It's a massive deal. And as far as anyone knows, it is the first time a noblewoman has requested it. Lord Madoc is furious. That's ridiculous. You're asking for too much. Our girl just scoffs. Fine. If I pass the second round with a score above average, you must offer the Taltine apology. However, she adds, if I fail, I will offer my apology to you in the same way. She made a bet. The odds are not in her favor, but Madoc is so intrigued and arrogant, he accepts. I give you my word. We have many witnesses here. Just as the drama hits its peak, someone else bursts in. Thank you for your patience, but this is definitely against His Majesty's orders. Our girl turns confused. The guy continues, therefore we have to make sure that Lady Tara Elios suffers no disadvantage due to this little bet. Wait, is he helping her? She knows this guy. It's Lord Hans Button. She remembers him from the Chronicles. He's the brilliant mind who leaves a profound impact on the Empire. And oh yeah, the author was obsessed with him because he's a total sociopath, cruel and cunning. And, yup, he's smiling right at her. Our girl is terrified. Why did the author have to write a character like that? She's sent to change and is, of course, handed a uniform that is not her size. She just grumbles, I can't believe this is the biggest size they have. But she's ready. All that training will finally pay off. She flashes back to all the agonizing grip strength training and stretching with Bernard, thinking this is nothing compared to dying and waking up in a 100-kilo body. The announcer yells, begin. Our girl just smirks. Just wait and see. I'll get my tall teen apology. Just as the test is about to begin, our girl gets hit with a 1-2 punch of family drama. First, her bratty little sister Arya marches up, telling her to just tell them she'll apply for a different position. Tara just deadpans, asking if she's actually worried about her. Arya scoffs, you wish. No, she's just worried Tara will tarnish our family name and that their father will be furious about that stupid bet. Tara just sighs, how disappointing, saying she really thought her dear sister had finally decided to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Oh, that was the wrong thing to say. Arya just explodes, shouting at her to stop acting like she cares and stomps off. And who should step in but the smart sister, Chloe. And she's not here to help. She brings up Brandon, saying Arya adored him, but the day he died, Tara just chose to distance herself while the rest of them mourned by his grave. She literally calls her disgusting for pretending to care now. She admits she let Jason's little scheme happen, just so Tara could see how arrogant she is. She accuses Tara of hiding in her room while they worked hard for their father's trust, and now she's just trying to take what is rightfully theirs. Tara actually agrees, admitting she did run away and that she couldn't accept Brandon's death. But this is the best she can do now, and one day they'll understand. Chloe is not moved. She just throws Tara's own words back at her, saying words have power, and tells her to not bring shame upon their house before storming off. That was harsh, our girl thinks. An announcer finally asks if she's just going to give up. Tara just glares and says, I'm ready. 30 minutes later, our girl is sweaty, but she killed it. Jason is shook, muttering, I can't believe it. And just in time for the show, who should arrive but Prince Kyle and his sidekick Nick. The crowd is losing it over Tara. Wow, I've never seen someone like her. Did you see her do the sit-ups? My jaw literally dropped to the ground. They've gone from calling her a disgrace to saying you can't judge a book by its cover, and that she just might get that tall teen apology. Tall teen apology? Kyle asks, what's going on here? Nick, ever the professional, asks a random guy who just says, haven't you been watching? The guy is completely starstruck by Tara, gushing that she is dominating this round. Kyle watches, and his internal monologue is impressed? Not bad. Her posture and breathing are solid. Her pace is decent too. Nick is just, wow, your highness, she's doing pretty well. Kyle cuts right to the stats. How many sit-ups did she do? When Nick admits he just got there, Kyle sends him to find out. Nick sprints back, completely winded. She did 60 sit-ups in a minute, your highness. Nick's brain just breaks. I only do 70. How did she do 60? With her figure. She's a lady. Oh, Kyle just roasts him. Nick. What happens to those who judge their opponents by their appearance? Nick snaps to attention. You told me. They are the first to die. Forgive me, I was rash. As the round ends, Kyle gets the full report. Grip strength just under 40 kilograms, 100-meter dash in 18 seconds. He tells Nick to find out why this whole bet happened, and that he'll be waiting in the Great Chamber. 5 minutes later, Kyle is musing. She asked for a tall teen apology. She never fails to amuse. He asks Nick for his theory, and Nick guesses Madoc was just mad about the special treatment on the written exam. Kyle just stares at him until Nick gets all flustered. Why are you looking at me like I'm pathetic? Close enough, Kyle scoffs. He breaks it down like a true detective. For families got special treatment, so why target Tara? A mere baron wouldn't dare touch an Elias on his own. There must be someone else behind this. And he's right. Nearby, the sociopath Hans Button is thinking the exact same thing. He knows a baron's son couldn't pull this off. He must have an Elias behind him. He just scoffs that House Elias has both an idiot and a pig. What a joke. Ouch, Hans. Back in the arena, the announcer gives the scores. The average for this round was 250 points out of 400. Lady Tara scored 347 points. Our girl is shocked and thrilled. She turns right to Lord Madoc. As a nobleman of this empire, I trust you will keep your word. She'll see him tomorrow at 2 p.m. to collect. The news, of course, spreads like wildfire. The third round is about to begin. The interviewers take their seats. But wait, who's that? The crowd gasps. Heavens, it's Prince Kyle. Everyone is freaking out. He never makes an appearance at events like this. Tara just thinks, what is he doing here? And then, he just glances at her, grins, and taps his nose. Oh no. Our girl is horrified, thinking, he can't be serious. Is that a warning? Is he really going to take me down a peg? As the third round kicks off, Prince Kyle is getting some hot new intel whispered in his ear. Nick reports that those goons who harassed Tara, Madoc, Ravi, and Mitchell are all longtime suppliers for House Elias. And who oversees the suppliers? Oh, just the blonde idiot Jason. Kyle just scoffs that if he's managing the business, House Elias is a lost cause. Nick, ever the helpful one, asks if he should take administrative measures for the defaming of a noblewoman. But Kyle just brushes him off, saying he wouldn't punish them even if Tara begged him to. Nick then makes the massive mistake of mentioning Kyle's relationship with Lady Tara. Kyle's head twitches. Relationship. Nick immediately panics, thinking, oops, and bracing for an explosion about official business. But instead of yelling, Kyle just smiles. A relationship? Interesting. Nick is completely baffled by this reaction. Kyle then pulls out a paper, saying that young lady doesn't need his help. She managed to get the tall teen apology all on her own. Nick is absolutely shook. She what? Then why did you have me dig up all this information? Oh, Kyle just roasts him, saying the purpose of this exam is to weed out those who are dishonorable, and that in Kyle's absence, Nick should have been the one to do it. He failed the real test. His punishment? Clean the courtyard for 1 month. Nick, bless his simple heart, just beams. Gladly, Your Highness. Thank you for taking it easy on me. Meanwhile, that same intel is making its way to Tara's father. And he is not handling it well. The Count is so furious. He slams his glass down, breaks it in his hand, and yells for those fools to be brought to him the second the interview is over. He slumps back in his chair, head in his hands, wondering how, after everything he endured today, Jason could be so stupid. Why is he so stressed? Oh, because he just spent his day in Operation Act Dumb for the Empress. We get a glorious flashback of him laughing maniacally, breaking things, and generally acting like a complete buffoon. The Empress just looks at him, utterly disgusted. I imagined you to be a bit different. The grand finale? Tara told him to make sure the Empress never drags them into her schemes. So when the Empress mentions a vest, as in invest, the Count pretends to think she wants clothing. A vest? If your majesty wishes my household to a vest, we shall, of course. Oh, the second-hand embarrassment is real. Back in the present, he just sighs. It was all for the sake of my family. Back in the Thunderdome, our girl is convinced Kyle is only here to intimidate her. She's desperately trying to forget that she fainted in front of him. The royal brothers are already bickering. Prince Francis is immediately annoyed, asking Kyle, don't you have work to do? Kyle just deadpans, I do, and let's not waste time, shall we begin? Francis kicks off the debate, rambling about how the Empress initiated this and the Emperor gave his blessing. Our girl is so bored, thinking this is like a school assembly. That is, until she looks over at Kyle, who catches her staring. He's mocking her. Is he sparking my competitiveness? She thinks. 30 minutes later, that sociopath Hans Button is just dominating the debate. He's talking about benevolent rulers, the former king of Scando, and dropping knowledge on politics, economics, and diplomacy. Tara is impressed, knowing Lord Button will come out on top. She also notices that Kyle and the third prince haven't said a single word. Finally, her broody military brother, Logan, stands up. His big topic: they must improve the roads to the borders for the armed forces. It was proposed last year but wasn't approved, and now morale is low. And this is when Kyle decides to speak. Logan of House Elias, was it? The room just got 10 degrees colder. Tara thinks that was his first question today. Kyle asks how he knows all this. Logan explains he's a military academy grad and requested the assembly logs. Kyle sets the trap. The bill is being discussed again next month. What other arguments would he suggest? Logan puffs up, calling it a dereliction of duty, not to fix it. Duty, you say? Kyle asks. He asks Logan for the military budget. Logan answers, 50 million pieces of gold. That was last year's budget, Kyle corrects him. This year, we had to cut it to 45 million. Our girl, doing the math, is just baffled by the few trillion dollars that must be. Kyle lays out the real problem. The reason we haven't taken action is because of the budget. Taking this into account, give me a reason this bill should pass the assembly. Silence. Logan just got murdered by logic. Prince Francis just gives Kyle this filthy side-eye. Is it too big of a burden for you to command both the armed forces and the Ministry of Security? Are you asking because you don't know how to handle it? Kyle just smiles. Of course not, brother. As Francis keeps pushing, our girl just panics. Is he trying to put me on the spot? No. Not when anticipation is this high. Don't you dare. Oh, the debate is stuck. Prince Francis just gave Kyle a filthy look, and Kyle just smiles. He says he hears one of the candidates for the Ministry of Security showed great potential in the second round. Our girl immediately tries to hide, thinking, damn it. My Kyle continues, if it is Lady Tara. Oh, she is fuming. Did he just say and my? I wish I could smack that smartness right off his face. Kyle just lays it on thick. I trust you have some insights on military matters. Now is your chance to speak up, Lady Tara. And there it is. She knows this is how he's going to take me down a peg. The room immediately starts whispering. Oh no, I don't think she knows. How could she? Ladies have no business thinking about military affairs. Our girl's mind is racing. Brief, I'll calm down. She goes for the classic stall tactic. Pardon? Could you repeat the question? The supervisor, clearly annoyed, repeats the entire long question about the road bill. Prince Francis, her savior, jumps in saying it's understandable if she doesn't have an answer and not to feel obliged to respond. Thanks, bro, super helpful. But our girl just says, please grant me some time to think. The crowd groans. How long do we have to wait? Just admit that you don't know. Tara is in her mind palace, focus, analyze, piece it together. She has an idea, but should I mention this? Will I be able to handle the consequences? Meanwhile, Kyle is also thinking. He knows Andre mentioned her, and he knows she even saw through my intention with the knights. Someone like her, he thinks, should already have an answer. Time's up. Kyle, with maximum smugness, says, have you nothing to say, Lady Tara? Perhaps this was a bit too difficult. Let's move on. But Francis stops him. We can't move on. I need to know how you plan on passing this. Just as Kyle smirks, Tara finally speaks. The political ramification will be immense, and the assembly will have no choice but to approve of the matter. The supervisor is completely lost. I don't understand a word of this. Do you even know what you are saying? Yes, I do, she says. I've spotted signs about this in the newspapers. Internally, she's calculating the odds. The chronicles mention this, so there's an 80% chance it's happening. The odds are strong enough, she thinks. She takes a deep breath and drops the bomb. There is going to be a war. The room just stops. To be more specific, there is a high chance that we will go to war with Scandala. The room explodes. After nonsense. But Kyle just cuts through the noise. Silence. Do you have proof? Does she? She sends her butler to fetch the receipts. 20 minutes later, she's back, armed with newspapers. She lays it all out. Scandalous papers are running anti-Osirian propaganda. There's diplomatic friction over prisoners of war. They've increased their military budget, they're recruiting mercenaries, and their delegation hasn't visited in 8 months. Her conclusion, this indicates that Scandala is preparing for war. Kyle is impressed, thinking, she's quick, but if her judgments are wrong, it could be fatal. Her siblings are shook. The blonde one, Jason, is impressed but also angry and just storms out. Arya doesn't understand a word of it. And our favorite sociopath, Hans Button, just smirks. Chubby one has an intriguing mind. As Tara is trying to catch her breath, the third prince gets a little note from his mommy, the Empress, who is clearly not impressed by the Count's act-dumb routine. A new girl, Olive Benson, comes up to gush over how incredible Tara was. Tara is just suspicious. Then the results are posted. She finds her name, Tara Elios. Third scribe. Deployment location, Durban. Durban. Our girl is screaming internally. The center of the Free Kingdom conflicts. She did all this, reincarnated, lost weight, passed the exam, just to be shipped 300 kilometers away to a battlefield. Oh, that crazy son of a... She is furious. Where is she going? Straight to Kyle's palace. She marches up to the guard. I'm Tara Elios. I'd like to speak with Prince Kyle. The guard, completely unimpressed, just says, you are not on the list. Do you have an appointment? No, she snaps. I'm asking for one now. The guard, probably sighing, goes to send word but warns her he can't promise anything. She just says, I'll wait. An hour passes. Finally, a guard tells Kyle she's still here. How long has she been waiting? About an hour, Your Highness. Send her in. The guard is completely floored. High-ranking officials don't get in this fast. He looks at Tara. thinking she's got some serious attitude. Our girl, meanwhile, is just giving herself a pep talk. He wasn't as bad as I thought. Come on, think positive. I've got this. You go, Tara. So our girl marches straight into the lion's den, and Prince Kyle just looks at her, all smug, asking to what do I owe this pleasure. He immediately goes for the kill shot, smirking and asking if she's finally here to collect her 206 pieces of gold. Oh, she is fuming, thinking he really needs to stop seeing this as a joke. But before she can even get a word out, he's interrupting her, ordering tea and telling everyone to scram for privacy. She's all flustered, like, pardon, and he just deadpans that he was talking to his servants, not her. She tries to play it cool. Oh haha, of course I knew that. She then launches into a very formal apology, saying she was afraid she displeased him by bringing up the whole war with scandal thing in public. She calls it thoughtless. The prince, on the other hand, says she is wrong and questions whether her judgment is blurred. She's confused at first, but then admits that it felt like she was being nudged in that direction. Was that what he wanted all along? He admits she has a good head on her shoulders, and he figured she'd put the pieces together, but he just didn't expect her to do what she did. She's all, do what? He says he didn't think she'd try to prove it, using newspapers. Our girl just internally pats herself on the back, thinking about her old scriptwriter habits of gathering and analyzing info. Guess he was impressed. She asks him, okay, but for real, do you think a war is coming? He just raises an eyebrow, asking if she really just said all that without even being certain. Our girl immediately gets distracted by his face, thinking, why is he so damn good looking? I can't think straight. She sips her tea and admits, okay, she was 80% convinced. He wants to know what made her so sure. Well, she says, it's because of what you did. He tells her to go on. She explains that his weird request for knights plus the newspaper reports about mercenaries finally made it all click. He didn't just want knights. He needed men he could trust, since the others might be spies. Kyle's impressed, asking why she didn't mention that part during the interview. She just gives him a look, saying if anyone was going to clear up that misunderstanding, it should have been him. She's not foolish enough to speak for him. Our girl is frustrated, thinking he's always one step ahead, but figures it can't hurt to ask. She puts on her sweetest smile. Your Highness, please don't take this the wrong way, but I was thinking, maybe someone with more experience should be assigned to Durban? You know, maybe she should get more training in the capital first? He just puts his tea down and cuts her right off. He brings up her own story about little Peter, the kid who kept challenging the bully, asking if she remembers it. He says, just like Peter, you've been trained, and you've been trying to prove your worth. Isn't this what you wanted? Or, he says, have I overestimated you? Oof. She just looks down thinking, he's right. I did try to prove my worth, and now look at me. He twists the knife. If you're not up for it, just say so. No one will blame you. She is livid, thinking, what a prick. It's so aggravating when he's right. She looks at her reflection in the tea, thinks about her father, Andre, Bernard, and the fate of her family. She gulps down the tea. Kyle is visibly trying not to laugh. And then our girl just looks him dead in the eye and says, please give me the 206 pieces of gold you promised. Yes, Queen. She says, you got your chance to use me, so hold up your end of the deal. He's just baffled. Wait, 206 gold? He tries to barter, offering to tell her how long she'll be stationed there. She just cuts him off. Don't need to. I can find that out on my own. She gets up to leave, and he actually calls out, wait. He wishes her the best in Durban, calling her Miss Scribe, and holds out his hand. They shake, she says, thank you, and sweeps out of there like the boss she is. As she leaves, Kyle just thinks to himself, she's changed. A guard immediately enters, and after a quick worried chat, Kyle gives the order, we leave tonight. We cut to our girl, moping in bed. She was so sure she'd be stationed in the capital. Later that night, she hears a noise and finds a letter, slid under her door. She's just so over it. Does he really have to do this in the middle of the night? How many of his people are in this house? She opens it, and it's from Andre. The letter basically just says, haha, I can't believe you were assigned to Durban. Congrats, apprentice. Hope this makes you feel better. Am I not the coolest tutor? Our girl is just seething, calling him a freaking psycho and getting literal goosebumps. The next day, our girl is looking over a document and just thinking, wow, this is impressive. We cut to Lord Madoc, kneeling in front of a massive crowd, performing the tall teen apology. He's reading this super formal speech about how he's a noble man who has come to offer his deepest regrets and will never again tarnish the honor of Lady Tara. The crowd is just eating this up. As he's in the middle of his speech, our girl just interrupts him. "Lord Madoc," she says, "I think you need to hear this." She proceeds to tell this ice-cold story about a hunter who took his 2 loyal dogs into the woods. After hours, they finally caught one tiny rabbit. The hunter, disappointed and hungry, just ate his loyal hunting dogs. "Damn girl." She then looks him dead in the eye and asks, "May I ask where Lord Jason is right now?" A frog in a well knows nothing of the great ocean. She finishes by saying she accepts his apology, but he should really keep in mind who he chooses to be loyal to. "And don't worry about the hunter," she says. "I have plans for him." Back at the mansion, our girl's maid, Beth, is hyped. She's gushing that Tara is the first lady in history to make a nobleman kneel for an apology, and she has never enjoyed watching someone grovel so much. Our girl just smirks, telling her that's more to come. Beth thinks the show is over, but Tara clarifies that Lord Madoc was just the appetizer. Her blonde idiot brother, Jason, is the entire entree, and she is going to hunt his ass down. Beth immediately gets worried about revenge, but Tara just waves her off. This was bound to happen, and thanks to the damn prince, now is the perfect time to strike. Beth then remembers the other problem, Durban. She panics. How could he send you so far away? This just sets our girl off. She is furious, ranting that he did it on purpose to take me down a peg. She's practically screaming, "Does he think this is a joke? I wish I could just kill him right now." Beth, ever the loyal ride or die, just whispers, "Me too." Our girl immediately grabs her. "Promise me you'll never say that in public." After calming down, she gives 2 orders. Send for Bernard, and send a cup of pomegranate tea to her father's office. 10 minutes later, Beth confirms Bernard is on his way, but she has to ask, why pomegranate? "It helps lower blood pressure," our girl says. Beth is all confused. "Do you have high blood pressure?" Tara just looks down. "No, it's for my father." Just then, Bernard arrives, looking super nervous. "Are you sure about this?" he asks. She just tells him they have to go big for the impact they want. He just scoffs, asking if it can be as big as the impact she's already caused, bringing up her insane test score, the tall teen apology, and, oh yeah, the fact that she said a war will break out. Beth, in the background, just about faints. "What? A war?" Bernard keeps going, telling them all the knights are talking about it. They don't know her name, but the gossip is that Prince Kyle actually confirmed what the chubby lady said. Beth just, "Chubby." Bernard ignores her and warns Tara that she could lose the Count's trust over this. Our girl just levels her gaze. She's been assigned as a scribe. Now, he has to decide if he will swear fealty to her once this is over. Then, she leans in and whispers the plan. Meanwhile, far away in the northern plains, Prince Kyle is on a mission. His guard reports that all that war talk our girl started actually made things easier. The prince just tells him to let the Black Society be. They're hunting the 27th, a mercenary in his 50s with a scar under his eye. A local patrolman immediately grovels, saying their target is at the bar right now. The prince and his guard head in, and the bartender tries to seat them, but Kyle just says, "No. We want that table." From the back, they listen in as their target brags about a job that paid 45 gold pieces, 3 times the usual rate. He says the job was run by a sword runner, a man so cruel he still has nightmares. He explains that at first, he had no idea what they were doing. But after a few days, they arrived and found a family. They were told the family had a bounty on their heads, that they were traitors. He didn't really believe it, but hey, who'd say no to that much gold? And the whole time, Prince Kyle is just sitting in the shadows, listening. Back at the mansion, our girl and Bernard bust straight into the Count's office, right in the middle of his meeting with Jason. Jason immediately starts whining. "I told you to come after dinner. How dare you?" He sneers that she's revolting and demands to know, "How dare you ask for a tall teen apology?" Our girl just brushes him off, completely ignoring him. This, of course, makes Jason turn to father, whining, "Did you see how rude she was? That's exactly why I felt obliged to teach her some manners." Our girl is just thinking, "Manners? You were only trying to humiliate me." Jason is on a roll, ranting that joining the military is an insult to Elias, especially since it's led by that bastard Kyle, and she plotted with him to tarnish our good name. The Count just snaps. That's enough. But Jason keeps going, saying their house will be a laughingstock and he was only trying to stop her. The Count finally roars. "I said that's enough." Tara just apologizes for not telling him in advance. The Count, looking tired, says he understands her intentions. But, Durban? Jason, of course, leaps on this. "Durban? Father, we must cancel her application." That place is under a ceasefire. It's a direct insult to our family name. Our girl finally speaks. She says she worked very hard to pass and she'll only be working as a scribe. In fact, she thinks it turned out for the better. Being stationed at a military post, starting from the bottom, it's all just one step closer to fulfilling Brandon's dream. Boom. Jason flinches. The Count's entire expression changes. He looks at Tara and says, "I understand." He then asks why she really barged in and why she brought her knight. Tara looks him in the eye and says, "It's regarding the extension of contract with my knight, Bernard." The Count is baffled. "You came here for such a trivial matter?" Bernard starts to panic. "My lady." But she just whispers, "Remember what I told you." She turns back to her father. "Father." Firing Bernard was the trigger. Bernard is thinking, here she goes, as our girl asks her father if he's familiar with Heinrich's law, explaining that major accidents are always preceded by minor ones, and she's just going to build up to the grand finale. Back at the tower, the mercenaries are still gossiping about that job 12 years ago. The survivor, a 15-year-old kid, had a vicious look. One guy is trying to find pretty girls, but the other one just needs to know the name of the sword runner who hired them. Right on cue, Prince Kyle slides up to their table and asks, "What was his name?" One of the mercs, Richard, tries to act all tough, and Kyle's guard immediately just slams him onto the table. Kyle, not even blinking, repeats, "His name. The one who hired you." When the guy plays dumb, Kyle just sighs, "Take them to the base. Do whatever it takes to find out everything he knows." Meanwhile, back in the Count's office, our girl is launching part 2 of her plan. She starts her presentation, explaining the knight's boots are in poor shape and that Bernard's contract wasn't renewed because he assaulted Vice Captain Jenkins. Jason immediately butts in. "That buffoon beat up his direct supervisor. That's why I gave the order." The Count looks at Bernard, who just admits it's true. Tara just says, "Homeless to a fault." Bernard, she explains, discovered something, but never came forward. And then bestie, she unleashes the receipts. We're talking a stack of documents. 33 knights in the capital alone who lost their contracts, nationwide contract status, lists of supplies, wage discrepancies, armory inventories. And the grand finale, a list of properties bought by Jenkins and his buddies. Jason tries to interrupt. "What are you?" But Tara just cuts him off, holding up one last document. It's under the same name as the account's father. "Do you recognize this name?" "Aaron Felipe." She drops the bomb. Countess Victoria's nephew, who died 15 years ago, at the age of 5. Oh, Jason is sweating. The Count is furious. Jason starts to panic. "Father, I can't explain." The Count just snaps. "Shut your mouth. You will address me as your excellency." Jason, looking like he's about to be sick, tries to say it's just an old practice, but the Count silences him. He tells him to gather your thoughts and choose your words wisely. Jason shuffles out, looking completely defeated. Tara just thinks that even in this rage, her father is giving Jason one last chance. The Count immediately calls for his spy, Dylan, and summons everyone. Jenkins, Harold, Jerry, his attorney, and the Knight Commander. 20 minutes later, the office is a war room. Everyone is analyzing the data, detailed sources, witness testimony, House Felipe. The commander asks to dispatch troops. The Count orders troops of 30 men, and Tara is internally cheering. He's taking this seriously. While Jason trembles outside, the verdict is in, a meeting in 10 days to decide his fate. Until then, he and all the others are under house arrest. And this all stays strictly confidential. As everyone leaves, Bernard asks Tara if she'll be okay. She just teases him. Now you're worried about me?" He just blushes and looks away. Tara smirks. This is how she helps her family, gets revenge, and brings back her knight. She's not one to just sit by. She then hits him with, "So about that pledge. She's a scribe, he's getting his job back. How about bowing fealty to me?" He just sighs, "I'll do it tomorrow. I'll also make preparations to leave with you." Our girl is shook. "Wait, what?" "I'll take the pledge tomorrow," he repeats. "Please dress formally." She is giddy, promising to be a great master, and he just says, "That is yet to be seen, but I'll stand by my decision." She is so happy. "You're the best. I'm going to make you a general one day." Bernard just scoffs. "Please stop saying such absurd things," and asks if she's worried about Jason. "Oh, right," she says. "I have to go to the central bank and meet Andre. She's got a lot to do before leaving for Durban." That damn Prince Kyle. As they walk to the bank, Beth is worried her walking is indecent. Tara just rolls her eyes. "If I cared about that, I wouldn't be going to Durban." People care less than you think. While walking, she's deep in the newspaper headlines, which are all pointing fingers at Prince Kyle for using propaganda about a war. Beth is all, "My lady, you're a celebrity." Tara just sighs. They're all clicking their tongues. They finally get to the dress shop, and the mean girls are out in full force. I don't think they carry sizes that will fit her. Not even their biggest corset will do. Haha, one of them laughs. Tara just cuts them off. It's fine. Everything you said is true. She says insults from people who value appearance are just empty words. And then, the final blow. But let me make one thing clear. You three are nothing more than extras in someone else's story. Let's go. We heroines have better things to do. Oof. Mic drop. We cut to the training ground, where Bernard is kneeling in front of our girl, who's holding an axe like a total boss. He formally swears to remain faithful, and she accepts, binding them till death do us part. She is internally screaming. Bernard Smith, a man who is going to be a general one day, has pledged himself to me. Meanwhile, Prince Kyle is having a sad flashback to his mother's death, but we don't have time for trauma, because his guard has tea. He found a former employee from that mercenary office. The guy didn't remember much, but he remembered a song about an army known for their cruelty. Kyle just says, "Read it." And bestie, it's a bop. Mercenaries have no conscience. They'll do anything for money. It then lists their greatest hits. Destroying villages, slaughtering civilians, killing a man and his family for suspecting corruption, and, oh yeah, slaughtering an illegitimate child in hiding and his entire house. Kyle asks for the name. No one knows, the guard says. They are simply called the Cursed Ones. Kyle, looking absolutely murderous, just commands, find out more about them. He's thinking, I only wish for them to still be alive so that I can get my revenge. Back in her room, our girl is reading the newspaper, which basically says, "Scandalous started a war, got their butts kicked, the end." But then she sees it, interestingly. Lady T of House Elias expressed her theory on the likelihood of a war. She just groans. Could they have made it any more obvious that it was me? Just then her mom, Isabel, shows up, all worried about Durban being dangerous and having terrible weather. Tara just brushes it off. Don't worry, I'll be back in no time. But her mom says the Countess told her it's difficult to get assigned to a different post. Our girl is just fuming. Why would she say that to my mom? She immediately switches to comfort mode, lying that the assignment is only for a year, but she can get transferred in 6 months if she proves herself. Her mom just begs her to just give up now, saying all she wants is for her to live an easy life. Tara puts on her best angelic face and gives this huge speech about being cooped up for 7 years and wanting to do something with my life. Her ultimate goal is to serve the Empire and maybe succeed as the head of the house. As she's saying this, her internal monologue is like, it's not that I want to, it's that I must get into the palace. That's the only way you and I will survive. This, of course, makes her mom burst into tears. You're all grown up now, which makes the maid start crying. Tara just looks at Beth embarrassed. Why are you crying? Beth just sniffles that it was very touchy. The cryfest is interrupted by Beth remembering her actual job. The Count requests your presence at breakfast. Mom immediately panics, but Tara is just done. I can't avoid him forever. Besides, I have a favor to ask. At the breakfast from hell, the Count starts with this super dramatic speech about how his lifelong dream for House Elias to lead the royal family was, alas, only a dream. He admits he never thought everyone, except Arya LOL, would pass and that this whole exam was just a test to motivate them. He warns them to remain neutral while in the palace. Then, he turns to Tara. He says since Logan is also in the Ministry of Security, it seems unnecessary for her to go. Our girl, with pure determination, just says she's not pleased, but she accepts the decision, and she will never have started if I plan to give up so easily. The Countess, of course, has to chime in. What could you possibly have to do in the palace with that physique? But then, the unthinkable happens. Chloe speaks up. It is her decision to make. If she wants to take the job, we should respect that. Tara is shook. Chloe just looks at her. Only time will tell who the real winner is. Tara, Jason, and the Countess are all just staring, mouths open. Tara's just thinking, if looks could kill. She ignores them and asks her father if he has time for her after supper. Jason, of course, tries to butt in. Father, what about me? The Count just yells, silence. I will see you in 7 days at the meeting. And then the final blow. He tells Logan to take over Jason's job. Jason just crumbles. After breakfast, Chloe corners Tara. She admits she let Jason's little humiliation plot happen. But I have to recognize the effort you made. You did your best, all on your own. Tara's just thinking, why is she being so nice? And then Chloe apologizes. It was wrong of me not to stop Jason. I apologize. Tara is floored. Chloe's maid then shoves a gift at Tara, saying perhaps it can be of use in Durban. It's a badge? Beth immediately freaks out. You don't know what this is? She explains this blue eagle emblem is the most top-tier gift ever. It's a VIP pass that will open the doors to any shop in the Empire and let her take their best products for free. Tara's just like, oh, really? Beth is horrified. Show a bit more enthusiasm. This is extremely rare. We then cut to the Count's office. He asks why she wanted to see him. Our girl just smiles. I have a small favor to ask, and also a rather large request. So our girl is in her dad's office, and he asks about her large request. She's not asking for money. She's asking for a scholarship from the family pharma company for an exceptionally talented person she knows. The Count is a little skeptical, asking if this person has even studied raw materials. Tara just says, trust me, this person is more than qualified. I'm sure you'll like them. This actually makes the Count get all emotional, clutching his hands and saying he wishes he'd known her potential earlier, or he'd have given her a better education. He even offers to pull strings in the palace to get her out of that Durban post, insisting it won't affect their neutral stance. But our girl shuts that down hard. She says any position he gets her now will be trivial, and she didn't sign up for this only to do trivial work. She appreciates the concern though, father. Oh, he is so happy with this answer. He agrees to talk to Dr. Oliver about her mystery candidate, but says he'll follow the doctor's wishes if he says no. So he asks, what's the small favor? She just smiles. It's about a servant named Niels and that Peter boy. Later, our girl is on the stairs with Beth, when someone shouts, get out of my way. Beth nearly tumbles down the stairs, just barely catching the handrail. And guess who's at the top, glaring? Yup, Jason. Tara immediately gets in his face. He grabs her. You little brat. How dare you plot against me? He squeezes her arm, asking if she has no sense of self-preservation. Beth panics and says she'll call for help, but Jason just yells, go ahead. I'll push this cow down the stairs in the meantime. Oh, cow was the wrong word. Tara is furious. She just tells Beth, go to my chambers. Now. Beth, recognizing an order, just bolts. Tara turns to her dear brother, and he just snaps. I refuse to recognize a fat cow like you as any sister of mine. She asks if he really thinks he can get away with this, but he just scoffs. I have nothing left to lose. Nothing you do can scare me. Our girl just smirks. I disagree. I bet you still have quite a bit left to lose. As Jason is just standing there confused, we cut to Beth tearing through Tara's room. She's remembering Tara's master plan. If Jason ever tries to harm me, bring this item. Not only will it protect me, it will also protect Mother when I'm not around. Beth finally finds it, thank goodness, and sprints back to the stairs. Beth arrives just as Jason is yelling, what are you talking about? Tara just says, I have a present for you. Take a look. She holds up a key. I set up a secret safe under your name at the Imperial Central Bank. She hands it over. Here is the key. The passcode is power. Don't forget. Jason is just baffled. This, she says, should serve as a reminder. She tells him exactly what's in that safe, the names of the judges you bribed and how much you gave them. Oh, his face. He tries to save face. No one will ever believe you. They won't have a choice once I show them this, she replies. He snatches the key and storms off. But she's not done. And one more thing, she calls out, there is another key, meaning I have a copy of everything. So don't waste your time trying to dispose of the evidence. He is shook. I'll be leaving in 2 days, she says. But my mother will be staying. If anything happens to me or my mother, the hidden key will be used. You understand me, don't you? He demands to know who has the key, but she just says, no. I don't think I will. He calls her bluff, but she just leans in. Is that so? I've never been one to bluff. She slams her hand on the wall right next to his head. So remember, leave me, my mom, and all of my people alone. Got it. And she just walks away. Jason is left on the stairs, just seething. That little. Beth, of course, is fangirling. You were so calm and confident. But our girl is shaking. Phew, that cold look in his eyes nearly gave me a heart attack. She admits she was terrified, since she didn't have her Axe or Bernard. This life is tough. She just thinks, once this is all over, she's gonna find myself a good man and live happily ever after in the countryside. As this whole staircase drama unfolds, we see the broody brother, Logan, watching from downstairs, just judging everyone. His internal monologue is basically, how shallow of them. Meanwhile, the blonde idiot Jason is having a full-on villain meltdown in his room, screaming that he will not let that nasty little thing get away with this. Just as his tantrum peaks, we cut to Master Andre opening a box. Inside is a key and a letter from Tara, your most precious apprentice who passed with high scores. The absolute nerve. She thanks him, admits his work was impressive, and then asks for just one more favor. Andre's eye just twitches, wondering if Audacity is her middle name. The letter is pure blackmail. The key is for a secret bank safe. If Jason hurts her mom, Andre is to take the evidence inside straight to the Ministry of Security. Our girl learns fast. She finishes by calling herself his official apprentice and then gives him fashion advice, telling him to please tone down your makeup. Andre just smiles. Is this a new form of mutiny? Oh dear. He immediately orders his men to keep an eye on the mother of my chubby apprentice. The next day, Bernard hands our girl a small axe. He says he heard about yesterday and thought she might need it. It's a dual blade, light, and easy to carry. Our girl's first, most important question, why is it pink? Bernard just blames the blacksmith, who apparently heard for a lady, and went full Barbie. He starts blushing while explaining how to strap it to her calf, but she just cuts him off. Save your breath. I got it. She's never seen a hatchet for self-defense, but Bernard explains it's more fatal than a dagger, and he's sure she can handle it. Our girl is genuinely touched. No one has ever given her a gift out of pure concern before. She gushes, I'm so touched, Bernard, and immediately vows to drive this hatchet through his head if Jason threatens her again. Bernard is, understandably, horrified. Don't ever do that. That's not the kind of master he wants to serve. If she absolutely must bash someone's head in, he instructs her to do so with the blunt of the axe. Killing, he reminds her, is my job. She laughs it off. Relax, it was a joke. She tells him to loosen up, but he just ignores the joke entirely and tells her to stop messing around. It's already noon. So they're walking through the streets when our girl's appointment at the Kingdom Royal Cuisine gets delayed by an hour. She's starving and suggests they eat. Bernard immediately goes into drill sergeant mode, lecturing her about binging versus starving and muscle loss. She snaps that she didn't plan to skip breakfast. She was just stressed, had nightmares, and overslept. He just scoffs. Did you ever eat small portions? As they're bickering, Beth spots some familiar knights. Our girl looks over and yup, it's Kyle's guards. He must be inside. She just groans. Why does he have to eat here? I can't stand him. A creepy robed figure immediately pipes up from the background. What's the matter? I happen to like him. The person greets her. Well, look who we have here. Long time no see, PG. Our girl just thinks, damn it. Inside, Prince Kyle is having a very tense lunch with his family. His guard, Nick, is internally losing his mind. This is Countess Diane, Kyle's only cousin, and the only one who can walk all over him. We also meet her poor, stressed-out husband, Count Philippe. Diane is in full-on mom mode, telling Kyle to eat your onions. He glares. She pinches his cheek. What's with the frown? She asks, reminding him he's still my little cousin. Her husband is mortified. Darling, please refrain. While Kyle just grunts, get your hand off me. Diane just claps back. What, are you going to kill my entire family for breaking protocol? Kyle admits he could. She just scoffs. But I'm afraid my parents have passed. And I have no children. There is no one to kill. Kyle is so annoyed. He asks how long they're staying. Only a week, Diane says. Ah, little cousin, she coos. Are you disappointed we are living so soon? Kyle snaps. Stop calling me that. We are not kids anymore. Diane just pouts and then roasts him for being too strict with his knights, dragging poor Nick into it. Nick, sucking up for dear life, insists it's an honor to service His Highness. Diane just tells him to stop sucking up and immediately pivots. So, when are you two planning on having kids? Her husband just chokes on his banana order. Kyle just smirks. It must not be easy for you, Felipe. 10 minutes later, Diane looks out the window. Goodness, look. I think those people are in trouble. Kyle looks over and just, oh no, that's my scribe. And yup, outside is our girl and Bernard, right in the middle of their fight. Kyle, ever the gentleman, tells Nick to escort the Count and Countess out. His cousin Diane just asks if he's really going out there. He gives her this little smile, saying not to worry, he's not how I used to be. She's relieved he's strong now, and immediately asks Nick if that's his scribe. Nick confirms our girl is the new third scribe. Diane naturally points to the hot, well-built knight, Bernard. Nick has to awkwardly correct her. No ma'am. The plum lady with red hair is the scribe. Diane just lights up. How interesting. She's impressed, noting Tara looks very brave and doesn't seem scared at all. Her husband even says Tara is the only other lady as brave as his wife. This makes Nick stare at Diane and have a total lightbulb moment. Their appearances are miles apart, but they have the exact same aura. Outside, our girl is also confused, thinking there were only 3 of them when she fell through the wall. The goons, however, are thrilled. I told you there was a redhead piggy and a man with an axe. Tara just sighs, annoyed that the huge crowd is just watching. She admits only a fool would step up, and she was no different before. Bernard, ever the professional, steps in front. He tells her there are too many, and her safest bet is sticking next to me. Right on cue, the thugs charge, repping the Lactone gang. Our girl whips out her tiny pink axe, asking, "Why don't I fight with you?" Bernard actually agrees, saying it wouldn't hurt to practice. He asks if she's ready. She nods. He gives the order, "Stay right behind me. If they attack you, defend yourself." Beth, naturally, starts panicking, so Tara just shoves her into the crouch position between them. The thugs surround them. Bernard immediately starts coaching. Remember formula number 1. Stay low and aim for the legs. Tara, clutching her axe, just thinks, why is this life so difficult? The goons, of course, spot her weapon. She's holding an axe, and it's pink. Bernard tells her to ignore them. They need to strike first. He adds, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Our girl's heart just melts. How touching. 10 minutes later, the fight is still raging. Kyle's guard asks if they should step in, since the city guards are still 5 minutes out. Kyle just says, "Hold for now." He's busy analyzing Bernard's form, noting he's fast and accurate, but staying close to protect her. He then looks at our girl, thinking she moves surprisingly well, but he's confused. Why isn't she using the blade? He realizes Bernard isn't using his blade either, making this basically hand-to-hand combat. And just as he's analyzing, a thug lands a solid punch on our girl. Oh, bad move. Kyle immediately draws his sword and steps in. His guard is shook. Is he going to step in? Kyle knocks the guy flat, roaring, "How dare you punch my scribe?" Tara is just baffled. "What are you doing?" "Thank me later," he snaps. 5 minutes later, the alley is just a pile of groaning thugs. Beth is gushing over Bernard being her knight in shining armor, while Tara comforts her. She turns to thank Kyle, who is already in peak smug mode. He explains he rarely steps in to help anyone but made an exception for his scribe. He's helped her twice now. She must feel very honored. Our girl thinks he is absolutely taunting her. She gives him the most sarcastic bow ever, thanking him for his boundless generosity. He just scoffs, "As long as you know." Oh, but she's not done. She claps her hands, teasing him that he mostly just spoke at the end, and if he'd actually helped sooner, she'd have the utmost respect for him. He just snaps, "That's enough," accusing her of holding a grudge over Durban. She just levels her gaze, saying she won't change my decision and will achieve great things and be back in no time. "Be my guest," Kyle replies. "But our girl is on a roll. You seem to wear many hats, Your Highness." She lists his whole resume: beggar, commander, knight, interviewer, and today, a golden boy. He's just a golden what? She just means he looks more dressed up than usual, like a man about town. He actually corrects her. "Prince about town, you mean?" She just shrugs, saying she needs to train harder. But Kyle just stares at her. That's strange. He says her goal is to be head of house, but something doesn't add up. The fastest route for that is internal affairs. The fact that she insisted on the Ministry of Security, despite the risk, means she has an ulterior motive for working under me. He leans in. "Am I wrong, Miss Scribe?" Our girl starts sweating bullets, thinking, is he seriously bringing this up right now? Kyle is not buying it. He says he knew she wasn't like other noble women, but told her to be discreet. He normally doesn't question his subordinates, but his hunch says he shouldn't let his guard down with her. Tara tries another excuse. She's just not cut for internal affairs. Kyle just scoffs. Nonsense. He's been analyzing her since Lockton Road. He knows her goal is to be head of house, and for that, internal affairs would have been the wiser choice. Tara pivots again, claiming she didn't think she'd be able to survive all the power plays and conflicts in there. Bestie, a helpful narration bubble, literally pops up to tell us that internal affairs is difficult, but the Ministry of Security is extremely difficult. Kyle knows it too. "I can tell that you are lying." He points out she deliberately chose the hardest path. He even brings up her personality, reminding her she's not the type to throw caution to the wind. He then goes for the kill, Durban. He even offered you a chance to turn it down. Her exam scores were good enough to go anywhere, so her decision does not make sense. Now tell me, he demands, why you really want to work for me. Tara tries one last time to dodge. It's for a very personal reason. I have no obligation to disclose it to you. Oh, Kyle does not like that. His face goes cold. He reminds her he has helped her twice, but that doesn't mean I've granted you permission to do whatever you wish. He leans in, his voice low. Only spies are enemies. Lie and hide the truth. Our girl is visibly taken aback by the sudden proximity, thinking he's suddenly treating me like an enemy. Right on cue, her knight in pink axe providing armor steps in. Is everything all right, my lady? Kyle snaps. You back off. But Bernard holds his ground. Lady Tara is my master. I do not back off when his master is in danger. Kyle just roasts him, saying a knight who can't properly assess the situation is always the first to die. He then calls for Walter, and suddenly, all of Kyle's guards have their swords drawn. Tara immediately shoves Bernard back. Stay out of it, Bernard. It's too dangerous. She thinks he's loyal yet so reckless. She steps between them, telling Kyle he's only trying to find out my intention and that she's sure he doesn't want anyone to get hurt. Right, Your Highness. Kyle is impressed by her composure but tells Bernard his behavior is only putting your master in danger. Tara finally has to pull rank. Bernard, please step aside. It's not wise to pick a fight you cannot win. I'm your master, aren't I? Listen to me. Bernard, clenching his axe, finally, backs down. Kyle dismisses his guards and just says, "Follow me, Miss Scribe." While they leave, Beth is outside absolutely losing her mind at Bernard. How could you pull your axe out in front of the prince? You could have put us all in danger. But Kyle's guard, Nick, actually defends him. He says it is a knight's duty to protect his master, and that she is lucky to have such a loyal knight. He even mentions that Bernard got injured while protecting you ladies. This, apparently, is brand new information for Beth, who just bursts into tears. Nick is completely shocked. Beth wails that she was so scared Tara would get hurt, and then she saw Bernard get wounded right in front of me. She actually kneels in front of him. Are you all right? Let me see how bad it is. Bernard, blushing furiously, tries to brush it off. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Beth just snaps. You are not fine. You are bleeding. Kyle's other guard, Walter, just looks at Nick in deadpans. We should leave those two alone. Yes, Walter. Yes, we should. We cut back to our girl, now sitting at a table with the prince. She's ready to talk. I applied for the Ministry of Security for 2 reasons. Kyle just says, 2 reasons, you say? Before I start, she says, you should know I'm a true merchant's daughter. Oh, he gets it immediately. So what? You want something in return? That's correct, she replies, promising nothing but the truth. Kyle just scoffs. He doesn't care if she lies. He trusts his judgment, not her words. Our girl points out that this is a bit unfair, since he could just decide her truth is a lie. Kyle calls this an act of mercy. Why? Because if he truly saw her as an enemy, he'd just skip to the torture part. Our girl just sips her tea, so you are giving me the chance to explain instead of torturing the information out of me. Exactly, he says, but warns her that if he finds any inconsistencies, he may yet resort to torture. She just thinks he throws that word around way too easily. So she calls his bluff. You are drawing from a false premise, Your Highness. He asks if she means she's not my enemy. If I were, she shrugs, you would have known by now. She's just a good citizen who has no reason to be tortured or explain herself. Kyle actually concedes a little, admitting she doesn't seem to have ulterior motives. He makes the deal. If he determines she's telling the truth, I will pay you the price you deserve. Very well then, our girl says. There are 2 reasons. The first is, there is someone who poses a threat to my family. Kyle just asks, is that so? Yes, she says, looking him dead in the eye. And that someone is you, Your Highness. Oh, his face. He actually frowns. Am I a threat? Interesting. He says he wasn't expecting an answer like that. Tara confirms she means exactly what I said. He will be the biggest threat to her family. In the near future. Kyle just asks, have you lost your mind? Tara insists she's speaking directly so he won't misinterpret. If he thinks she's lying, she's a spy and her life will end in the dungeons. Go on, he says. She lays it all out. He's illegitimate but second in line. If Prince Francis is unable to take the throne, Kyle becomes emperor. And she's concerned because he's illegitimate. He's intelligent and exceptional, but his life has been tough and it will continue to be tough. Kyle snaps, just because I let you talk. She asks, should I stop? No, he says, keep going. Now I'm curious to see how far you'll go. Our girl just lays it all out, explaining she wants to work under him because he is her biggest enemy. She immediately backpedals with an awkward laugh, saying she does not mean it in the literal sense. Her real plan? Keep her enemy close to deter undesirable events. Kyle is so over this drama and just tells her to get to the point. She explains that her siblings got into the palace through special arrangements, which is a massive weak point for the family. She foresees them getting dragged into the royal power struggle, and she believes he will be at the center of it all. Therefore, he is the riskiest person, and she had to apply to the Ministry of Security as a way to prevent this crisis. Kyle's internal monologue is just intrigued. No one has ever called him illegitimate and a threat to his face, and surprisingly, it hasn't upset him. He just smirks, asking if she's being delusional. She says no, and Kyle agrees with her. He flat out admits he is an illegitimate child, second in line, and a threat to many people. He knows nobles are scared to back him. He then gives her this terrifyingly intimidating smile, admitting that when his enemies find out his true intentions, they will not spare him. Our girl is visibly curious, but as Kyle notes in his head, she's afraid of knowing more. He smirks, thinking she looks like an ordinary teenager, and asks for the second reason. Reason 2? She expected less corruption in his ministry, feeling promotions would be based solely on performance. Why? Because she can tell by looking at its leader. Kyle just scoffs, telling her, don't bother with flattery. She just grins, asking if she made it too obvious, but insisting she means it. He just looks away, muttering that it's expected of my position, and finally asks what she wants in return. Our girl pivots, saying she would like to ask him a question first. Kyle, in his head, notes how desperate she looks, as if her days are numbered. He agrees, correctly guessing she wants to know why he sent her to Durban. He gives her 2 reasons. First, he always sends my men far away when they have potential, and a conflict area is a good place to learn. Second, he needs someone willing to work, not just play politics, and he sees her as exactly that. He even admits her whole speech was more than enough reason to dismiss her, but he's still interested in seeing what you can do. Now, he says, what do you want? She stalls, well, maybe in 8 months. He's spent too much time here and tells her to get to the point. Her big request: if a man comes to visit him at the palace, he must meet with him. Kyle immediately deadpans, asking if the man will be an assassin. Our girl just says that's a terrible joke. He asks who it is. She says she cannot tell him, but promises he is not an assassin. Kyle is annoyed, asking if he needs to meet with everyone who claims she sent them. Our girl's eyes light up at a secret code. Her brilliant idea is dynamite. He just repeats, dynamite. She beams, explaining it's the name of my favorite weapon, something that flares up. He just sighs that he does not like your choice of code, but it is noted. He then offers her some of the tea to take to Durban. Her internal monologue is just, I didn't like the tea. He then smirks, saying it's a relief that you didn't faint today. As he walks her out, he tells her to apply some ice on that brow, noting the bruise from the punch won't fade for a while. Our girl just thinks, is he a sadist or what? He clearly knew I didn't like the tea. As she's leaving, Beth runs up. Tara complains her head hurts and asks for a mirror. Beth immediately starts nagging her about the fight, saying she's leaving tomorrow and carrying a weapon only brings trouble. Tara just snaps, telling her to stop nagging and hand me a mirror. She looks at her reflection and lets out an absolutely blood-curdling scream, horrified that she talked to Prince looking like this. Beth's weak, you don't look that bad is a pathetic lie. Tara is horrified, asking Beth why she did not tell me. She wails that she looks like a blowfish, and her eyes are super swollen. She pokes her face, much. Oh, so it does hurt. We cut to the restaurant, where our girl is meeting with that nervous waiter, Josh Lucas. She's offering him a scholarship from her family's pharma company. He asks what happens if he does not get selected. She says she will sponsor him herself. He asks why she thinks so highly of him. Her internal monologue is blunt. She cannot tell him that he will become a famous physician who will help her get promoted. Instead, she plays the merchant's daughter card, saying they seek talent. His research, even in a small science journal, is impressive. He's super timid, saying it was just my own research and he's not formally educated. He thinks it's too good to be true. Actually, she says, there is one more favor. While she's in Durban, if he completes his research and uses the medicine, he must do so in the name of House Elias and report directly to her superior, Prince Kylemeon. Josh is shook, asking how could I dare meet the prince. Our girl just thinks, you did it in the book, you little punk, surprised at how timid he is. She calms him down, saying it's only if he succeeds and if she's not there. He asks if she truly believes his research is that useful. She insists it's truly groundbreaking. She then tacks on one last request, some of that stomach medicine for Bernard in Durban. Josh agrees. Outside, Bernard is not happy, asking her to please stop using my stomach as an excuse. Tara just apologizes, saying she ran out of excuses and will ask for his permission first, next time. He then asks why she's so invested in this Lucas fellow. She just says he's important to both the company and herself. Bernard is clearly confused. The narration leaves us an ominous note, saying that back then she could never have imagined the double-edged sword Josh Lucas would become. Bernard is, understandably, very curious about that waiter. He asks about the wolfsbane herb, immediately assuming she's into poison now. Our girl has to correct her knight. No, not the poison. The root. She explains that Josh is going to discover that this root, when applied to the skin, acts as a local anesthetic. Bernard is absolutely shook, realizing that if this is true, it will be groundbreaking. Tara just smirks, knowing it's a huge opportunity for the family business, and honestly, she desperately needs someone with his talent. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Prince Kyle is getting his own report. Nick confirms Tara met with the chef, Josh Lucas, in the staff lounge for 30 minutes, but they couldn't hear the conversation. Kyle just says if this Josh fellow keeps popping up, they'll need to keep a close eye on him. Nick then confirms the Durban transfer is ready, and asks if they should still keep her under surveillance. Kyle says yes, the reports from her are important, but so are the reports about her. And then, he drops the big one. From now on, Nick is to refer to her as Scribe Elias. Nick is floored. He immediately starts worrying, saying Durban is a bit harder than the other posts, and that she's a woman with a heavy build. Oh, Kyle gets intimidating. He roasts Nick alive. Use your head for once. He snaps that they select recruits, not by their looks, but on their capacity to fulfill their duties. Nick's punishment for being a superficial idiot? 6 hours of spar training. And the fool actually thanks him for being more lenient than last time. Kyle, left alone, mumbles, poor kid, and flashes back to his conversation with Tara. He remembers her brushing off his family drama, saying everyone has their own story to tell, and that she has a pretty unbelievable story myself. He also remembers her formal apology for being rude about Durban, claiming she couldn't see the bigger picture. Kyle just smirks. I wouldn't go so far as to say I saw the bigger picture, but I'll let you believe it. Back at the mansion, our girl is busy building her own little army. She hands Niels a school admission letter and tells Peter he'll be training with a new axe sergeant. Niels is stunned. I'm a servant. Tara just lays down the law. Any citizen can enroll. The count approved it, and he has morning classes, but he'd better not neglect your work. His real job? He's her new spy. He's learning to read and write so he can send me reports on the state of affairs at House Elias, from an objective standpoint. He's worried he cannot do it, but she reminds him he was willing to take the blame for her. Of course, I trust you, she says. I consider you one of my people. Niels is so touched he's about to cry. This emotional moment is, of course, interrupted by Peter piping up. What about me? Tara tells him to train hard and not to fight with the other boys. Peter just looks at her bruised face and asks, what happened to your face, though? Tara immediately puffs up. Oh, this? A wound of honor, and is about to brag about her new pink hatchet when Arya bursts in shouting, you should come to me if you have something to say. Tara just sighs. As you can see, I am in no shape to be wandering about. Arya sees her sister's swollen, purple face and just bursts out laughing. She's literally wiping away tears. Gosh, this is just too hilarious. She even waves her fingers. Can you even see how many fingers I'm holding? You are even uglier than before. Tara just waits for her to finish and deadpans. You'd better knock it off if you want your gift. Arya stops. Cold. A gift. She immediately gets defensive. Are you trying to call off our deal? You promised to set me up with Prince Kyle. Tara just shrugs, explaining she cannot do it from Durban, but promises to set them up when she gets back. Arya, pouting, says, fine. I guess I'll take it. Tara, in full-on big sister mode, just says, try again. Arya, through gritted teeth, finally says, yes please. The gift? A very rare book that will help her capture the heart of any man. Arya is immediately annoyed. The book's not even about Prince Kyle. He appears in Volume 4, Tara says smoothly. She explains it has detailed profiles and interviews of all the hottest noblemen in the Empire, and the author? Oh, just one of Prince Kyle's closest servants. Arya is hooked. She asks when Tara will be back, and Tara says, I plan to come back in 6 months. Arya is stunned. What? How? They say it takes at least 2 or 3 years. Our girl just turns away with a mysterious smile. I just have a feeling. As Arya leaves, Beth asks, Do you have a plan, my lady? I sure do, our girl says, showing her the promotion criteria list. She points right to item number 4, special promotion. It's granted for outstanding performance or a special contribution to the Empire. And the best part? Whoever receives a special promotion may request a post transfer. Beth starts to argue. But my lady, there isn't. But Tara just cuts her off. You should know me by now, Beth. I'll make it happen. We smash cut to 2 months later. Our girl is in the middle of a brutal training session with Bernard. He finally calls it, all right, that's enough for today. But Tara, looking all shiny, breathing easily and already noticeably slimmer, just grins back at him. Let's keep on going. I'm having fun. We open this leg of the tour back in the capital, where the third prince, Joseph, is busy digging for skeletons in Prince Kyle's closet. And honestly, it's not looking good. His guard reports that there's barely any dirt on our favorite icy menace, except for one brutal incident years ago where an entire village was slaughtered during the Empire's weakest moment. But here is the juicy part. They suspect a connection between Kyle and those Cursed Ones mercenaries we heard about earlier. You know, the lovely folks who behead generals and slaughter illegitimate children for coin. The third prince is absolutely delighted by this potential scandal, practically grinning as he realizes Kyle is probably desperate to erase any evidence of his involvement. He decides it's time to call in the big guns, Lord Hans Burton. We get a little flashback to a year ago to see exactly what kind of snake we're dealing with. Hans introduces himself to the prince with a smile that screams, I framed my own brothers for patricide to become the head of my house. Because he literally did that. Hans gives the prince some terrifyingly smart advice. Sell off the state-owned land in the west to trusted nobles, but keep zero profit for himself. Why? To buy their loyalty and look like a benevolent saint while the crown prince spot is still empty. He tells the prince that as long as they stick together, everything will eventually be theirs. Back in the present, Hans finishes his work early to meet the prince, and even the guard escorting him gets the creeps, thinking that while the man is humble and competent, there's something unsettling about him. Trust your gut, guard guy. Run. Meanwhile, our girl has finally arrived in Durban. It's the westernmost point of the Empire, a 3-way standoff zone between Osiria, Khan, and Pataro. It's been a conflict zone for 20 years, which is just a fancy way of saying everyone stares at each other aggressively but nobody actually shoots. Tara is settling in and finally gets a letter from her double agent in training, Niels. And oh, the tea is hot back at the Elios mansion. First off, the blonde idiot Jason was grounded for a month, confined to his quarters like a naughty toddler. He's allowed out now to work at the palace, but Daddy Dearest has banned him from touching any family business. We love to see it. Then there's Logan, the broody brother, who's thriving at the Ministry of Security. Chloe is working at the palace but hates it, and little Arya? She's apparently in her cottagecore era, taking writing lessons, going on picnics, and, wait for it, actually reading books. Tara's influence is terrifyingly effective, but the cutest update? Her mom and dad are having tea together every 2 weeks. Our girl's plan to save the family is actually working. Niels also sends a newspaper, and the headline is a banger. Prince Kyle has moved 30% of the forces to the Khan border, completely ignoring the fact that the budget was denied. The nobles are screaming defiance, but our girl just folds the paper with a smirk, impressed that he actually made his move. But Tara doesn't have much time to admire Kyle's tactical genius because her workload is absolutely insane. Her maid Beth starts listing off Tara's duties: conflict management, post-conflict restoration, intelligence, travel docs, supply chains. She counts 8,000 tasks. Yes, 8,000. Beth is spiraling, asking how one person handles all this, but Tara just asks for a sandwich. Priorities. Beth tries to nag her about her health, mentioning the harsh climate, the military training, and the aggressive dieting, but our girl just pulls the classic "I can't hear you" move and leaves the room. Later that night, we find Tara and Bernard crouching in the bushes on a stakeout. They're waiting for an informant who has ghosted them 3 times in a row. Bernard is livid, asking if they're supposed to wait here all night for a prank. Tara admits she needs to verify the report herself because she doesn't have enough support to send anyone else. Bernard, clearly worried under all that grumpiness, asks why she's pushing herself so hard. She flashes him a tired smile, joking that maybe the higher-ups just trust her abilities too much. But Bernard isn't laughing. He points out that crying would be a healthier reaction at this point. Tara explains the method to her madness. She wants a special promotion in 2 months based on outstanding performance. The problem? Durban is too peaceful. No war means no glory, so she has to scrape together points by doing every single menial task, including hunting down flaky informants in the middle of the night. 2 hours pass. The informant is a no-show. Bernard is now at the I-will-rip-out-his-tongue stage of anger. Tara just sighs, marks it as a bust, and decides she needs to investigate this further to squeeze out a few extra promotion points. We jump forward 2 months to September. Tara and Beth are walking through town, and our girl casually mentions that Matilda, the butcher shop owner, is about to close down and leave. Beth is confused. Matilda hasn't told anyone yet. Tara just shrugs. She keeps tabs on everything and everyone in this town. If it can help her get back to the capital and save her family, she needs to know about it before it even happens. Beth immediately panics, because apparently, she made a bet with Tara that Matilda wouldn't leave, and she is not ready to lose her hard-earned cash. Tara, ruthless as always, reminds her that no one forced her to bet. Beth tries to argue that Matilda and her husband made up and he even gave her flowers, so everything must be fine. Our girl, however, is playing 4D chess. She points out that Matilda has a black eye, meaning the abuse is getting worse. The flowers? A cover-up. Tara explains the real clue. Matilda has started accepting common currency instead of local Durban coins whenever her husband isn't looking. Why? Because her parents live in a resort town 5 hours away where everything is expensive. She's secretly saving up to run away. Beth is devastated, not for Matilda, but for her wallet. She begs Tara to let it slide just this once because she's saving up for a dress shop. Tara, with zero hesitation, puts out her hand. Hand it over. Beth immediately pivots to flattery, and oh, she is laying it on thick. She starts gushing about how Tara has lost so much weight, how she's absolutely stunning, calling her a beautiful young lady with sparkles in her eyes. She is practically throwing compliments at Tara like confetti, hoping it'll distract her from the debt, but Tara is immune. She just admires Beth's desperation but demands she keep her promise. However, our girl isn't a total monster. She offers Beth a way to pay her back. When we get to the butcher's, they arrive at the shop, and Tara puts her plan into motion. She orders a huge amount of meat for the consulate staff. The butcher lady says it's too much to carry at once, so they'll have to split the delivery. Beth, following the script, lies and says they're renovating the meat locker so they can't store it overnight. The butcher lady suggests her husband deliver it tomorrow morning. Tara immediately shuts that down by saying she will pay the delivery man directly using local currency. The butcher lady pivots, deciding her son can deliver it before work instead. Bingo. As they walk away, Beth is confused. Why lie about the meat locker? Beth guesses that she needed the meat delivered in the morning specifically, reasoning that morning meat is fresher. Tara looks at her, amazed, and says, "Incredible, that I hadn't thought of that." Translation: Beth is wrong, but it was a cute guess. Tara promises to reveal the real reason tomorrow if everything goes to plan. The next morning, the trap springs. We see a guy shivering outside the gates with huge bags of meat. It's Paul, the butcher's son. Tara walks out, and Paul recognizes her immediately. Why? Because our girl is famous. Rumors have spread that the Count's daughter is efficient, fair, cheerful, and most importantly, no longer the depressed, stuttering girl she used to be. Tara offers to help him carry the meat, but he refuses. She looks at him, drops the friendly act, and goes for the throat. Tell me, Paul, why did you file those reports and never show up? Paul freezes. He tries to play dumb, but Tara lays out the receipts. She compared the handwriting on the butcher shop's purchase orders to the anonymous reports filed at the office. They are identical. Paul tries to argue that lots of people have similar handwriting, but Tara points out that he also recently requested a transfer. He's the first person to request one since she arrived, and his name kept popping up. She corners him completely. What you did could very easily be classified as filing false reports. The punishment is a fine or jail. Paul is terrified. He begs her to pretend this never happened. Tara stands over him, cold as ice. I'm sorry, Paul, but I can't. This is a rare opportunity for me to earn extra points, and I don't want to give that up. Our girl is securing that promotion, one blackmailed butcher at a time. She demands to know why Paul filed the report 3 times and then ghosted her. Paul finally cracks. He admits that at first, he just wanted the reward money, but the report itself wasn't fake. He reveals the tea. The military officers stationed here have been sneaking out of the base every month to get absolutely wasted in town. Tara realizes the gravity of this immediately. Drunk officers in a conflict zone? That is a disaster waiting to happen. She asks why he didn't report it to the capital, and Paul points out the obvious. The local officers check outgoing mail. If they caught him snitching, he'd be dead meat. Literally. Tara does the math and realizes there are at least 10 people involved. She promises him anonymity, but Paul is sweating bullets. He tries to back out, begging her to pretend this never happened because he's scared of being labeled a snitch. But our girl didn't come all this way to leave empty-handed. She shakes her head, telling him that now that she knows, she can't turn a blind eye. She decides to play her ace card. She reveals she knows exactly why he needs the money. He and his mother have been secretly saving up to run away from his abusive father. Paul is shook. He asks how she knew, and Tara explains that she noticed he was hoarding Durban currency instead of common coins, a classic move for someone trying to leave the province unnoticed. She makes him an offer he can't refuse. She'll pay him for the information right now, in Durban currency, so he can leave immediately. Paul realizes he's been outsmarted by the scariest administrative scribes in existence, so he caves. He hands over the list. Inside, Beth is still confused about Tara's 4D chess moves. She asks why they had to lie about the renovating meat locker excuse earlier. Tara explains it was all crowd control. If she had asked for Paul directly, he would have gotten suspicious and bolted. She needed to corner him when his guard was down, adding that this is all she can say for now. Beth looks at her like she's a wizard, realizing that our girl is playing a completely different game than everyone else. Beth then hands our girl another letter, but this one isn't from a spy, it's from her science project, Josh Lucas. And it is good news. The shy researcher writes that Tara's suggestion to use a rare fruit from Barambat was a total game changer. He's sending her a batch of the new medicine for Bernard, plus some herbal tea for her fatigue. Tara feels a momentary pang of guilt for taking credit for his work, knowing the original idea was technically his in the novel. But she shakes it off. She needs this win. She needs every win if she's going to save her family from execution. Beth notices Tara looking stressed and tells her she's working too hard. She asks if becoming the head of the house is really worth all the suffering. Internally, Tara admits that even with all this work, the chances are slim. But if she doesn't do it, everyone dies. She forces a smile and tells Beth that maybe she does need a backup plan and orders a massive platter of meat. Emotional eating? We stan. Meanwhile, miles away, things are getting ugly. The narration reveals that war has officially broken out. Skandava attacked, eager to redeem their loss from 5 years ago. It was a brutal ambush that killed 30 soldiers and burned 2 bases to the ground. We cut to Prince Kyle's command tent, where the vibes are atrocious. Kyle has managed to stabilize the front lines, but he knows this ambush wasn't bad luck. It was a leak. Someone is selling their secrets to the enemy. His guard, Nick, comes bouncing in with a report, acting like a golden retriever who missed his owner. Kyle just glares at him, asking what is wrong with him during a literal war. Nick sobers up and delivers the intel. The leak didn't come from the Black Society. It likely came from one of the other shadow organizations, Dark Shadow or the Scorpion. Kyle orders a purge of the high-ranking officers' communications and tells them to rewrite their entire strategy. But before Nick leaves, he hands over one last report. A report on Scribe Elios. Kyle takes it, probably expecting to hear she's fainted again or cried about the food. Instead, the report describes a machine. It says she works late into the night, covers shifts she hasn't even been assigned, trains like a demon, and finishes 3 days' worth of work in a single afternoon. It adds that she never uses her gender or status as an excuse. As Kyle reads this, a small, genuine smile spreads across his face. His guards, Nick and Walter, watch in absolute terror. They start whispering to each other, wondering if the prince is sick or if the stress has finally cracked his brain, because seeing him smile like that is honestly the scariest thing they've seen all day. Still traumatized, Kyle's guards exit the tent. Nick immediately turns to Walter and asks if he saw it too, that rare, creepy smile. Walter agrees, noting that Kyle isn't exactly the type to share his feelings, which is the understatement of the century. Nick decides this is his moment to shine, but Walter immediately checks him, asking if he actually understands Kyle's 4D chess move regarding the Black Society. Nick, sweating, pulls the classic slacker move. You go first, and I'll tell you if you're wrong. Smooth, Nick. Very smooth. Walter sighs and does the heavy lifting. He explains that the Black Society has a strict code. They never aid the Empire's enemies. So if a branch like the Scorpion leaked intel to Skandava, they've gone rogue. Kyle is leaking info to test the head of the Black Society, basically forcing him to clean up his own mess. Nick nods enthusiastically, claiming he knew that all along and that Kyle is lucky to have geniuses like them. Walter pats him on the back, telling him not to push himself too hard to impress him, which is a polite way of saying, "Don't hurt your brain, sweetie." Meanwhile, deep in the basement of the Drunken Dragon pub, the Master of Shadows himself, Andre P., is piecing the puzzle together. His subordinate reports that they've detected suspicious activity from the Scorpion branch. They've been chatting up high-ranking military officers, confirming Andre's suspicion that the leak came from inside the house. Andre realizes that Orlando, the head of the Scorpion branch, has gotten bold. Too bold. He suspects Orlando has a powerful backer because he was never this foolish before. Then, the report mentions the location of the Scorpion's base, Durban. Andre's eyes light up. Durban? What a delightful coincidence. That is exactly where his chubby apprentice is stationed. His subordinate asks if they should keep an eye on Lady Tara, assuming she might be a target. But Andre has a much darker, more mentor-like idea. He decides to assign this dangerous mission to her. He rationalizes that since Tara is new to the game, the Scorpion members won't recognize her. She is the perfect undercover agent to find the ledger, the record book that will prove who is pulling the strings behind the treason. The subordinate asks what happens if Prince Kyle finds the ledger first. Andre just smiles and says, "Then we are doomed." No pressure though. Andre gives one final, cryptic order. He tells his man to prepare the loaded water for everyone on the mission, except Tara. He wants to test her. If his intuition about her is correct, she will realize she needs it and ask for it herself. If not, well, good luck, girl. We jump to October 1st, also known as the day Tara thinks she's winning. Our girl is in the carriage with Bernard, heading to the base for the big interrogation of the drunk officers. She is in high spirits, calculating her points. If she nails this report, she'll be over the 300-point threshold needed for a transfer back to the capital. She is feeling so good that she starts singing a song about gotta go at the top of her lungs. Bernard looks like he wants to jump out of the moving carriage, asking what that hideous noise is. Tara apologizes, blaming her internal monologue for leaking out, but she doubles down on the optimism. She mentions the beautiful weather, the sail she found on a cloak, and declares she has a good feeling about today. Rule number 1 of Manoir survival: never ever say you have a good feeling. Right on cue, Bernard spots someone galloping toward them in a panic. It's Paul, the butcher's son. Tara hops out, asking if the interrogation plan has been compromised. Paul drops the bomb. The officers are gone. They are missing from the base entirely. Tara realizes the gravity of the situation immediately. In a conflict zone, a missing high-ranking officer is a massive security threat. It's no longer a simple disciplinary issue, it's now a missing persons case handled by Central Headquarters. She explains that once they are found, they'll be shipped straight to the capital for investigation. They won't be returned to Durban for months. Tara stands there, processing the disaster. No interrogation means no report. No report means no extra points. And no extra points means she is stuck in Durban. She looks at Bernard, completely defeated, and sighs that her good feeling was apparently just a hallucination. We jump forward to late October, 9 months into Tara's deployment. And bestie, the glow-up is real. We are on the training grounds where Beth is practically drooling over Tara's progress. She gushes that Tara has lost over 40 kilograms total and looks absolutely stunning. Beth, being the typical noble maid, suggests she lose just a little bit more so she'll look skinny in a dress. But our girl shuts that down immediately. She reveals she is sitting at a healthy 60 kilos and she is done losing weight. She tells Beth that she needs muscle to swing that axe, not a fragile frame. Beth tries to argue that her thighs are looking a bit thick, but Tara cuts her off with the line of the century: thighs are sexy. She immediately backpedals, realizing that probably sounded scandalous, but she stands her ground. She didn't do this to impress anyone. She did it to survive. We stan a body-positive queen. But despite the physical gains, mentally, Tara is hitting a wall. She's in the middle of a sparring session with Bernard, and she is totally zoning out. Bernard is trying to teach her how to choke someone out, casual Tuesday activities, but Tara is busy drawing circles in the dirt with her foot. The problem? The math isn't matching. She's been busting her back for months, yet she's stuck at 250 promotion points. She needs 300 to pick her transfer location. She realizes that at this rate, she isn't going back to the capital anytime soon, and the optimism from 6 months ago is crashing down hard. Bernard finally snaps. He stops the training and tells her he has had enough. He looks her dead in the eye and tells her to pull herself together. He reminds her that he pledged his loyalty to a master who was determined, not one who mopes around kicking dirt. It's the tough love slap in the face she needed. Tara realizes he's right. She dragged him into this. She asked for his loyalty, and now she's acting like a loser just because things got hard. She slaps her own cheeks, shakes off the gloom, and promises him she's back in the game. Just as she's getting her mojo back, Sergeant Bruno arrives from the security office. He's here for paperwork, but he's also here to spill some tea. He notices Tara working like a maniac and makes a weird joke about her working like a man running from a cheating wife. Bruno read the room, but then he drops the real intel. He mentions that a thief was recently caught burglarizing a house in town. To try and cut a deal, the thief claimed he had information on those 2 captains who went missing months ago. Tara's ears perk up immediately. Bruno explains that the thief claims he saw the 2 missing men in a residential building with a hidden chamber. The security team tore the place apart but found nothing, so they assumed the thief was lying to save his own skin. The thief tried to argue that all the houses in that neighborhood looked the same, so maybe he got the wrong door, but the guards dismissed him. Tara, however, sees the golden opportunity flashing before her eyes. Missing officers plus a hidden chamber equals massive promotion points. She looks at Bruno with a shark-like grin and offers her services to search the neighborhood again. Bruno asks why on earth she would want to do extra work. Tara just smiles, telling him that if she finds those missing captains, she might finally get the score she needs to get the hell out of Durban. The hunt is back on. She is staring at a missing persons poster for those 2 captains like it's a menu at a Michelin star restaurant. The sergeant tries to temper her expectations, basically saying, "Don't get your hopes up, bestie, they're gone," but Tara isn't listening. She sees the reward is 100 gold pieces, which is cute, but what she really sees is those sweet, sweet promotion points. She immediately tells him that if there's no other way, they're just going to have to search every single residential house again. She volunteers her night, the consulate staff, and probably her own soul if it means getting out of Durban. But before she can start kicking down doors, chaos erupts. A messenger rushes in with an official notice, and Tara immediately pales like she just saw a ghost. The sergeant asks what's wrong, joking that she looks like she just heard war broke out. And, well, awkward silence. Tara just stammers that war has broken out. The kingdom of Skandava invaded back in September. It's an official notice from the commander-in-chief, Prince Kyle himself. The sergeant hits the roof, shouting that it's impossible, and snatches the letter. And then, her big brain spots the problem. She holds up a second piece of paper that just arrived. The first notice is dated September 2nd, announcing the invasion. The second notice? It's dated October 2nd, literally a month later, announcing total victory and the end of the war. Our girl is getting severe emotional whiplash. The war started and ended while they were just chilling in Durban. It was supposed to last 3 months in the original novel. She starts doing the mental math, and it is terrifying. In the book, the alcohol prohibition law is lifted right after the war. If the war is already over, that means the timeline is speeding up like a Ferrari with no brakes. She thought she had 3 years to save her family from execution. Now she realizes she might only have 1. She is internally screaming, realizing she has to get her but back to the capital immediately. And if that wasn't enough stress for one morning, the letter drops another bomb. Commander-in-Chief Kyle Muir will be making unannounced visits to the local units to offer his gratitude. The sergeant turns pale, realizing that unannounced means they need to be in a constant state of perfection starting now. Meanwhile, over at the front lines, Prince Kyle is preparing for the victory parade by ditching it. He tells his guards he's making the trip himself, and naturally, everyone wants to join the cool kids road trip. His guard, Nick, our favorite golden retriever, immediately pipes up, asking about his spot in the carriage. Kyle just looks at him and ruthlessly orders him to take the loot back to the capital and explain to the Emperor why his son is late. Nick is devastated. He practically falls to his knees, whining that he was stuck running errands during the war and didn't even get to fight, so he's ashamed to face his comrades. He begs Kyle to let him tag along, promising to work quickly and quietly. Kyle, clearly enjoying this way too much, deadpans that if Nick keeps his mouth shut, he'll consider it. Nick lights up, thanking him profusely, until Kyle cuts him off, turns to his other guards, Walter and Chris, and says, "Let's go." He leaves Nick standing there in the dust, probably crying. Savage. While Kyle is playing mind games with his subordinates, we cut to the shadows. A man named Leonard Bench is lurking outside the Elias mansion. He's a first-level messenger for the Black Society, and he gives us a little internal monologue explaining the hierarchy. Basically, he's a big deal, and Tara is Andre's fourth apprentice. He seems intrigued, wondering what Andre sees in this girl since all the previous apprentices either died or got shipped off to nowhere. He slips a message into a delivery, acting all mysterious. Cut to the next morning, and our girl is suffering. She is hungover, head throbbing, having a full-blown existential crisis at the breakfast table. She's spiraling, thinking that if she resigns now, she'll never get back into the palace to save her family, but she's stuck in a dead-end job in Durban. She's just about to faceplant into her eggs when Beth rushes in, holding a cloak. Beth is freaking out, asking the question of the century, "My lady, did you know about this?" She pulls a letter out of the cloak's pocket. It's from the Black Society. Beth swears on her life that the pocket was empty last night. Tara's hangover vanishes instantly. She stares at the letter, the color draining from her face. If Beth didn't put it there, and it wasn't there last night, that means an agent of the Black Society got close enough to touch her, slip a letter into her pocket, and vanish without her or Bernard noticing. She shudders, realizing her enemy was right in front of her face this whole time. Tara goes full Ice Queen. She asks Beth, her voice trembling with rage, if this is how she repays her trust. Poor Beth doesn't even understand what's happening. She looks terrified, stammering that she would never harm her lady, but Tara isn't having it. She snatches the cloak away, shouting that she doesn't even want to think about what would have happened if that pocket had contained poison instead of a letter. Beth immediately dissolves into tears, sobbing that she would never put poison in her cloak, but Tara just glares at her. Her internal monologue is warring with itself. She knows she's being harsh, but she also knows that nice gets you killed in this family. She needs Beth to be terrified, so she'll be careful. She tells Beth that from now on, she won't eat any food Beth brings or wear any clothes she touches. This breaks the poor maid. She drops to her knees, begging for forgiveness, sobbing so hard she's shaking. Tara, seeing that the lesson has landed, drops the bomb. She points out that the letter wasn't there yesterday, which means Beth left the cloak unattended. Beth admits she did. Tara sighs, asking for the play-by-play. Beth explains that when she went to get water this morning, 2 servants, Jack and Cook, were rolling a water drum and offered her a fresh sip. So, naturally, she left the cloak on a table in the hall to get a drink. Tara just stares at her. Bestie, you compromised the security of the future head of house for a sip of tap water? Tara realizes immediately that Jack is the mole. He managed to stay hidden this long, but now he's blatantly exposing himself? That means the Black Society wanted her to know. She looks at Beth, who is still a puddle on the floor, and delivers the "with great power comes great responsibility" speech. She explains that her trust makes Beth a target, and one careless move could get them both killed. Beth, looking determined through her tears, swears it will never happen again, and excuses herself to go check the other dresses. Once she's alone, Tara opens the letter. It's short and to the point. Come to the stable immediately. But her brain is already dissecting the delivery method. Why reveal Jack now? She grabs her cloak and heads out, ready for an explanation. At the stable, she finds a man in a black cloak lurking in the shadows. He's thinking she is awfully young to be Andre's apprentice, but Tara cuts right to the chase, asking if he's her contact. He hands her a letter from Master Andre. And oh, Andre is feeling petty today. The letter is basically a guilt trip, saying that since he's been so kind as to accept all her requests, it's time she actually started acting like an apprentice. He complains that she would have started sooner if she wasn't stuck in Durban, but better late than never. The cloaked messenger, who introduces himself as Leonard Bench, explains that they are working on a case she can learn from. Tara reads further and laughs. Andre's letter gets incredibly personal, ranting about his previous ungrateful apprentices who ran away, and asking if she plans to abandon him too. He practically pleads with her not to be an ungrateful lout. Tara just looks at Leonard and asks, "So, how many of them ran away exactly?" Leonard sighs, admitting it was about a dozen. Tara giggles, noting that the master has quite the temper, but Leonard wisely pleads the 5th, saying he has no idea what she's talking about. Tara drops it, but then narrows her eyes. She senses the paranoia in Andre's letter and asks Leonard point-blank if he was sent to keep an eye on her so she doesn't run away too. Leonard gives a polite, corporate answer, "I've been asked to assist you." Tara immediately sees through it. She realizes that's exactly why they exposed Jack, to keep her on a leash. This makes Leonard freeze. He has a sudden flashback to his meeting with Master Andre, where Andre predicted this exact moment. Andre had asked, "Do you think she realized that Jack is one of ours?" and laughed, saying she didn't need to be a genius to figure it out. Leonard stares at her, Thinking to himself that it is exactly as Master Andre predicted, she is already thinking one step ahead. Tara notices him gaping at her and gets smug. She warns him that if he keeps staring, she might get the wrong idea. Leonard snaps out of it, stammering, "What?" Tara laughs, teasing him by asking if she looks different than he expected. Maybe she lost weight, but she didn't think she was that gorgeous. Poor Leonard bows, frantically apologizing and explaining he's just never seen an apprentice so young. Tara laughs, telling him to just admit she's gorgeous, but then gets down to business. She summarizes the mission. The Scorpion Group, a rival shadow organization, has a base in Durban. Her job? Find it. How? Look for the Scorpion tattoo on their wrists. Since the Scorpions know all the main Black Society agents, they need a fresh face to sniff them out. Enter Tara. Leonard confirms this is correct, but Tara isn't satisfied. She points out that exposing Jack was a power move, but she feels like something is off. The Scorpions aren't stupid. They'll know the Black Society is hunting them. Leonard explains that Andre doesn't care if they know. By the time they figure it out, it'll be too late. Tara is still skeptical. She tries to weasel out of it, saying she feels like something isn't right, and honestly, she's too busy trying to earn promotion points to play spy games right now. She tries to tell Leonard she'll start her duties after she gets back to the capital. Leonard just coughs, looking awkward. He says Andre instructed him to say something specific if she tried to refuse. Tara asks what it is. Leonard looks her dead in the eye and says, 130613, JK. Tara freezes. That is the code for the secret bank account. The one holding all the evidence of Jason's bribery. The one Andre promised to keep safe. He is literally holding her blackmail material hostage to make her do her homework. She screams in frustration, shouting that the men in this world are just too f***ing cunning. Leonard calmly adds that if she refuses the mission, the contents of that secret safe, and all her leverage, will be handed over to the second-born of the house. That means Jason, her enemy. Our girl is internally screaming. She realizes she didn't just shoot herself in the foot, she handed the gun to the enemy. Leonard flinches, noticing that Tara's rage she actually reminds him of the Master. Maybe that's why he picked her? Toxic recognizes toxic. Tara forces herself to calm down because spiraling won't save her bank account. She puts on her best fake smile and laughs, claiming she would never refuse an opportunity to learn from the Black Society. She is so grateful. Leonard, strictly business, pulls out a map. He points to the Durban Royal Club, Wise Clubbing. Tara almost bursts out laughing at the name. Wise Clubbing? Really? But she spots the word royal and sighs, asking if she's meant to use her status as a noble. Leonard confirms it. This is a place where nobles gamble, drink wine, and pretend to talk politics, so they need a VIP pass. And congratulations, Tara. You are the only noble member of the Black Society in the area. Tara accepts her fate but has one question. What exactly did the Scorpions do? This mission feels less like spy work and more like an investigation into the Ministry of Security. She demands to know what Andre is hiding from her. Leonard tries to play the it's in your best interest not to know card, but Tara isn't buying it. She starts connecting the dots out loud, making Leonard sweat. She figures that if knowing the truth is a disadvantage, it must conflict with her day job. She's currently working for the military. If this mission goes south, the Black Society might win a game, but she would lose her standing with the military. She gets right in Leonard's face, asking what happens if she gets caught. Should she act like it's a coincidence? Leonard stays silent, which Tara takes as a yes. He finally crumbles, sighing that the chances of her getting caught are minimal since it's normal for nobles to socialize there. Tara hates this. She realizes the Scorpions must have annoyed both the Black Society and the military, and she is the lucky double agent stuck in the middle. She asks what exactly she is looking for, and Leonard gulps. He repeats the magic words, 130613, JK. Tara is furious. That code is basically Andre's way of saying, shut up and do as you're told. She curses, thinking men are just too cunning. Leonard clarifies that she just needs to find someone with a tattoo, and that the Master's order was actually polite. Tara sarcastically clasps her hands in prayer, thanking her dear Master for this lesson in exploitation. She agrees to the mission but sets the terms. They can't meet at the residency, so she tells him to bring his team to the 3 Cups a Day tea house tomorrow at 1 o'clock. She also confirms that Jack, the traitorous servant, will be their liaison. As she storms off, Leonard is left thinking that appearances are deceiving. She definitely earned her spot. Later, at a restaurant, Tara breaks the news to Bernard. She spins it as needing to repay Master Andre for his help. She expects Bernard to be worried or lecture her about safety, but our favorite knight surprises her. He just nods. saying he'll come with her. He analyzes the mission calmly. Searching for a wrist tattoo is low risk, and since he'll be there, she won't be in danger. Tara just stares at him, swooning a little. She thinks, I like his confidence. He truly has the bearing of a future general. The next day, the team gathers at the tea house, and Leonard gets straight to business. He hands over a surveillance report on wise clubbing that reads like the rules for a very expensive, very illegal daycare for rich people. It's nobles only, obviously, and requires mandatory participation in thrilling games like bingo. The memberships go all the way up to diamond, but here's the kicker: drug use isn't just allowed. It's fashionable, so Leonard warns her not to drink anything. Tara is disgusted, ranting about how messed up the nobility is. The room full of cloaked criminals just stares at her, confused. Their internal monologue is loud. Aren't you a noble too, bestie? The meeting wraps up, and we get a masterclass in stealth. Because nothing says we are a secret shadow organization like matching cult robes at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. I'm sure the Scorpions will never spot them. Leonard explains the real issue. The Scorpions are expanding fast, which means they have money. And in the underworld, money means a powerful backer. Tara rubs her chin, analyzing this. If a powerful noble is backing a criminal syndicate, the syndicate must be offering something unique. Something dangerous. She asks Leonard what their specialty is. Leonard glances around nervously, leans in close, and whispers, "It's in the name." Tara blinks. "It's in the name?" She thinks, wow, cryptic much? She starts brainstorming. Scorpions. They sting. They have poison. She looks at Leonard, mouthing the word poison. Leonard nods gravely and slides a small pouch across the table. Tara groans. If Andre sent her here knowing they deal in poison, he wasn't just giving her a mission. He was testing her intelligence. Again. Then the mood shifts. Leonard looks at her and asks the million-dollar question. Why does a noblewoman want to be an apprentice in the Black Society anyway? He realizes he might have crossed a line, but Tara looks him dead in the eye, the playfulness gone. Because I have to survive, she says. I want to live. Leonard is stunned into silence, realizing this isn't a hobby for her. Leonard explains the poison pouch. He clarifies that it's not exactly a cure-all antidote. It just helps the body resist the poison long enough for her to find a real doctor. Basically, it buys her time to not die immediately. How comforting. Tara is internally screaming. First the drugs at the club, now poison? This internship is getting way too dangerous. Leonard, perhaps sensing she's about to bolt, tells her she's free to run away if she's scared. He promises Andre won't hunt her down because that's just the kind of chill guy he is. Tara admits she wants to run, but she refuses. She tells Leonard she is going to show Andre that she is different from those dozen runaways. She knows this is a test, and she plans to ace it. Leonard looks genuinely surprised by her grit. He hands her a second pouch to keep hidden inside her cloak, telling her to use it if she sees someone with a tattoo or if things go south. He claims the chances of a base being there are low, but we all know that's a lie. Cut to November 3rd, the day of the operation. Beth rushes into the room, shouting that prohibition has officially been lifted, but she stops dead in her tracks when she sees Tara's outfit. Our girl is wearing a high-necked, long-sleeved dress with a hat that covers half her face. Beth is horrified, telling her she looks absolutely ridiculous. Tara, however, thinks she's a genius. She argues that the hat hides her red hair and the dress makes her blend in. Beth isn't buying it, roasting her by saying that if anything draws attention, it'll be how hideous her attire is. She asks if Tara is heading to a funeral. When Tara explains she's going to a social club, Beth almost faints. She begs to do Tara's makeup, saying she needs to doll up now that she's lost weight, but Tara shoots her down. She jokes that she's already stunning, and if she wore makeup, the line of admirers would be too long to manage. Beth looks completely baffled, and Tara sighs, asking for the newspaper. She reads the official decree. The war is over, victory is declared, and booze is back on the menu. But Tara's internal monologue is spiraling. The war ended too fast. Her transfer request was denied. She realizes she only has about a year left before her family is doomed. She decides right then and there that if she can't get transferred, she'll bribe her way back to the capital by requesting a leave of absence. Bernard is waiting downstairs, and he asks if she has her axe. She confirms she does, along with the 2 pouches from Leonard. Then, in a shocking twist, Bernard looks at her funeral outfit and says she looks nice. Beth whispers to Tara that something must be wrong with his eyes, and Tara agrees, saying she'd love to discuss beauty standards with him later. Leaving Beth with a promise of beef for dinner, they head out. At 3 p.m., they arrive at Wise Clubbing. The security is tight, but Tara flashes a platinum membership card that cost her 50 gold pieces. She is internally weeping at the price, annoyed that Andre didn't give her an employee discount. Inside, the club is a sensory nightmare: loud music, thick smoke, and shady people. Bernard shouts over the noise that he'll stay in the hall to observe, so he doesn't look suspicious, while Tara checks the floors. She starts scanning wrists on the first floor, but finds nothing. She moves upstairs, wandering through the haze, but still no scorpion tattoos. An hour later, things are getting weird. Tara and Bernard are regrouping in the hallway, but they are both wobbling and blushing furiously. It turns out the smoke in the club is definitely not just tobacco, and our dynamic duo is getting a severe contact high. Tara giggles, slurring her words as she asks why they exposed Jack if the mission was this easy. Bernard, also looking a bit glazed, insists it only feels easy because they haven't found anyone yet. He reminds her she was sent here because only nobility can enter. Tara laughs, agreeing that it's great to have an easy mission, but complains that the place smells terrible. She's rambling about the extreme vibes when suddenly, her eyes snap into focus. She stops mid-sentence, her expression shifting from tipsy to crazy. She spots it. A tattoo. The tension in the room finally breaks when a gambler flips a table, screaming that he lost everything before storming out. Bernard, ever the responsible dad, tells Tara to stay put while he investigates. He returns 10 minutes later with the most underwhelming news ever. It wasn't a secret criminal tattoo on the guy's wrist. It was just a massive, unfortunate birthmark. They stand there in the middle of this shady den, and suddenly, they start giggling like two high schoolers sharing a secret. Bernard tries to act tough, telling her to wrap it up, but he's fighting back laughter too. It's weird, but Tara pushes the strangeness aside when she remembers the house rules. They have to play at least one game before they can leave. Tara hits the tables, strictly reminding herself of Leonard's warning: do not drink the water. Everything here is drugged. She throws the dice, aiming to lose quickly so they can sneak out unnoticed. But the universe chooses chaos. She wins big. She is confused, wondering if this is beginner's luck, but Bernard leans in, sweating bullets. He whispers frantically that she needs to lose to avoid drawing attention. She agrees and moves to the card table, promising to throw the match. But her main character energy is malfunctioning. She picks up her hand and stares at a perfect straight flush. The ace of spades is practically winking at her. She is internally screaming. Why is her luck peaking when she actually needs to fail? Just as she's staring at her unwanted winnings, Bernard leans in again. "My lady," he whispers, looking pained. He admits he's feeling nervous. Tara, even in her giggly state, knows exactly what that means. She roasts him immediately, reminding him that the nickname 10 times a day isn't for show. She tells him to go handle his business and not to rush, because a constipated night is a useless night. Bernard looks mortified and sprints for the bathroom. At that exact moment, a waiter arrives with drinks. Tara watches him through the haze and realizes he is the only person in the room not laughing. She focuses hard, and as he sets the glass down, there it is. A black scorpion tattoo on his wrist. Bingo. She folds her winning hand and follows him through a discreet side door. She finds herself in a garden with chest-high grass, but the guy is gone. She sighs, realizing the pattern. Terrible things always happen when Bernard goes to the bathroom. His bowels are basically a harbinger of doom. She decides she can't wait. She pulls out her purple powder and dusts the door handle, a toxic trail of breadcrumbs for her knight to find, assuming he survives the toilet. She creeps into the tall grass, spotting a small barn house nearby. She figures that must be the liquor storage, or if her instincts are right, the scorpion's secret base. She starts sneaking toward it, but then pauses. She knows exactly how this goes in horror movies. The girl who investigates alone gets taken out first. She decides the smart play is to hide near the entrance and wait for backup. She finds a nice spot next to the barn and creeps toward it, but she's not stealthy enough. "May I help you?" a voice asks from right behind her. Tara freezes. She thinks, well, I'm screwed. A chill runs down her spine, but our girl refuses to panic. She decides to use the environment to her advantage. She spins around, grinning wildly, and holds up a random piece of paper she grabbed from her cloak. "Huh. I found it," she shouts, slurring her words on purpose. The waiter looks confused, asking what she's talking about. Tara puts on the performance of a lifetime. She sways on her feet, acting completely wasted, and claims her platinum membership card got carried away by the wind. She laughs that she's so lucky she didn't lose it, trying to sell the image of a dumb, drunk noblewoman. The waiter isn't buying it. He asks how she got out here since it's a restricted area. She giggles, saying she was thirsty and was looking for water, but she actually loves it out here because the fresh air is sobering her up. Internally, she is praying he falls for the drug-addled idiot routine. She sizes him up and notices his arms are way too muscular for a waiter. A tattoo would suit him perfectly, and yup, she confirms the scorpion is right there on his wrist. She decides to bail while she still can. She wobbly walks past him, announcing she's going back inside to win 20 more gold pieces. But the waiter calls out, "There's water in the storage. Wait a moment." Tara nervously declines, saying she doesn't want to bother him, and tries to walk away faster. But he shouts, "Ma'am, I said I'll get you some water." Tara stops dead. Did he just call her ma'am? She is only 18. Deciding there is no point in keeping up the act, she whips around, genuinely offended, and snaps, asking what he just called her. The waiter is confused by her sudden aggression and shouts back, asking what's wrong with calling her ma'am and demanding to know who she really is. Tara snaps that he has too many questions, but before she can sass him further, he closes the distance and presses a blade against her neck. "Hands up," he hisses, "right now. Unless you want to lose your head." Tara slowly raises her hands, cursing internally. She was just trying to buy time. Where is Bernard? Is he reading a magazine in there? The waiter sneers that they have a lot to talk about and guides her toward the barn with the knife. Tara tries to laugh it off, insisting she has absolutely nothing to say to him, but he shoves her inside the dark storage room. The door slams shut, and thinks the only thing she can think. Damn it. Now I am seriously fucked. Meanwhile, Bernard is frantically scanning the club, terrified that he's going to find his lady hanging from the rafters if he doesn't hurry. Meanwhile, inside the murder closet, the scorpion waiter locks the door and grabs a chair and a rope. He gives her the standard villain monologue, sneering that she should just confess so he can spare her life. Tara is visibly unimpressed. She tells him that's so typical, and besides, she's destined to die in a year anyway due to the original plot of the novel, so she might as well die here. The guy pauses, genuinely confused, asking if the drugs have scrambled her brain. Tara laughs, admitting the drugs are strong, but she's lucid enough to ask the important question. Is he alone? He flinches but confirms it's just the two of them. Tara smiles. She starts mentally reviewing Bernard's self-defense classes. She remembers that men instinctively protect their crown jewels, so that's a no-go. His eyes and neck are too high for her reach. Armpits? Too awkward. That leaves one target, his feet. She slips off her shoes for maximum stealth and cheerfully tells him that him being alone is great news. She darts forward, whipping her tiny pink axe out from under her skirt. She smashes the blunt end of the weapon right onto his foot. He screams, grabbing his crushed toes, which brings his face down to her level. She immediately uses the blunt side again to uppercut him right in the chin. He curses at her, calling her a crazy bitch, and manages to land a jab on her back. But as she crouches, she spots an opening. She scrambles behind him, grabbing his hair and dragging him down into a headlock with the blade pressed against his throat. He struggles, but she tightens her grip, choking off his air supply until he stops thrashing and slumps to the floor, unconscious. Tara drops him, panting. She sits on the chair, trembling as the adrenaline fades. That was terrifying. She admits to herself that if Bernard hadn't taught her how to fight, she would have died right there. She checks the guy's arm and confirms the scorpion tattoo. Bingo. She decides to get the hell out of there, but when she tries the door handle, it won't budge. She rattles it, confused, because she watched him lock it from the inside. Behind her, a manic laugh breaks the silence. The waiter is awake. He cackles that the door locks from the outside too. She is trapped in there with him. Tara storms over, shouting that silence is golden, and demands to know where the key is. He plays dumb. She decides to play hardball. She tells him she's going to count to 3, and if he doesn't talk, she's chopping his foot off. She raises the axe, gritting her teeth. 1, 2. He screams that he really doesn't have the key and couldn't get out even if he wanted to. She swings the axe with a terrifying 3, and smashes the wooden floor mere inches from his toes. She sighs internally. She knew she couldn't actually torture him. She doesn't have the stomach for chopping off limbs. Outside, Bernard finally spots the purple powder on the handle of the discreet door. He rushes toward it, praying his lady can hold on a little longer. Back inside, Tara realizes that criminal organizations always have an exit plan. She lies down on the floor and shoves her fingers through the gap under the door, smearing more purple powder on the outside as a signal for Bernard. She stands up and glares at the waiter, demanding he show her some respect since she's older than she looks. She starts analyzing the room. She points out that he locked the main door knowing he couldn't open it from the outside, which implies there is another way out. She gestures to the far wall. Every other wall in this cramped room is lined with barrels, but that one wall is completely bare. The waiter looks nervous. Tara grins, realizing she's right. There's something hidden behind that wall, and she is going to find out what it is. Our girl is done playing nice. She examines the suspicious crevice in the bare wall and smirks, realizing this is classic villain architecture. She bangs on the wall, telling the waiter that for a secret organization, they really aren't that subtle. He's sweating bullets, insisting he doesn't know anything, but Tara just sighs. She tells him he is a terrible liar and it would be better for his health if he just confessed. When he still refuses, she steps closer, swinging her little pink axe with chaotic energy. She cheerfully warns him that she won't intentionally aim at him. But hey, her grip is slippery. Who knows if it'll land on the blade or the handle. That does the trick. He screams, cracking immediately, and points to a hidden vent behind some barrels. Tara moves the barrels and finds the mechanism, asking how it works. He grits his teeth, clearly hoping she's stupid, and tells her she just has to push it with her hand. Tara pauses right before touching it. She steps back to her hostage, grabs his bound legs, and drags him toward the wall. He panics, asking what she's doing, and our girl delivers a lesson in survival. She explains that a wise acquaintance once taught her never to be overly confident. If she sticks her hand in that dark hole, there is a solid chance she's pulling back a stump. She decides she's too young and pretty to lose a limb today. Despite his protests that it's safe, she uses his feet as a human battering ram to push the vent. And lo and behold, the bare wall slides open to reveal a secret room. The waiter screams that she's a pain in the ass, and Tara just grins. Holy crap, she actually found the secret base. Meanwhile, outside, Prince Kyle is playing 4D chess with his team. Walter reports they've found 2 ledgers so far, but they're old news. Just historical records of secrets sold to other countries. Kyle isn't satisfied. He asks about the other bases, and we learn he's coordinating a massive, multinational raid with the Duchy of Khan and the Kingdom of Barum. He is systematically dismantling the entire Scorpion network in one night. They confirm that the Scorpions use these ledgers to blackmail high-ranking officials, which explains how they haven't been caught in 4 years. Walter confirms that one of the active ledgers has been traced back to a specific social club. Kyle's eyes narrow. He orders Walter to take charge and tells Chris to rally the troops. They are heading to the club now. Back in the basement, Tara drags her hostage into the secret room like he's an oversized piece of luggage. She tells him not to look at her like that. She can't leave him outside where he might start screaming for backup. She scans the room. It's a dead end, lined with heavy shelves. She tries to move them, hoping for a secret exit, but they are bolted down tight. She realizes she's trapped and demands to know where the key to the room, threatening him with another accidental axe drop. He sighs, defeated, and tells her the key is inside the suitcase. Tara, ever the paranoid queen, makes him confirm there are no poison needles rigged to the lock before she opens it. Inside, she hits the jackpot. It's the ledger. The original and a copy. She stares at it, realizing this is the holy grail everyone is hunting for. But then the panic sets in. She is caught in a custody battle between her 2 toxic dads, the military and the Black Society. If she gives it to the Black Society, the military will be suspicious of how she got it, and she loses her promotion. If she gives it to the military, the Black Society's plan fails, and Andre might actually kill her. But then a loophole appears. Andre never told her to find a ledger. He just said, go to the club. She decides to play dumb. If she hands it over to the military, she can just tell Andre she found it by accident. It's a risky play, but she decides to dive in. She asks the waiter what info is inside, but as she reaches for her axe to motivate him, she freezes. A smell hits her. A terrible, rotting smell. She covers her nose, gagging, and asks what that stench is. The waiter just smirks. Tara looks around and notices the shelves aren't shelves. They are metal drawers. A wall full of them. She pulls one open and jumpscare warning. It's a dead body. Our girl is horrified. She may have died once before in her past life, but staring at a rotting corpse is a whole different vibe. She wants to run, but she forces herself to look closer. She recognizes the face. It's one of the missing officers she was looking for. She turns to the waiter, realizing that all these drawers are filled with bodies. And the waiter? He's sitting there, giggling like a schoolgirl. Tara stares at him, her blood boiling, and asks the psychopath if he seriously finds this amusing. The waiter has the audacity to sneer at our girl. He tells her she is ridiculously clueless. He asks why she thinks he hasn't screamed for backup yet. It's not because he's polite, it's because she is already a walking corpse. He drops the villain monologue, revealing that the Scorpion group doesn't just dabble in poison, they marinate in it. He gleefully explains that everything in this room is coated in toxin, and if she thinks her gloves are saving her, she's wrong. The ventilation system is rigged to blast poison gas the second the door opens. Tara flinches. She realizes that if she hadn't taken Andre's antidote earlier, she would have died of either poisoning or a panic attack by now. She grabs her pouch, thinking it's not a cure-all, but it's better than nothing. The waiter laughs, telling her that every person who touched those ledgers ended up in a drawer. He claims the Scorpions have built up an immunity over years, so there is no antidote for outsiders like her. Tara just smiles, thanks him for his concern, and downs her medicine right in front of him. Suddenly, crash. The door flies open. It's Bernard, of course. He's smashed the lock with his axe because he doesn't know the meaning of knock. He rushes in, asking if she's okay because there are soldiers out front. Tara immediately screams for him to cover his mouth and stay back because the room is now a gas chamber. Bernard, being the loyal golden retriever he is, steps inside anyway, claiming he also took the antidote. Tara sighs, reminding him that the antidote is temporary and she needs him alive to clean up her mess if she dies. She tells him to get out, but she's not leaving empty-handed. She uses her cloak to grab the ledger, so she doesn't have to touch the poison-coated cover. Before she leaves, she leans into the tied-up waiter. He's confused, asking why she isn't killing him since soldiers are waiting outside. Tara whispers a deal in his ear. She tells him he's going to die soon anyway, but if he listens to her, she might just be his only ticket out of hell. Outside, she switches modes instantly. She walks up to a soldier and introduces herself as Tara Elios, the third scribe. She puts on her best, "I'm just a diligent employee" face and claims she stumbled upon a secret room in the club's storage. The soldier runs to get Captain Walter. When Walter sees her, he actually does a double take. He's shocked, thinking he almost didn't recognize her because she's become so slim. He quickly remembers Prince Kyle's warning not to be a superficial idiot and shakes his head. He asks for details, and Tara spins her story. She says she found the room and the missing officer inside. When Walter asks how she knew the officer was missing, she tells him she put up posters in the consulate hoping to find them herself and earn some extra points. Walter nods and tells her she can go back to the consulate. Meanwhile, Leonard is watching from the shadows and immediately sends a delivery her way. But someone else is racing toward the consulate. Prince Kyle and his guard, Chris, are galloping at full speed. Chris confirms he has the loot in his saddlebag, and Kyle orders him to announce his arrival. At the consulate, Richard Clark, the undercover scout, is daydreaming about grilled beef when Chris bursts in and ruins his lunch plans. Richard is startled, asking if the prince came all the way here to see him. Chris shuts that delusion down immediately, telling him to get back to work. Moments later, the prince arrives. The servants bow, terrified, but Kyle has only one question. Where is Scribe Elias? Beth, our favorite maid, nervously explains that she's out with her knight. Chris, looking annoyed, assumes they'll leave since the prince does not wait for anyone. But Kyle just raises his hand. He turns around with a smile that is honestly more terrifying than a frown. He says that since he came all this way, he should at least say hi to his hard-working scribe. Inside the drawing room, poor Beth is sweating bullets trying to serve the terrifying Prince Kyle. He asks for olive leaf tea, and Beth immediately panics, apologizing that they don't have that kind of fancy leaf here. Kyle frowns, confused. He reminds her that he gave Tara that tea a while back. Did she seriously not bring his gift? Beth's brain finally reboots. She realizes what tea he means and quickly corrects herself, bowing low and promising to serve it right away. Crisis averted, but barely. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, our girl is having a terrible time. Tara is shivering violently, huddled in her cloak. She starts to wonder why Andre sent her on this suicide mission, but she stops herself. No, she can't blame him. He prepared the antidote. This was her decision to go rogue and check the tattoo herself. She knew the risks, and she owns them. She sighs, shivering harder. As her brain tries to fight through the fog, she thinks back to the officer she just saw at the club, Walter. She realizes that man is a knight who works closely with Prince Kyle. If Walter is here, handling the investigation, that means Prince Kyle is in Durban too. It hits her. Both the military and the Black Society are hunting for this ledger. Whatever is in that book must be nuclear. Bernard announces their arrival and helps her out. He asks if she's okay, which is a sweet question considering she looks like a walking corpse. Tara admits she has flu-like symptoms but insists she's fine for now. She gives him a mission: find Jack the Mole. They need to locate Leonard immediately to get the real antidote, or she is going to expire before she gets her promotion. Bernard nods and sprints off. Back inside, Prince Kyle is tapping his arm, clearly done with waiting. He tells Chris it's time to leave. But as they head for the door opens. It's Bernard. The two men freeze. Kyle demands to know where his master is, and Bernard bows, promising she'll be there in a second. And then she walks in. But this isn't the Tara they remember. Before she can even ask Bernard if he found Jack, she freezes, seeing the prince. Chris actually gasps. He is shocked by how much weight she's lost. And Kyle? His internal monologue goes haywire. He's asking himself why he's so shocked. Is it the weight loss, or is it because she looks completely disheveled and sickly? Tara, pale as a ghost, tries to salvage some dignity. She offers a weak salute, welcoming him to her residency. Kyle frowns, noting bluntly that she looks exhausted. Tara stumbles, stammering that she's fine, but she is clearly fighting to stay upright. Kyle doesn't even ask. He just turns around and walks back into the drawing room, ordering her to follow. Our girl is confused. He's acting like he owns the place. What is he even doing here? They go back inside, and Beth serves the tea. Tara apologizes for not being informed of his visit, but she's internally screaming because he is just staring at her. She clears her throat to break the awkward silence, and suddenly, Kyle stands up. Tara's heart stops. Why is he moving? He steps toward her, closing the distance. She flinches, genuinely scared of what he's about to do. Is he going to hit her? Yell at her? Instead, he reaches out and touches her forehead. Stay still, he orders softly. He asks if she caught a cold. Tara freezes. She stammers a no, wondering what on earth has gotten into him. He asks why she's closing her eyes like she's expecting a blow. She laughs awkwardly, saying he startled her, but before she can make up an excuse, he grabs her hand. Your hands are freezing, he says. Okay, skinship alert. Tara's mind is racing. She tells herself to stay calm. If he's calm, she needs to be calm. This means nothing. He's just checking her pulse, or something. Kyle sits back down, cutting right through the small talk. He asks where she's been, and when she admits to visiting the Wise clubbing establishment, he doesn't miss a beat. He knows exactly what that means. She raided the Scorpion base. He scans her trembling frame and diagnoses her faster than a doctor with a god complex. He identifies the specific scorpion poison immediately: flu-like chills, energy drain, and death by hypothermia within an hour. But he pauses, doing the math. It's been 40 minutes. If she had taken nothing, she'd be a corpse by now. If she had the real antidote, she'd be fine. The fact that she's standing there, looking like death warmed over, tells him everything. She took a temporary suppressor. Tara is reluctantly impressed. The man is a walking toxicology textbook. But that brings up the bigger question. Why is he here? When she asks if he needs something, Kyle gives the most suspicious answer possible. He claims he heard she's been working hard and simply decided to drop by to say hello. Tara stares at him like he just grew a second head. With zero filter left in her poisoned brain, she calls him out. She admits she fully expected him to come here to scold her, mock her, or fire her, not act nice. Kyle looks at her, his expression serious, and claims that he only fights his equals. He tells her he isn't petty enough to kick someone who is in no shape to fight back. Our girl is sitting there, pale, sweaty, and actively poisoned, but she still manages to summon the energy for some sass. She asks if she was his equal back when he tried to have her whipped for trespassing. Kyle actually smirks, noting that it's good to see she still has the energy for sarcasm. He brutally reminds her that back then, she was no match for him, just a reckless trespasser. Tara raises an eyebrow, asking if that means he considers her an equal now. He dodges the compliment like a pro, saying he didn't say that, but he admits he sees some potential. He shifts gears, demanding to know her plan for survival. Tara decides to stop hiding her cards. She tells him she is certain the head of the Black Society has prepared an antidote, so she's going to sit here and wait for it. Kyle points out that she's finally stopped hiding her connection to the Black Society from him. Tara shrugs, figuratively, because moving hurts, and admits that hiding it now would be pointless. But the prince plays devil's advocate. He asks what happens if the antidote arrives too late. Tara says her backup plan is to see a doctor, admitting there isn't much else she can do. She looks at him, asking if he thinks she's being foolish. Kyle surprises her. He says he's not that unreasonable. He admits that if she has truly tried everything and exhausted her options, he wouldn't call that foolish. Tara agrees, noting he is a very reasonable man, but then her brain finally makes the connection. He diagnosed her instantly. He knew the symptoms. He knew the timeline. She looks him dead in the eye and asks if, by any chance, he knows how to neutralize the poison. Kyle just smirks, looking down at her with absolute confidence. "Of course I do," he says. The prince delivers the bad news with a shrug. He doesn't actually have the antidote. Our girl internally facepalms, wondering why she even got her hopes up, but then he throws her a lifeline. He knows how to slow the poison down. Tara is desperate enough to drop the sass for a second, begging him for help, but of course with this man, there is always a catch. He asks her a hypothetical. If he and Andre gave her contradictory orders, whose side would she pick? Our girl is sweating buckets, her brain racing to find the answer that won't get her killed by either the poison or the prince's ego. She considers lying and telling him what he wants to hear, but she knows this icy royal can sniff out a brown noser a mile away. So she goes for the honest merchant approach, telling him she'd do whatever is most beneficial to her at the time. When he pushes for an answer regarding right now, she doesn't hesitate. She picks Andre. The prince's face goes stone cold, and Tara is convinced she just signed her own death warrant. She's literally dying and he's playing mind games. What a jerk. But then, he snaps his fingers and his guard, Chris, appears like a magic trick. He orders Chris to fetch the neutralizer plant from their luggage immediately. It turns out this plant is the ultimate royal flex, an extremely rare and expensive medicinal plant that stops even the deadliest toxins in their tracks. Tara is shocked he's actually sharing his expensive toys with her. He just shrugs it off, claiming he'd regret letting her die, though his internal monologue admits he'd just be way too bored without her. He warns her that if she doesn't take it, she could suffer from chronic chills for the rest of her life as the poison slowly eats away at her. Tara decides that living is definitely better than being a human popsicle and agrees to take it. But wait, the bill for this medical service just arrived. While they wait for Chris, the prince demands the full story of what happened at the club. Tara tries to stall, claiming she's too sick for a debrief, but he gives her a stern look. Consider this the low price for saving her life. What he doesn't tell her is that he's actually being a hero in the most annoying way possible. He needs to keep her brain active and her body moving so the poison doesn't settle and kill her. Tara realizes it's always give and take with this man. She figures he probably has better intel than the Black Society anyway, so she might as well spill the beans, while secretly clutching her cloak to hide the copy of the ledger. She admits she lied to Captain Walter. She didn't find the missing officer by chance. She was hunting for the Scorpion Group. As she tells her story, she's looking like a total ghost, sweating, pale, and struggling to breathe, but she refuses to take a break. She describes the fight, the secret room, the dead body, and the ledger. The prince is low-key obsessed with her progress, thinking her potential has grown by 500% since they first met. He asks if she has the ledger, and she admits she has a copy, but she's not handing it over for free. She proposes a deal. She can provide a witness who will talk without the need for torture. She explains her psychological warfare to a fascinated Kyle. Back in that secret room, she had whispered a very dark prophecy to the tattooed waiter. The guy thought he'd be out of jail in no time, but Tara pointed out the cold, hard truth. His own organization, the Scorpion, would have him killed the second he was released just to tie up loose ends. She gave him two options: stay loyal and die, or move on her signal and live. She explains that while the military is investigating, they can't actually do much without a witness or evidence. And no, the wall of rotting bodies doesn't count if the higher-ups can just pin it on middle management and let the case rot in legal limbo. She warns him that if he doesn't testify, he's just giving the Scorpions more time to turn him into the next drawer occupant to tie up loose ends. She promises that if he cooperates, the Black Society will secure his release and even provides a lawyer to handle his plea deal. Before she leaves to go finish dying, she gets a name: Hugo Johnson. Back in the present, even Prince Kyle is momentarily speechless at her tactical brilliance. Their debrief is interrupted by Chris, who arrives with the neutralizer plant, which is basically a gold-plated salad leaf. Kyle casually asks for another serving, while Chris is internally sobbing because even a single leaf costs a fortune. Our girl is sweating as she calculates that this snack costs 200 gold pieces. Considering she only makes 12 gold a month, she's basically looking at her salary for the next century. Kyle tells her to stop worrying about the bill and just eat, so Tara, the ultimate charge it to the boss apprentice, takes a bite and announces that Andre P. will be the one footing this royal bill. She even has the nerve to ask for a spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down, laughing at the sheer absurdity of the situation as her vision starts to blur. She tries to confirm the deal with Kyle one last time, but her body finally quits, and she flops onto the chair, totally unconscious. The prince just smiles, thinking she's a tough one. Chris offers to carry her to her room, but Kyle's protective boyfriend instincts, which he definitely won't admit to, kick in. He barks at Chris to hold on and step aside, deciding he'll do the heavy lifting himself. He scoops our girl up bride style and tells everyone to follow him. He looks down at her panting, pale face, and actually looks worried, noting that she really pushed her limits this time. He orders the startled servants to guide him to her room immediately. Meanwhile, outside, Leonard and Bernard are having a very tense meeting of the Tara Protection Squad. Leonard admits he didn't expect Prince Kyle to move so fast and asks how the apprentice is doing. Bernard is fuming, calling Andre a son of a bitch for letting her get exposed to code poison. Leonard explains that while she'll survive for now, she'll suffer from chronic chills for life if she doesn't get the proper antidote from the capital within 2 weeks. Bernard acts like the ultimate gatekeeper, refusing to tell Leonard what Tara found and telling him to just bring the antidote and ask her himself. Leonard hops on his horse, realizing that no matter how much they plan, danger always finds her, and starts a day-and-a-half sprint to the capital. Back in the bedroom, Beth is a literal puddle of tears, sobbing over how pale her lady looks. Kyle watches her, actually impressed that Tara has surrounded herself with people who genuinely care enough to cry for her. He plays doctor, ordering Beth to wipe her sweat with a warm towel and bring more blankets. Once Beth scurries off, Kyle is left alone with our sleeping heroine. As he tries to get up, Tara's hand shoots out and grabs his cape in her sleep. He stops, leaning down to grab her hand, and finds himself wondering if her hands were always this small, which is a very main character energy thought for a man who claims to be so cold. While our heroine is busy being a poison popsicle, Prince Kyle is having a moment. He's staring at her pale, small hands, marveling at how these tiny things can swing a literal axe and fight behind enemy lines. He admits to himself that they may look weak, but there's a terrifying amount of strength in her grip. He even gets a little sentimental, whispering that she must be in a lot of pain and acknowledging that while they slowed the poison, those chronic chills are going to be a nightmare. He actually tells her to get better soon, which is basically a marriage proposal coming from him. As he tucks her in, he notices her panting and sweating through her unconsciousness. He reaches out to touch her face, has a brief "am I a creep?" internal debate, and then decides that wiping her sweat is just basic hygiene and totally not a sign of affection. Our girl actually smiles in her sleep, probably dreaming of a world where men aren't so emotionally stunted. Before he vanishes into the night, he leaves a note on her desk and barks orders at Chris to report the second Andre's antidote arrives, and to prep that captured scorpion waiter for a chat. Meanwhile, back at the circus, also known as the Emir Palace, the king is sitting on his throne while the nobles gossip about the upcoming victory ceremony. They're all wondering if they'll get shiny medals or just free appetizers, but the party vibes are killed when a very nervous Nick bursts in. He's delivering a message from the commander-in-chief, and the king is already fuming. He reads the letter and absolutely loses it, flinging the paper and screaming about how preposterous it is for Kyle to skip his own victory parade. Poor Nick is internally crying, wondering why he's always the designated target for royal temper tantrums. He tries to explain that Kyle is on important business, but the king is too busy being embarrassed in front of the monthly council meeting to listen. Right on cue, the hater brigade steps up. Meet Grufton Toulouse, the Minister of Finance and the Empress's brother, who basically calls Kyle an uneducated brat who never shook off his old ways. Thankfully, Sir Nicholas Code, the Minister of Rights, has a brain. He points out that maybe a military commander who just won a war has actual, military stuff to do. He tells the king to actually read the message properly. The king finally looks at the fine print and sees the real tea. Kyle uncovered a leak of imperial secrets involving high-ranking palace officials. The king pretends to be mad about the impudent brat being inconsiderate, but he's really just exhausted by the fact that he's surrounded by snakes pretending to be allies. Speaking of snakes, let's check in on the blonde disaster, Tara Elios. He's literally giggling as he runs down the stairs, thinking all his hard work is about to pay off. He's clutching documents and vowing to kick Tara's fat ass out of the family once and for all. He's fangirling over the first prince, calling him sophisticated and legitimate, while trashing Kyle as the uneducated son of a mistress. Honestly, Jason's delusions are the only thing more inflated than his ego. 3 days later, our girl is finally back from the brink of death. She tells Jack, her resident spy servant, that the fever broke once she took the antidote. Jack hands her a message from Leonard, which is really just a sassy letter from Master Andre. Andre is being his typical drama queen self, saying his heart is broken over her condition but mostly wanting to know why Prince Kyle was hanging out in her bedroom on a Sunday. He asks for the ledger and adds a creepy PS about hoping she hasn't lost her chubby cheeks. Tara sees right through him. The man only cares about that book. She wonders herself why the prince was there, considering she's just a lowly scribe, and Walter couldn't have reported the raid that fast. She scribbles a reply, telling Andre to stay in the capital and find a lawyer for her witness Hugo, who is about to be the military's favorite snitch. Just as Jack leaves, Tara notices a gift left behind, a book of tactics by Hamid Gore. She's geeking out because it's super rare, but it's the note inside that really makes her heart race. Kyle wrote that he's impressed by her potential and notes that she's hardworking, even if she won't work solely for him. But here's the jackpot. Since she caught a high-level criminal, she's eligible for a special promotion the second she submits her report. Our girl is practically vibrating with joy, shouting that she's finally going back to the capital. Jack barely has time to process our girl's victory screech before she's ordering him to pack the bags. She tells him to let Master Andre know the capital is about to be blessed with her presence by next week. While Jack scurries off to play messenger, Tara dives back into Prince Kyle's note, and honestly, the man is being the most impatient boss friend ever. He's asking about the man with the strange password, our resident science project, Josh Lucas, and complaining that the guy never showed up. He even has the audacity to ask if it was a joke. Kyle, honey, she's literally been dying of poison. Give her a minute. Our girl sighs, realizing she needs to play matchmaker for the prince and the herbalist before the original plot ruins everything. She remembers the Osirian chronicles described the herbalist's arrival as a total tragedy because the palace gatekeepers were too busy being classist snobs to let him in. She realizes that if she can prevent that tragedy, she'll make a massive contribution to the empire and probably secure her own safety in the process. She's done all she can. Now she just has to hope the universe and the gatekeepers cooperate. She finishes the note, which says the next time they meet will be in the palace, and notices the antique book he left behind. She's touched, wondering if he somehow knew about her childhood hobbies, but the moment turns bittersweet. A flashback of her brother Brandon's death hits her like a truck, reminding her that he died just to get her a birthday present. She wipes away a stray tear, deciding that if Kyle thinks this book will help her work, she's going to study it until her eyes bleed. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the prince is catching up on the morning news. He's reading about the Durban crackdown and decides it's finally time for his chat with Hugo, our tattooed star witness. Hugo spills all the tea, explaining that the head of the Scorpion was making deals with capital officials right in Durban. Those dead officers? They weren't just victims. They were greedy blackmailers who tried to squeeze the organization and got turned into drawer occupants by the room's poison trap instead. Kyle's eyes narrow as he identifies the culprit from a photo, Baron Hound Polyport. This guy isn't just a random noble. He's the right-hand man to Prince France and a lackey for the Toulouse family. Chris is shocked that a high-ranking official would sell imperial secrets during a war, but Kyle already smells the motive. He figures the goal was to make him lose the battle against Kanjua. Kyle decides it's time to touch the palace, noting that even if France didn't order the hit, the Toulouse family will be happy to kill off their hunting dog once he becomes a liability. A week later, the Durban office is a flurry of bubble wrap and boxes. Tara receives her official transfer notice, but she's not exactly popping champagne. She's been assigned to the full-time secretarial division in the capital, which is basically a fancy way of saying she's on call 24/7 to be bossed around by whoever feels like it. She realizes she has exactly 4 days to get to the capital before the victory ceremony and the incident from the book takes place. As they pack, Bernard decides to poke the bear, asking why on earth the prince visited her private residence on a Sunday. Our girl, feeling herself a little too much, decides to offer 3 possibilities. Theory 1. It was a random inspection because she's a Black Society apprentice. Theory 2. He just stopped by with some more loot and felt bad because she looked like death. But Theory 3. Our girl goes full Delusso and claims Prince Kyle is actually in love with her. Beth and Bernard look at her like she's just confessed to being a flat earther. They are absolutely, painfully silent. Tara tries to defend herself, pointing out that he carried her to bed and wouldn't let anyone else touch her. It's a reasonable inference, right? Wrong. Beth immediately votes for theory number 1, and Bernard basically sprints out of the room to avoid catching her delusions. He looks back just long enough to drop a metaphorical bomb. He hates dogs, but a few days ago, he found a dying stray on the street and took it to the doctor because he happened to be the closest person to it. He doesn't even wait for a reaction before leaving for training. Our girl is left standing there, realizing her night just compared her to a mangy street dog. She sighs, admitting that yeah, theory number 1, the boring, logical one, is probably the winner. While our girl is rushing back to save her skin, Hans Burton, the Empire's resident ginger sociopath, is busy playing paperboy for the family's favorite blonde disaster, Jason. Hans hands over a stack of official documents, including custom forms and guarantor letters, telling Jason to get them authorized at Foreign Affairs so the palace can start cutting checks. Jason, who clearly thinks he's the mastermind of the century, scoffs at the idea of doing things by the book, since the boss already approved it, but Hans stays professional, or at least as professional as a man who committed patricide can be. The real cherry on top is an envelope containing a 3-year exclusive distribution and sales contract. Jason is practically salivating over how generous the deal is, while Hans claims his boss is just off playing nurse to a sick wife and trusts Jason to handle the victory ceremony banquet deliveries. Jason struts off to handle the paperwork, looking like he just won the lottery, but as soon as his back is turned, Hans reveals an expression so evil it's a wonder the room didn't spontaneously combust. Meanwhile, over at the Elios Pharmaceuticals lab, it's nearly 1 a.m. and the security guard is about to have a heart attack because he hears a maniacal laugh echoing through the halls. He peeks in, half expecting a horror movie villain, but finds our favorite haggard scientist, Josh Lucas. Josh isn't evil, he's just sleep-deprived and thriving, having successfully pushed 3 new drugs through phase 2 of clinical trials. The guard is just happy his back pain is gone thanks to Josh's experiments, while Josh is busy giggling and thinking about how he needs to message Tara the second he gets home. Honestly, we love a dedicated researcher who finds more joy in beakers than in sleep. Back at the Elias Merchant Group, the head of distribution is staring at a contract like it's a live bomb. It has the family seal, but he was never consulted, and with the count 4 hours away at a shipyard, the office is a total while the cat's away, the mice play situation. This new deal involves exclusive rights to supply dragon fruit to the palace, a move that could bump the family budget by 5%, and Jason is the one behind it. The manager is hesitant to sign without the count's blessing, but enter the ultimate snake mom, Countess Victoria. She swoops in and starts verbally eviscerating the poor guy, claiming formalities are just a hindrance to great things and accusing him of standing in the way of a profitable deal. She basically bullies him into submission until he caves and grants the exclusive permit. Jason officially has his fruit empire, but we all know that when things seem this easy, the fallout is going to be spectacular. While her brother is busy committing white-collar crime, our heroine is in a carriage, grinning over Josh's research success. Beth, however, is having a rough time and feels like her stomach is doing gymnastics. Tara forces her to drink the rest of Josh's arrowroot juice, which apparently tastes like bitter regret, and calls for a pit stop by a river. As they watch the water, Bernard brings over a sandwich and tries to figure out why Tara is riding like the 4 horsemen are on her tail. He thinks she's just a one-of-a-kind noble who misses home, but Tara finally decides to drop the "I'm fine" mask. She tells him she isn't just rushing for the fun of it, she's literally running out of time. Bernard is worried she's taking the next head of house ambition too far, but Tara hits him with the ultimate reality check. It's not about the power or the title. If she doesn't win this race, her entire family is going to end up in the obituary section. Our heroine recalls Bernard's wise words reminding her that there's no guarantee she'll actually become the head of the house. He asks if she's really prepared to face death if this little power play fails. Our girl doesn't even blink, admitting that while she might be paranoid, anyone who loses a royal power struggle is usually doomed to a dirt nap, or worse. She's doing her best to avoid the "or worse" part. Bernard asks why she's pushing so hard, and she breaks it down. She's been stuck in Durban for 7 months while her siblings have been busy networking in the capital. She's technically a newcomer again, and she needs to get back to the palace to set her traps before the real work begins. She tells Bernard she's only being this honest because she trusts him to be by her side until the day she dies, which is a total mood, honestly. Bernard actually stops being a drill sergeant for a second, clashing her shoulder and telling her not to shoulder all these burdens alone. He promises he'll always be there for her, and honestly, our girl is officially swooning. She's internally screaming, wondering where he learned to talk like a romance lead, because he is definitely making her eyes leak. 30 minutes from the capital, our heroine is back in boss mode. She's already mentally prepping her to-do list, which is basically just a list of people who might betray her. On the undecided list, she's got Master Andre, who will definitely dump her if she stops being entertaining, and her father, who only loves her as long as she's not a disgrace. Then we have the absolutely not on my side category. Chloe is cool but has the emotional range of a teaspoon when it comes to sisterly love. Jason obviously hates her guts, and Logan is just a mystery wrapped in a hot but scary enigma. She decides Chloe is her best bet for an ally, but she's only got 9 months to figure out what triggers the coming treason and how to stop it. She snaps her book shut, determined to turn the upcoming incident to her advantage. While our girl is making big plans to meet her favorite scientist, the Snake Prince Joseph is busy doing some DIY detective work in the palace archives. He finds Lord Hans Button, who honestly looks like he hasn't seen a sunbeam or a salad since the last century. Hans is absolutely geeking out over old scrolls about land reform and royal scandals like they're the latest celebrity tea, calling the mess a total treasure trove. Joseph, being the ultimate drama king, asks if he can actually trust that all this dusty information will be used to serve him. Hans, ever the devoted schemer, promises that everything is for His Highness. Joseph picks up a document, complains about the dust like it's a personal attack, and drops it immediately. He's a bit stressed about his uncle over at House Toulouse, but Hans is right there to stroke his ego. He tells Joseph that this is his big glow-up moment, his chance to stop being Prince Francis's shadow and finally take center stage. Hans hints that even the Minister of Finance will be singing a different tune soon, and even if the plan flops, it'll still drag Francis's reputation through the mud. It's a win-win for the toxic brotherhood. Joseph is literally cackling at this point, fully committed to the chaos. Hans whispers for him to have a private chat with his uncle, planning to use House Elias as the ultimate sacrificial lamb. Joseph sneers that the Elias family is basically an apple that doesn't fall far from the tree, clearly thinking our girl and her dad are easy targets. Big mistake. Huge. As Joseph struts out, Hans's smile goes from helpful assistant to horror movie villain real quick. He's thinking that once their grand plan succeeds, the prince better not even think about ghosting him. Honey, you're dealing with a royal snake. Loyalty isn't exactly in the job description. Meanwhile, back at the Ministry of Security, our favorite ice prince, Kyle, is issuing orders like he's running a marathon. He tells Walter to track down Baron Polyport and put a tail on him, then dumps a massive case file on Nick's desk, demanding it be handled before lunch. But then the ice melts just a little. He pauses, asking about the surveillance team at the Durban residence. When a confused Nick asks who specifically he's worried about, Kyle plays it off as never mind, but immediately demands a daily report on the secretarial division from now on. Nick is internally weeping over the mountain of extra paperwork, but Kyle is totally lost in thought. He's staring into space, mumbling to himself, wondering if a certain redhead has finally recovered. Sir, you are literally stalking her through administrative reports. The morning tea vibe is absolutely rancid, and the Empress is leading the charge by roasting her brother Grafton for the military leak disaster. The morning papers are screaming about the intelligence being sold to their enemies, and since Kyle snatched a lightning-fast victory, the Royal Participation Trophy, Francis, is looking more like a runner-up than an heir. The Empress is spiraling, blaming Grafton for underestimating the Ice Prince and putting Francis's future in the gutter. Grafton tries to stay calm, arguing that no one could have predicted Kyle's speed, but his fix is to throw Baron Polyport under the carriage as a scapegoat. Surprisingly, Francis actually finds a temporary spine, shouting that they can't just betray his bestie like that. But Grafton calls him out immediately. This isn't about honor. It's about the fact that Francis is head over heels for the Baron's daughter, Lady Laura. While they bicker, the low-key menace, Joseph, sits there like a quiet little judge, ranking everyone's incompetence for his future manifesto. While Francis tries to claim he's just standing up for the sacred trust between a master and servant. The Empress is practically glowing with pride, thinking her son is such a moral hero, while Grafton is internally facepalming because he knows Polyport has enough dirt on them to bury the whole family. As the tea from hell wraps up, Joseph puts his secret plan into action. In the corridor, his personal guard approaches him to report on the merchant tributes. Grafton stops on his tracks as the prince emphasizes that the merchants would trample on their competitors and use any means to become a supplier for the palace. Deciding that his uncle's two brain cells are not catching the hint, Joseph opts for a more direct approach, telling him public's memory is short, they'll forget the Polyport scandal the second a new incident hits the headlines. Grafton is shocked by his nephew's plan, but Joseph strikes back with a quote from his grandfather about how hesitation is for losers, coldly telling Grafton it's finally time to kill the hunting dog. Grafton is left with actual chills. Fast forward to the victory banquet, where Walter reports to Kyle that Baron Polyport is being followed by some very shady characters, and our favorite Ice Prince orders a protection team on him immediately, knowing the Toulouse family is likely trying to delete their liability. Kyle watches the royal family put on a masterclass in hypocrisy. It's honestly making his stomach turn. He's looking at the Empress, the woman who literally ordered his mother's murder, sitting in the seat of honor with a fake, benevolent smile. Even worse? His father is right there beside her, acting like a total accomplice by ignoring the blood on her hands while he happily soaks up flattery from foreign envoys. Kyle realizes he has to play the same dirty game, mimicking his father's loyal act until he can finally seize the power his mother's murderers want for themselves. It's not time for the mask to slip yet, he's playing the long game. He makes his grand entrance as the second prince and commander-in-chief, officially reporting his return from the battlefield. The king gives him a warm welcome, but the nobility is already busy doing what they do best, gossiping. They're whispering about his questionable parentage and how he didn't even bother to apologize for his late arrival, though most of the ladies are just wishing he'd look their way just to scowl at them. Honestly, the thirst is unparalleled. The king eventually cuts through the noise, kickstarting the celebrations. Later that night, he chooses to share one of his precious gifts to the Miller family, appreciating that they had traveled the furthest, a plate of Jason's famous dragon fruit. 30 minutes later, the party turns into a full-blown nightmare. Kyle finally catches the king to report the military leak, but before he can even finish his sentence, crash. A plate of dragon fruit shatters on the floor as the Margrave's children suddenly collapse, choking and gasping for air. The room descends into screaming chaos instantly, but Kyle doesn't skip a beat. He roars for the guards to protect the emperor and orders every single exit to be sealed before the poisoner can slip away. He demands the victims be rushed to the infirmary, declaring that no one is allowed to leave the room without his permission. While Kyle handles the logistics, King Cairo is having a full-blown royal meltdown. He is screaming at the ceiling, furious that someone dared to ruin his banquet, and demands that the culprits be punished regardless of their rank. He orders every trembling noble in the room to cooperate or else. Kyle watches the chaos, his internal monologue running a mile a minute. Usually, interrogating this many high-ranking officials is a bureaucratic nightmare involving mountains of paperwork. But for once, luck is on his side. Royal safety trumps imperial law, giving him a free pass to tear through the red tape without anyone whining about their rights. But then, his sharp eyes catch something in the crowd. It's Jason Elios, the blonde idiot, standing there covering his mouth and looking like a guilty toddler who just broke a vase. Kyle just thinks, damn, realizing the headache that is about to descend upon him. Meanwhile, oblivious to the fact that her family name is currently Mud, Tara arrives at the palace gates in her carriage. Her knight, Bernard, breaks the bad news. The royal guards have barred the gate. Tara is confused, asking what's going on, and Bernard returns with a grim update. House Elias is currently being questioned for an assassination attempt on the emperor. The Count and Jason have been hauled off to the Ministry of Security for interrogation, and everyone else is under strict house arrest. Our girl is reeling. House arrest? Interrogation? She's trying to process how her father and Jason got dragged into this so fast. Bernard warns her that once she steps inside the house, she won't be allowed to leave or see anyone. Tara's brain finally kicks into gear. She flashes back to the Osirian Chronicles. In the book, the emperor died from a mysterious illness after a banquet because a cure wasn't found in time. She realizes that while the event itself is following the book's timeline, someone has twisted the script to frame her family for it. Seeing the approaching guards, Bernard shouts at Tara to pull herself together, snapping her out of her spiral. She needs a plan, and she needs it now. She turns to Bernard and gives him his marching orders. First, he needs to run to Master Andre immediately and show him the copy of the ledger she found in Durban to start a counterattack. Then, a terrifying realization hits her. She grabs Bernard again because she completely forgot about Josh Lucas, the scientist she invited to the palace. If he shows up claiming to have a cure right now, it will look like the Elias family staged the poisoning to look like heroes. She orders Bernard to intercept Josh Lucas before he reaches the palace gates and hide him at the Elias residence instead. Bernard nods, understanding the urgency, just as the guards arrive to escort Tara into captivity. She walks into the trap, leaving Bernard to execute the plan. We cut to the Ministry of Security, where Prince Kyle is having a very bad night. Walter fills him in on the details, and it is ugly. The Empress's family, the Toulouse merchant group, held the exclusive rights to the dragon fruit until they conveniently transferred them to the Elias family just 2 weeks ago. Kyle theorizes immediately what happened. The Toulouse group set up a fall guy. They are clean, and Jason Elias is holding the smoking gun. But the royal physician arrives with a plot twist. It wasn't poison. The physician explains it was a severe allergic reaction caused by a foreign substance on the fruit. Since dragon fruit isn't grown in the Empire, no one knew about the allergy, and here's the kicker, there is no cure. Even if they identify the substance, developing a drug would take at least 6 months. Kyle asks if the stored fruit was tainted, but the physician shakes his head. The animals tested on the stored fruit were fine. This means only the fruit served to the victims was tampered with. It was a surgical, targeted strike. The physician notes that the king, having royal immunity boosters, likely wouldn't have died even if he ate it, but he can't be sure without the exact cause. Kyle is left alone with his thoughts, realizing someone cooked up a perfect scheme. The outcome is simple, the timing is flawless, and the scapegoat is already in custody. He sighs, realizing he is going to have his hands full cleaning up this mess. Meanwhile, our girl steps into the mansion, and the butler practically drops his monocle. He is staring at her like she's a ghost, or perhaps just shocked that she's half the size she was when she left. He stammers, asking if it's really her, but Tara cuts through the shock. She needs a sit rep, and she needs it now. She asks where everyone is, and the butler spills the tea. The lawyers are currently in the study with Dylan, the smart sister Chloe, and the broody brother Logan. The Countess, surprise, surprise, is ill and has been bedridden since the news broke. And, in a weird twist, the bratty little sister Arya has been hanging out in the study a lot lately. Tara raises an eyebrow. Arya? Studying? That's suspicious. But first, priorities. She orders the cook to whip up a meal because saving the family burns calories, and then she heads straight for the snake's den to see the Countess. She walks into the room, and it is a scene. Her sweet mother, Isabel, is there tending to the Countess, looking terrified. Isabel hugs our girl, crying with relief, but the touching reunion is immediately ruined by a voice from the bed. The Countess is lying there, allegedly sick, but she seems healthy enough to spew venom. She immediately insults Tara, asking what kind of nerve she has to show up now and snapping about her weight loss. Tara clenches her fist, ready to give this woman a piece of her mind, but she holds back. The Countess, clearly miserable, demands they get out because the room reeks of commoners and shouts for the windows to be opened. Isabel quickly ushers Tara out into the corridor before punches are thrown. Once they're safe in the hallway, Tara asks why her mother tolerates such abuse. She is furious that Isabel just takes it. But then, her mom drops the biggest plot twist of the chapter. She smiles gently and admits she's not just taking it, she's roasting the Countess alive in her head. Isabel reveals her internal monologue is absolutely savage. When the Countess screams, Isabel is just thinking, "Your makeup makes you look like a witch," or "You must be constipated again." Tara bursts out laughing, realizing her mom is actually an icon. She thought Isabel was weak, but turns out she's just playing the long game. They share a hug, and fueled by her mother's secret savagery, Tara decides it's time for round 2. She marches right back into the Countess's room. The Countess shrieks, asking what she's doing back here. Tara doesn't waste time. She makes an offer. She will save the Countess's precious son, Jason, from the dungeons. But there is a price. The Countess has to apologize. To Tara, and to her mother. The Countess laughs in her face, calling her crazy and asking what a useless girl could possibly do to help. Tara doubles down. She warns the older woman that a simple apology will do now, but if she refuses, she'll be on her knees begging for help later. That hits a nerve. The Countess stomps over, screaming about how Jason is in this mess because of Tara, and raises her hand to slap her across the face. Bad move. Tara catches her wrist midair. She grips it tight, warning the Countess that if she tries that again, she will twist her arm until it snaps. The Countess screams for the guards to arrest this insolent girl, yanking the emergency cord. Tara just smirks. She reminds her stepmother that there are no guards coming. The prince suspended the knights, and the house is under investigation. No one is coming to save her. She asks one last time, will she apologize? The Countess yanks her arm free, breathless with rage, screaming that she would rather die than apologize to a lowly commoner. She calls Tara worthless, disrespectful, and completely out of her mind. Tara sighs, looking at the woman with pure pity. She admits she never understood why soap opera characters said such dramatic lines, but now she gets it. She looks the Countess dead in the eye and drops the mic. Shame on you. The Countess is left screaming in her room, asking what on earth Tara just said to her. But our girl is already walking away, thinking that the woman's deep-rooted elitism is going to be her downfall. She slams the door shut on the screeching and steps out onto the landing. The rest of the family, minus the arrested ones, are waiting there. Chloe, the smart sister, admits she had her suspicions about Tara's return, but she's impressed by her resourcefulness. She asks how the meeting went, and Tara just says she's been transferred to the capital. Chloe gives a grim update on the business. They've lost a few deals, but the real damage is coming the longer the Count stays detained. She admits that while she was busy keeping an eye on Tara, she took her eyes off Jason, and he, along with their mother, pulled a fast one. Chloe actually reassures Tara that everything will be okay, in an uncharacteristically big sister moment. Our girl moves to the study to find Dylan, the Count's spy. He gasps when he sees her. So shocked by her weight loss, he practically has to sit himself down. Tara tells him to pull it together, because she needs the tea on exactly how Jason messed this up. Dylan spills everything. Apparently, Jason used the Count's seal without permission. The craziest part? The Count actually tried to exile Jason to a sheep ranch in the south for embezzlement a while back, but the Countess harped on him relentlessly until he changed his mind. Tara sighs. So, because Jason wasn't sent to herd sheep, he was free to destroy the family. She breaks down the timeline with Dylan. The Toulouse family transferred the dragon fruit rights to House Elias. The fruit sat in Jason's storage for a week. Jason prepped the basket, and then the Margrave's kids started vomiting blood. It looks like a perfect frame job. But Tara drops a bomb. She says this isn't a disaster. It's an opportunity sent from heaven. Dylan looks at her like she's joined a cult, asking if this is some new religion she's practicing. Tara explains herself. Before she left for Durban, she sponsored a researcher named Josh Lucas. Why? Because she read a book in her father's study called Medicinal Use of Fruits. She explains that the poison isn't poison at all. In the kingdom of Baram, dragon fruit is known as the fruit of eternal youth and is excellent for cardiovascular health. Josh Lucas was researching this exact fruit to turn it into medicine. The symptoms the kids are having aren't from an assassination attempt. It's a medical reaction that Josh knows how to fix. Dylan realizes they might actually be saved. Tara asks where Josh is, assuming Bernard went to fetch him. But then, a servant bursts in with bad news. Bernard couldn't find the researcher anywhere. We cut to a few hours earlier to find out why. Josh Lucas is running through town, happy as a clam because his clinical trials are going great. But then he hears a paperboy shouting about the attempted assassination at the palace. Josh buys a paper and reads that the poison came from the dragon fruit, the very thing he's been studying. He realizes the symptoms match the side effects of the fruit perfectly. Upon realizing that the Eliases are suspects, he thinks, what a terrible coincidence, and decides he must repay Lady Tara's kindness. She invested in him when he was a nobody, so now he's going to return the favor. With zero political awareness and a heart full of good intentions, Josh decides to run straight to the palace. Arriving at the gates, our nervous science project is trying to convince the guards that he has an appointment with the Ice Prince himself. The guards are, naturally, looking at him like he's a bug on a windshield, asking if he's delusional. Josh stammers that he wasn't exactly invited, but he was told to use a specific name to get in, Lady Tara of House Elias. One guard scoffs, thinking that family is currently in jail, but the other guard freezes. He remembers a bizarre specific order from His Highness 7 months ago to let in a man sent by Tara. The guards are shook. Prince Kyle actually planned this? They rush off to report to the Special Ops team, leaving Josh sweating in the driveway. Meanwhile, inside the Ministry of Security, Prince Kyle and his right-hand man Walter are dissecting the Elias disaster. Walter admits he's shocked that the business-first family would pull such a reckless assassination attempt, but Kyle plays the unbiased judge card, insisting they investigate without prejudice. He decides to handle the Count himself because he knows the old man is a tough nut to crack, leaving the blonde idiot Jason to Walter's capable hands. But just as they're about to start the interrogation party, a guard interrupts with the news. The man from the 7-month-old order has arrived. Kyle's eyes light up immediately. He delays the interrogation of the Count, wondering if the timing of this is simply a coincidence. We cut to the drawing room where Josh is practically hyperventilating, wondering how he didn't get stopped at the gate. The door opens, and he jumps about a foot in the air, bowing so fast he nearly gives himself whiplash. Josh introduces himself, but Kyle cuts him off. He already knows exactly who he is. Josh is floored that the future emperor knows his name, but Kyle is impatient. He points out that Josh is just standing there staring, and tells him to get on with it. Josh finally sits and spills the tea. He explains that he works for Elias Pharmaceuticals and that Lady Tara sponsored him. But here is the kicker. 7 months ago, she gave him a very specific instruction. She told him that if he succeeded in developing his drug, he should release it under the House Elias name. And if she wasn't available, he was to come straight to Prince Kyle. Kyle stares at him, his internal calculator running a mile a minute. She set this up 7 months ago? Josh admits he didn't understand it back then, thinking she was just being cautious, but everything has happened exactly as she predicted. Kyle confirms the timeline, asking if he's certain it was 7 months ago. Josh nods, oblivious to the fact that he is making his patron look incredibly suspicious. Kyle gets to the point. Does Josh know why the Margrave's children are dying? Josh nods eagerly. Surprisingly, this is exactly what he's been researching. He explains that before he met Tara, he published an article on Wolfsbane, a poisonous plant that, if used correctly, works as a powerful painkiller and anesthetic. But there's a catch. If you mix the root extract with dragon fruit, it causes a severe allergic reaction, vomiting blood, burning sensation, the works. It looks exactly like poison, but it's just bad chemistry. Kyle is tapping his finger against the armrest, his eyes narrowing. He asks why Josh was studying that specific interaction. Josh admits he wanted to commercialize the drug and was curious about how it interacted with the fruit of eternal youth, but the experiment was too expensive. That's when Tara swooped in with the funding. Kyle connects the dots. Tara funded research into a specific poison interaction involving a fruit her brother would eventually sell to the palace 7 months before it happened. Josh, bless his heart, thinks he's bringing good news. He proudly announces that he succeeded. The cure is simple. Diluted wolf's bane root extract will soothe the reaction in 30 minutes. Kyle asks if he's sure. Josh hesitates, admitting he hasn't technically finished Phase 3 clinical trials, but he's pretty sure it works. Kyle ignores the safety violation and asks the million-dollar question. Does Tara know he's here? Josh says no, he planned to write to her later. Kyle's face goes dark. He asks if Josh realizes what this looks like, coming here to solve a crime based on a prediction made half a year ago. Josh starts to panic, sensing the vibe has shifted from heroic rescue to criminal conspiracy. He asks if he did something wrong. Kyle ignores him and shouts for Nick. Nick appears, and Kyle orders him to escort Josh to the infirmary to administer the cure and get a written statement. But he gives a strict order. Josh is not to leave the palace until tomorrow. As Nick drags the confused scientist away, Josh asks why, and Kyle delivers the final blow right before the door slams. I don't think your visit today will be beneficial to your master. Left alone, Kyle grimaces. He realizes the problem immediately. Tara predicted this tragedy 7 months ago. He decides he's done guessing. He's going to go ask the little witch himself. The scene shifts to the interrogation room, where Jason Elias is slamming the table, wailing that he is innocent, that it was a setup, and demanding to know if they realize who he is. He screams that as the heir of the Elias merchant group, they cannot just lock him up like this. Walter, Prince Kyle's terrifying right-hand man, doesn't even blink. He just casually starts telling a story. He mentions a spice merchant who lied about prices a month ago. When the man wouldn't confess, Walter pulled out his pinky fingernail. Jason stops screaming and starts trembling. Walter continues, counting down the fingers, ring finger, middle finger, noting that the man finally confessed right before Walter got to his toenails. Then he brings up a nobleman's son who harassed some maids. That guy wouldn't admit it either, so Walter took a body part he was sure the man would miss. Jason practically dissolves into a puddle of tears and terror, screaming for him to stop. We cut to 30 minutes later, and the vibe has shifted. The scary interrogator is gone, replaced by Chris, playing the role of the sympathetic good cop. He hands Jason a handkerchief, gently suggesting that it is not uncommon for a noble to be tricked into these crimes. He promises to help him to the best of his abilities, so he really needs to stop crying and just confess. Jason, who has clearly never experienced hardship in his entire life, spills his guts immediately. He cries his eyes out, confessing everything. Chris watches him, internally disappointed. It took less than an hour for the heir of a major house to crack. He thinks that House Elias is either down on its luck, or they simply bred a coward. Meanwhile, back at the Elias mansion, our girl is asking for a status report on Bernard. The servant says he is resting, but the calm is shattered when the butler arrives, huffing and puffing. A message from the palace has arrived. The spy Dylan wonders if it is already a verdict, but Tara knows the bureaucracy is too slow for that. They gather in the hall. The entire immediate family is there. The messenger announces that Tara Elios is summoned for questioning regarding the attempted assassination of the Emperor. She is required to appear before the Special Investigation Unit by 4 o'clock today. And the kicker? The summons is signed by Commander-in-Chief Kyle Amur. The room erupts into whispers. Is she a suspect? Did she do it? Her mother, Isabel, whispers anxiously, asking what is going on. Tara tells her not to worry, but the Countess decides this is her moment to shine, screaming that she knew it. She asks why Tara is being summoned and accuses her of being behind the entire plot. She yells that Tara is the reason her precious son is locked up. Tara is just shocked, wondering if this woman is seriously playing the victim right now. The Countess actually tries to lunge at her, attempting to attack, but our girl dodges it with the grace of a matador. The servants have to physically grab the Countess to hold her back. The Countess is thrashing around, screaming that bitch is out to destroy the house. Finally, Chloe steps up. The smart sister actually defends Tara, shouting for quiet. She tells her mother to compose herself because the servants are watching. She insists they need to hear Tara's side of the story before jumping to conclusions. The Countess, trembling with rage, switches tactics to pure whining. She shrieks about how Tara came to her bedroom and threatened her, demanding she get down on her knees. The servants, however, are not on her side. They start whispering loudly among themselves, pointing out that it was the Countess's fault for pushing the dragon fruit deal without discussing it first. The court of public opinion has officially turned. Tara wonders why the Countess doesn't understand that silence is golden. But as she looks around the chaotic room, her eyes land on Logan. The broody brother is just standing there, smiling. Our girl feels a chill run down her spine. Why is he smiling while his family burns? She realizes she needs to dig up dirt on him immediately. Chloe cuts through the noise, reminding everyone that the entire capital is accusing them of treason, so they have no time for squabbles. She asks Tara to explain. Tara promises to tell them everything when she gets back, but she has one final piece of business to wrap up. She turns to the Countess and reminds her of what she said earlier. Tara declares that she and her mother are rightful members of House Elios. Yet, the Countess referred to them as smelly commoners in front of the staff. Tara states clearly that she tried to go easy on them, but now, the price has gone up. If the Countess wants Tara to save her son Jason from the dungeons, she must give a proper apology. The Countess screams again, asking if everyone heard that blackmail, but the crowd is not on her side. Dylan pulls Tara aside. He asks if her plan failed because she couldn't find the researcher. Tara checks the time. She still has 4 hours until her appointment at the palace. She says there is still something they can do, but the hard part will be delivering it to Prince Kyle in time. Dylan asks what she is delivering. Tara, priorities fully in check, says that before that, she needs to freshen up and eat something because she is absolutely famished. She tells herself it is going to be fine. After all, she knows her enemy. She knows Prince Kyle, and more importantly, she knows exactly how he thinks. We jump forward 4 hours. Our girl is in the carriage, heading to the lion's den. A servant comments on her beautiful earrings. We flash back to 30 minutes ago, where Lady Isabella is putting garnet earrings on her daughter. She tells Tara that garnets are her birthstone. Tara tries to be casual, but her mother insists. She says it is not proper for a noblewoman to enter the palace unadorned. Isabel admits she knows the situation isn't ideal, but she has wanted to give these to Tara for a long time. She trusts her daughter completely. Tara thinks to herself that she will make sure the Countess begs for forgiveness. Back in the present, with only 20 minutes left until she arrives at the palace, Tara is reviewing her papers. Suddenly, another carriage pulls up right beside hers, matching her speed. Before she can even react, a cloaked figure leaps from the moving vehicle, crashing straight into her carriage. Our girl screams, but the intruder just throws back his hood. It's Andre, obviously. The head of the Black Society asks how she could possibly forget his voice, acting like he didn't just break into a moving vehicle. But before Tara can yell at him for nearly giving her a cardiac arrest, Andre freezes. He stares at her face, hands trembling, and whispers, "Oh my God." Tara asks what's wrong, expecting bad news about the trial. Instead, Andre grabs her face and wails that this is unacceptable. He is mourning the loss of her chubby cheeks like a widow at a funeral. Tara slaps his hands away, reminding him that unsolicited touching is harassment, but Andre is too busy feeling betrayed by her metabolism. He sighs, deciding that since she is still technically on the chubby side, he will forgive her. The audacity of this man is truly boundless. He finally pivots to business, revealing why he risked a carriage break-in. He checked the market, and there were only 2 orders for Wolfsbane in the past year. One from the Palace Gardens, and one from Elias Pharmaceuticals. He waits for her to panic, but Tara just nods. She admits she placed the order. Andre smirks, his eyes lighting up with delight. He asks if she orchestrated the assassination attempt herself. Then he immediately answers his own question, no. It would be too obvious, too sloppy, and there's no profit in it. He knows she's smarter than that. He demands the truth. Tara tries to play the coincidence card, claiming she had no idea this would happen, but Andre just stares at her. He decides to let it slide, mostly because he assumes his apprentice wouldn't be this messy. He notes the timing is suspicious. The investigation into the Scorpion Guild has conveniently stalled because of this poisoning drama. Prince Kyle will definitely notice that connection. Tara realizes he's right and hands over the Scorpion Guild ledger she promised him. She asks why a crime lord is so invested in saving the Empire. Andre claims it's guilt over his reckless apprentice, shouting about his patriotism like a bad actor in a soap opera. He wishes her luck and vanishes as quickly as he arrived, leaving Tara and her poor maid completely bewildered. 30 minutes later, the vibe shifts from chaotic to deadly. We are in the interrogation room. Tara faces Prince Kyle and makes the rookie mistake of playing innocent, asking why she was summoned. Kyle isn't having it. He stares her down and asks if she wants to use her conscience or her acting skills today. Tara realizes he can see right through her, but she decides to double down on playing dumb. It's a bold strategy, but Kyle destroys it in 5 seconds. He simply lists his receipts. Josh Lucas. Wolfsbane. Elias Pharmaceuticals. 7 months ago. He leans in, telling her this is her last chance. Tara's internal monologue screams at her to drop the act because the man has the full timeline. She immediately stands up, bows, and apologizes for the insolence. She pivots to the paranoid genius defense. She explains that 7 months ago, she read a book on medicinal fruits. She claims she sent Josh to the palace not because she knew a crime would happen, but because she's a chronic overthinker who imagines worst-case scenarios for fun. Since dragon fruit is a palace delicacy, she figured if things went south, Kyle would be the one dealing with it. Kyle narrows his eyes. He admits that her being a paranoid strategist explains the prediction. But it doesn't explain why her family's pharmaceutical company had to be the one to fix it. He leans forward, his expression darkening into pure suspicion. He looks her dead in the eye and asks, "Who are you trying to fool?" Our girl leans into her defense, insisting her father was completely clueless about the spicy fruit research. She argues that mixing random foods can cause digestive disasters, making rigorous testing a must for their company. Kyle is unimpressed, countering that if a project is fatal, the head of the house needs a memo. Sweating profusely, our heroine plays the pity card, claiming she kept it a secret to surprise her father because her family value is currently 0. Kyle shuts down her tiny violin performance instantly. Panicking, she points out the glaring plot hole, asking who serves poison, and then immediately volunteers the antidote. Met with absolute silence, she aggressively pitches her family's strict neutrality. Since her father is allergic to politics, they have 0 motive to assassinate the king, making it painfully obvious they are being framed. Kyle coolly notes she sounds awfully convinced for someone who just complicated his life. She argues the real villains made things messy, but Kyle shoots back that Josh showing up is what threw a wrench in the gears. Internally, our girl is having a meltdown, her eyeballs practically sweating. She screams into the void that she never wanted a royal assassination plot, she just wanted a shiny promotion. If Jason was not ruining her life just by existing, this could have been her moment. The prince shatters her pity party, his face dropping into a serious glare as he accuses her of hiding something. She averts her eyes, feeling like his gaze is scanning her soul like a barcode. 5 agonizing minutes pass before Kyle offers an ultimatum, allowing her to see her father only if she gives a satisfactory answer. She panics, frantically swearing her family's innocence again. That is when Kyle hits her with a brutal reality check, explaining that people blindly trust what is familiar. He lists her 3 fatal blunders, calling out her overconfidence in her knowledge, her house, and her servants. Realizing she flew too close to the sun on wings of pure arrogance, she deflates. Swallowing her pride, she apologizes for being a brat and agrees to play his game. With a suspiciously gentle smile, Kyle morphs into a narrator, launching into a history lesson about a southern breadbasket territory. Our girl blinks, internally joking that storytelling was supposed to be her brand. Kyle explains how Lord Philip dealt with a toxic coworker named Baron Barrow, who spent years running a smear campaign and sabotaging a vital agricultural waterway. Philip's reputation was ruined, and though he suspected the Baron, he lacked the receipts to prove it, eventually inheriting the title anyway through sheer stubbornness. Meanwhile, a literal blonde snake working for the third prince is stressing over his own villainous logistics. He reflects on hiring goons to feed poisoned food to street beggars, brushing off 5 lost lives like loose change. His internal monologue is interrupted by coworkers gossiping about a scribe named Robinson, who supposedly eloped. One coworker bitterly warns the newly promoted replacement not to look too thrilled about Robinson's mysterious disappearance. The blonde snake cringes at their laughter, mentally complaining about dropping 200 gold coins of Prince Joseph's money to pay off the missing scribe. He casually notes his hired hunting dogs are already sleeping with the fishes, leaving only a palace gardener on his hit list, a puzzle he is giddy to solve. Back in the interrogation room, our girl hides a smirk, absolutely living for a good riddle. Her brain translates Kyle's fable, piecing together that Lord Philip is the current emperor and the evil Baron is obviously House Toulouse. It clicks that Toulouse is the invisible hand behind every disaster, terrifyingly good at scrubbing their tracks. Kyle interrupts her mental corkboard to ask if the puzzle is too hard. She coolly replies it is not difficult, just messy. Kyle smirks, telling his favorite crybaby not to overthink it. Her heart does a backflip at the nickname, thrilled she is officially off his blacklist. Slipping into strategist mode, she declares that as Lord Philip, she would have fired the Baron's right-hand man into the sun and set a massive trap. When Kyle demands details, she hesitates, pointing out that stooping to the Baron's dirty level would ruin Philip's royal legitimacy. Kyle instantly eliminates their personal space, his voice dropping into a firm, borderline shout as he demands to know what good a pristine reputation is if the man ends up too dead to inherit his own house. She secures permission to see her dad, but immediately pivots to pitch a wild favor. She asks the prince to keep the blonde idiot locked in a cell for one extra day, even if her family is cleared of all charges. The royal demands a reason, and she practically giggles, admitting it gives her the perfect runway to steal the heir position. Unmoved, he asks what is in it for him. She throws everything at the wall, citing her overtime in Durban and the sheer tragedy of having to fix a treason charge before she could even unpack her bags. Met with dead silence, she aggressively offers a blank check personal favor. He dryly notes she is already on his payroll. She clarifies she means a non-work favor, which he shoots down as completely unappealing. She hypes up her extreme resourcefulness, internally grumbling that his ruthless negotiating tactics explain his massive wealth. Finally, Kyle relents, but with strings attached. The request goes on the official record, and she absorbs all the liability. She agrees, immediately having a silent panic attack about getting scammed, but rationalizes it is entirely worth it to eliminate her brother and humble her father. 5 minutes later, she is scribbling her official statement. His Highness watches her, internally noting she looks like she shrank again. He wonders why she is still dieting before firmly telling his own brain to mind its business. Then, a sparkle catches his eye. It is her garnet earring, prompting him to deduce her birthday is approaching. But what really triggers him is a single, annoying stray lock of her hair. Operating on pure instinct, he reaches out to tuck it away. Midway through the air, his brain hits the brakes. He completely spirals, overthinking why he is hesitating and why he is letting a strand of hair emotionally compromise him. Panicking, he pivots and awkwardly rubs her earring instead. Our girl nearly jumps out of her skin, staring at him like he just grew a second head. The second heir fumbles for an excuse, blaming the glare of the jewelry. She thinks he could have simply used his words. Clearly, the prince is radiating unspoken crush energy today without even realizing it. Snapping back to business, she asks if the shady Black Society mentioned the palace gardens, since they were the only other buyers of the spicy poison fruit. Kyle confirms he already knows. She tries to drop another breadcrumb about the corrupted finance scribe, but the interrogator completely shuts her down, refusing to taint the investigation by gossiping with the suspect. Statement finished. She asks for her dad again, but a guard interrupts. Out of nowhere, the royal demands food. The bewildered guard offers the knight's weekly chocolate stash. The prince orders him to bring absolutely every single bar they have. Our heroine is deeply confused until Kyle drops a bizarrely intense line, stating he would accept her dying in combat, but absolutely refuses to let her pass out from starvation in his office. Still processing that weird flex, she is handed the paperwork to sign. Joy washes over her as she decodes his hidden message. He is practically telling her he knows her family is innocent, and to brace for the political fallout once the charges evaporate. He drops some motivational wisdom about finding opportunity in crisis. She signs the paper, practically vibrating with smugness, knowing this was her master plan all along. Riding high on this victory, she tries to push her luck, asking for a massive reward once she turns this crisis into a win. The prince immediately snaps, telling her a decent negotiator knows when to shut up. She internally shrugs, knowing it was a massive reach. The guard returns with a downright comical mountain of chocolate. Kyle orders her to take it and casually exits the room, leaving the massive sugary loot behind. Staring at the basket, she gets entirely soft, comparing him to a prickly pear because he is spiky on the outside but weirdly sweet and protective on the inside. But her romantic daydream crashes into a brick wall. As he speaks to the guard in the hallway, her eyes lock onto a specific detail, and her brain flatlines in sheer unadulterated shock. Still completely reeling from her recent revelation, our girl decides to just ask him directly. She demands to know if His Highness has caught feelings for her. Kyle goes stiff, asking her to repeat herself. She doubles down, clarifying that love might be too strong a word, but she is genuinely asking if he has developed romantic feelings. Kyle looks at her like she just grew a second head. Panic instantly sets in as she realizes that if looks could kill, she would be a chalk outline on the floor right now. Looking dead serious, he asks if the poison has completely melted her brain. She tries to laugh it off, mentally kicking herself for asking, but also wondering why he is treating the concept of liking her like it is a war crime. Kyle aggressively orders her out of his office. Unbothered, she casually munches on her giant pile of chocolate, asking for a minute to finish her snack. After she finally leaves, Kyle gets back to business with his subordinates. The gray-haired aide reports that the gardener in charge of the spicy poison plant has been MIA since the banquet and was recently found dead in his home. The autopsy is pending, but traces of poison in his teapot point to a staged suicide. The aide explains that the gardener's bankrupt daughter and son-in-law had recently moved in, somehow found enough money to start a restaurant, and then vanished 2 weeks ago. The team is currently hunting them down. Kyle asks about the poison plant logistics. The aide confirms 2 witnesses saw the gardener handle it. The attendant reported 2 months' worth of the plant missing, which was completely ignored, and a clerk saw the gardener drench the plant in water the night before the banquet, soaking the surrounding boxes. Kyle connects the dots instantly, asking if one of those soaked boxes contained the dragon fruit. The aide confirms, noting that the blonde idiot was the one who picked it up. Kyle deduces the corrupt finance scribe gave Jason the exclusive fruit supply and asks for his location. The aide reports the scribe allegedly eloped with his lover 2 weeks ago after mysteriously paying off massive gambling debts. Kyle then asks about Baron Perryport. The aide confirms the Baron is under surveillance at his cottage. Kyle signs a paper, declaring the Baron a flight risk who will try to smuggle himself out of the Empire. When the aide suggests the Baron might just be assassinated, Kyle disagrees. He explains the Baron is Prince Francis's close confidant and holds too much blackmail material on House Toulouse to be easily disposed of, ordering his immediate arrest. Finally, Kyle orders Walter to schedule an audience with His Majesty at the next government meeting. Meanwhile, our girl enters her father's holding cell. Count Lloyd looks incredibly worn out, having seemingly aged a decade, but he immediately hugs her. She sits him down and spends 5 minutes explaining the entire situation. Hearing that Prince Kyle is moving quickly and release is imminent, the Count is relieved but absolutely furious about the Moonstone Clause and the blonde idiot making deals without his permission. He vows to teach his son a lesson. Our girl tells him to calm down, noting he only has himself to blame for spoiling the boy. Internally, she agrees, knowing he let Jason and the Countess run wild for far too long. The Count grimly predicts that even if they are cleared, the Elias merchant group will be blacklisted by the palace, turning the nobles against them. Our heroine confidently declares she can turn this crisis into a massive business opportunity and even get His Majesty to look favorably upon them. The Count is stunned. Internally, she knows she cannot just hand him the solution, because House Philip will always maintain the upper hand and the Countess will eventually revert to her toxic ways. She demands a written promise giving her full temporary control of House Elias while she resolves the crisis, including the authority to punish the guilty parties. The Count is outraged, asking if she is demanding to be made the head of the house. When she confirms it is only temporary, he slams his fists on the table, roaring that she is challenging his authority. She calmly explains it is the only way to help Jason. Pacing the cell, the Count accuses her of threatening him and using her supposed solution as leverage, asking if she really thought she could outsmart him. Switching to a strictly professional tone, she addresses him as Your Excellency, reminding him she is an official heir candidate. She points out that if anyone else had brought this deal, he would not be reacting this way. He fires back that if it were anyone else, they would not be discussing giving one sibling the power to punish another for personal revenge. The narrator chimes in to explain that while Count Lloyd leads the biggest merchant group, the top 3 groups own 75% of the Empire's wealth, making his actual power quite fragile. He is also entirely under the thumb of House Philip and has become painfully soft on his children since losing his eldest son. Refusing to coddle him, our girl states she will not try to placate him. She explains that under normal circumstances, she would just give him the solution. But Jason has crossed the line. She reminds him that it has only been 7 months since Jason embezzled funds, and he is already in massive trouble again. She argues that without serious intervention, he will just repeat his mistakes. She frankly admits revenge crossed her mind, but insists her primary goal is securing the family's future. The Count stares at her, completely bewildered. Our heroine understands his panic. She has been gone for 7 months, and the moment she returns, she is demanding the keys to the kingdom. Still, she refuses to back down, knowing this is her one golden opportunity to permanently bulldoze her blonde brother out of her way. Her father sinks back into his chair, asking what kind of punishment she actually has in mind. She frankly admits she wants to use this entire disaster to ensure no one ever dares to look down on her and her mother again. When he asks for names, she points squarely at the Countess and Victoria, noting their public insults have officially crossed the line. The patriarch covers his face, groaning about his wife's notorious arrogance. Our girl smoothly tells him to sit this one out, fully aware his hands are tied by House Philip. She lays out the brutal facts, explaining their entire bloodline almost got wiped out because the blonde heir bungled a massive deal without permission, while the Countess abused her authority to seal the doomed contract while the Count was away. They absolutely have to pay the piper. The Count agrees, but demands to hear the master plan first. Channeling her inner executive, she smirks and notes that a good negotiator never reveals all her cards. Her father flinches but claps back, stating a good boss does not hand over full control blind. Recognizing she needs to throw him a bone, she drops a tactical nuke, revealing she possesses a poison cure that has already passed its second clinical trial. The patriarch is visibly shell-shocked. She promises to spill the tea, but only after he signs over the authority to handle her brother's case. A guard suddenly interrupts, announcing they only have 5 minutes left. The Count physically recoils. Our girl leans in, applying the pressure, telling him time is practically up. Trapped by logic, her father realizes that if she can actually clear their name, he has no choice but to accept. He nervously asks what happens if she gets drunk on power. She reiterates it is strictly temporary, and her main motivation is simply to flex on the Countess, who only respects absolute authority. Conceding defeat, the Count asks the guard for a pen and drafts a contract, officially granting his 5th child total power to resolve the royal assassination crisis and punish the guilty. Handing over the document, he gestures for her to come closer. She leans in and whispers her master plan into his ear. The Count leans back, suddenly radiating confidence, and praises her for mastering the art of getting inside an opponent's head. He casually asks if anyone has ever told her she resembles Prince Kyle. Deeply offended, she demands to know how. Her father dryly notes they both possess a terrifying talent for making people feel incredibly lousy. She notes that is definitely not a compliment, but the Count waves it off, giving her plan the ultimate green light. As she turns to leave, he stops her, adding that a mere piece of paper will not be enough to convince the family snakes. He promises to brief his personal lawyer in an hour and have him present when she drops the bomb on the household, throwing his full weight behind her. Beaming with triumphant energy, she promises not to let him down. Riding back in her carriage, our heroine happily admires her massive mountain of chocolate. She breathes a heavy sigh of relief that the second heir is the one handling this treason case, shuddering at the absolute nightmare it would be if Prince Francis or Joseph were in charge. Meanwhile, on the dark outskirts of the capital, a group of cloaked guards is frantically dragging a very stressed Baron Polaport toward a getaway boat. Their escape is violently interrupted when a rival squad of elite shadow operatives drops in. The Royal Strike Team perfectly coordinates to hide their identities, waiting for the Baron's exhausted guards to tire out before striking. Back at the royal office, confirming the target was intercepted at the border in a chaotic 50-man brawl. The prince sharply asks about injuries. The subordinate instantly gets starry-eyed and emotional, bragging about a tiny scratch on his shoulder and boasting that anyone who survives 20 sparring rounds with His Highness is practically invincible. The royal ruthlessly shatters his aide's ego, clarifying he was asking about the Baron's health, not his. Deflated, the subordinate reports the captive suffered some minor shock-induced muscle spasms, but is otherwise perfectly sound and currently locked in a secure safe house. The interrogator orders strict surveillance, predicting the enemy faction will be tearing the city apart looking for their missing pawn. As a final power move, the prince orders a squad to guard the Baron's daughter. When asked if they should be discreet, he commands them to make it aggressively official, wanting the entire empire to know exactly who is protecting her. Nick suggests beating a confession out of Orlando, since the suspect is stubbornly claiming innocence. Kyle flatly rejects the idea, knowing a coerced confession would immediately ruin their case in court. When Nick cheerfully suggests they do not even need Orlando since Hugo already broke, the room's temperature plummets. Kyle's face drops into a terrifying deadpan as he coldly uses the aide's full name, asking if he seriously wants to ignore the prime suspect. Realizing he just stepped on a landmine, Nick frantically bows, apologizes for his short-sightedness, and volunteers for 100 courtyard laps. Kyle tells him to save the cardio for later and orders both suspects transferred to a safe house. Left alone, the prince stares out the window, eagerly waiting to see which suspect betrays the other first. At House Toulouse, the Minister of Finance furiously demands to know how their meticulously planned operation failed. A bleeding subordinate grovels, explaining they were completely outplayed by Kyle's brilliantly staged two-group ambush. The stressed minister demands details, learning the Royal Strike Squad snatched the Baron and already established an impenetrable round-the-clock guard around his daughter, who has locked herself in her room. The minister slams his desk, cursing the second heir's frustrating multitasking skills. Dismissing the battered goon, the minister nervously paces and formulates a backup plan. He decides to use Prince Francis to bypass the guards and reach the daughter, confident the Emperor is too distracted by the assassination plot to care about a new case. The next morning at the Elios estate, Beth frantically tries to wake our girl, warning her it is already 10 o'clock and a massive mob is waiting. Begging for 10 more minutes, our heroine slowly realizes she is finally back in her own bed. Beth reveals the halls are swarming with merchant leaders and House Philip elders after palace guards suddenly lifted the estate lockdown yesterday. Connecting the dots, our girl realizes the Countess immediately summoned her family to stage an ambush. Instead of panicking, she flashes a slightly unhinged grin, thrilled the woman actually gathered an audience for today's execution. Startled by the villainous smile, Beth notes she looks genuinely frightening. Our girl confirms that is exactly the vibe she is going for, demanding a dress that screams graceful intimidation. Beth deadpans that her wardrobe is currently lacking since they just returned from Durban, but suddenly gets manic Taylor energy. Thrilled to finally ditch her lady's usual baggy clothes, Beth vows to surgically alter yesterday's dress into a masterpiece. Our heroine happily surrenders to the professional. Stepping out of her room looking absolutely lethal, she casually asks about Arya. Beth mentions her sister practically lives in the library now, leaving our girl stunned that she was gone long enough for Arya to discover reading. As she elegantly descends the stairs, the crowd goes dead silent. Whispers erupt as the nobles fail to process her dramatic glow-up, shocked she is nothing like they imagined. She gracefully bows, introducing herself as the Fifth Ward. A salty old man immediately steps forward, introducing himself as a shareholder. He goes on the offensive, demanding to know the family's future before loudly accusing her of dishonoring them. Calmly observing his labored breathing, she mentally diagnoses him with lung issues while he points his cane and flat out asks if she has been the mastermind behind this conspiracy from the start. The crowd gasps at the sheer audacity. An attendant tries to calm the elder down so they can at least hear her out. Ignoring the salty man, our heroine locks eyes with the Countess, offering her one final, unearned chance to apologize to her and her mother. The Countess erupts, calling her a bitch and whining to the old man, who turns out to be her uncle, falsely claiming our girl dragged her precious son into this mess. Unbothered, our heroine snaps her fingers, declaring that since the Countess refuses to learn, it is officially time for the slideshow of her crimes. The scene briefly cuts to the frantic finance minister at House Toulouse. He demands Prince Francis's whereabouts, desperate to use him as a pawn, only to learn the royal is away inspecting horses for 2 days. Back at the Elios estate, our girl officially takes the stage. She asks the butler to read her father's contract out loud while Beth dramatically presents the paper. The crowd erupts into chaotic murmurs, baffled that Count Lloyd would hand his authority to a recently returned daughter. The Countess completely loses her mind, screaming the document is a fake and throwing a public tantrum. Unfazed, our heroine calls upon the Count's personal lawyer, who loudly confirms the document is entirely genuine and grants her absolute authority to punish the guilty. The crowd collectively gasps. In the background, 2 servants are internally living for the drama. One is a black society agent, and the other is a spy for the second heir. They accidentally make eye contact, instantly recognizing each other, but strictly follow the universal rule of espionage: pretend you saw nothing and go back to sweeping. Meanwhile, one of our girl's brothers steps forward, skeptically asking if she can actually guarantee the charges will be dropped. A salty uncle from House Philip agrees to comply but warns she will take the fall if things burn down. She welcomes the liability, promising to expose the real mastermind. Turning to the merchant leaders, she orders them to liquidate all of Jason's assets immediately. The Countess screams like a banshee, and a Philip cousin questions the legality. Our heroine dryly notes the disgraced heir will be lucky to have any assets left, explaining he needs cash to redeem his botched dragon fruit deal. She announces he will be taking a mandatory 3-year expedition to Guyane. The crowd is stunned, murmuring that Guyane is practically in exile. The Countess short-circuits, screaming that her son will not stand for this. Ignoring the shrieking, our girl coldly states that if he refuses, he gets 10 years on a sheep ranch instead. She smirks, revealing she knows he will be released exactly 1 day after her father, ordering his bags packed since he departs straight from the palace gates. Internally, she congratulates herself on her master plan, Asking Prince Kyle to hold her brother an extra day proves her negotiating flex to the family and keeps her safely away from his inevitable tantrum. Turning her crosshairs back to the Countess, she coldly lists the woman's crimes, specifically abusing the Count's seal, and officially strips her of all financial power. The Countess dramatically fakes a fainting spell and is carried away by maids. Our heroine initially attempts to hand the financial power to Tara Elios. However, Chloe nervously declines, pointing out that the role rightfully belongs to our girl's mother. Realizing she accidentally discriminated against her own mom while trying to appear unbiased, our heroine apologizes and officially makes the transfer. Transforming into a full-blown CEO, she barks orders for a pharmaceutical manager, a lawyer to prep a patent, and an expedition team. Finally, she demands a scribe with flawless handwriting. When someone nervously asks what she is planning, she solemnly declares that House Elias is about to get on its hands and knees. Dropping her cliffhanger, our girl tells the stunned crowd they will discuss the gritty details in the meeting room. She leads the way, internally smirking because she knows they are too hopelessly nosy not to follow. Inside the boardroom, the nobles stand around awkwardly, entirely avoiding the patriarch's empty chair. Clenching her fists to steady her nerves, our heroine claims the throne at the head of the table. Channeling her ultimate boss energy, she begins breaking down her executive orders as the official acting head of the house. 2 days later, at the State Affairs Weekly Council meeting, the nobles are busy gossiping. One points out a glaring empty seat, wondering why Prince Francis is still missing in action. Another mentions the royal is supposedly arriving today, but someone else rolls their eyes, noting it is a terrible look to skip work mere days after a royal assassination attempt. The meeting officially kicks off, only to be instantly derailed when the heavy doors swing open. The second heir casually strolls in, sending a shockwave through the room. The nobles whisper, wondering if he actually solved the treason case in record time. The shock morphs into sheer panic when the captive Baron Polyport shuffles in behind the prince, sporting tightly bound hands. The finance minister's brain flatlines in sheer terror, and even the third prince starts sweating, realizing this is a catastrophic development for their faction. The emperor finally arrives, takes his throne, and spots his son. He casually asks what brings him to the council. Kyle dryly asks if the monarch missed his official message. An aide frantically whispers to the emperor that the memo arrived 2 days ago, but he explicitly chose to ignore it. Playing it off with zero shame, the ruler tells the prince to proceed. Kyle announces he cracked the assassination case and is ready to spill the tea. The emperor is internally shook, having banked on the investigation dragging out for at least another week, privately wishing his son was not such an inflexible overachiever. As the nobles murmur in disbelief that the case was solved in a mere 5 days, the emperor gives the green light to hear the findings. Handing over the official paperwork, Kyle reveals the dragon fruit triggered a massive allergic reaction caused by a foreign substance called wolfsbane imported from Guyana. The crowd erupts, hurling malicious insults at House Elias. The third prince privately spirals, horrified that the royal interrogator identified the poison so quickly. Kyle then drops another bombshell, revealing the cure is actually made from the exact same spicy plant, and the victims are already on the road to a full recovery. The finance minister immediately smells an opportunity. Feigning smug curiosity, he asks how an antidote was miraculously developed on such short notice. Kyle calmly explains the medicine had already passed phase 2 of clinical trials. The emperor completely loses his temper, outraged at the idea that the Elias family poisoned him just to play hero with the cure. Smelling blood in the water, the finance minister launches into a theatrical rant about the merchant family's treacherous greed. Before he can finish his performance, Kyle sharply shuts him down, loudly reminding Lord Grafton that he is still talking. The minister backpedals, offering a fake apology and blaming his outburst on his righteous fury over the situation. Staring him down with absolute zero intensity, Kyle delivers the ultimate mic drop. He announces he is certain there is a hidden mastermind pulling the strings, and it is definitively not House Elias. The minister sputters that this is complete nonsense, but the prince's deadly serious glare shuts down any further debate. Kyle reveals the culprit who planted the wolfsbane was a senior palace gardener of 30 years. 10 minutes later, the council is completely bewildered. A vassal of House Toulouse argues it makes zero sense for the gardener to steal the plant just to spray it with water in the storage room. Another noble questions why someone would commit such elaborate sabotage only to supposedly commit suicide. Kyle smoothly counters that while circumstantial evidence points to suicide, the investigation is ongoing. When asked what happens if it was not suicide, the prince points out that without discovering the poison, the death would not be suspicious. meaning House Elias would have definitely been framed. The third prince watches the chaos, internally impressed by the sheer effort behind this now useless conspiracy. Having nothing to lose, he smugly decides to just sit back and enjoy the show. He silently notes that not a single seasoned politician in the room genuinely believes a mere gardener acted alone to assassinate the emperor. The monarch demands to know the real mastermind. Kyle explains the cash transactions make tracing accounts impossible, but they are investigating pre-banquet suspicious activity. The second heir then pivots, declaring he has another crucial matter to report. The king tries to brush it off to focus on House Elias, but Kyle firmly pushes back. He insists that amidst the assassination chaos, another massive case was almost buried and must be heard immediately. Internally thrilled that his awaited moment has finally arrived, the emperor eagerly gives his son the floor. Kyle orders the vice captain forward, who drags in 2 bound prisoners. The finance minister and his cronies instantly start sweating in panic. Pointing to the captives, Kyle drops a massive bombshell. There is a mole lurking right under their noses. The council erupts into chaos, with nobles losing their minds over the possibility that a royal assemblyman is connected to the infamous military intelligence leak dominating the newspapers. Kyle explains his suspicions began after Sandoval forces ambushed their troops a second time. The enemy somehow knew the exact, highly classified locations of their border camps, information strictly restricted to elite military officials. Suspecting a high-ranking palace mole, Kyle reveals he secured both witnesses and hard evidence. He hands a ledger to the emperor, who snatches it in a fury. The prince explains the ledger contains the perpetrator's initials, recorded by the head of the intel-selling organization. He commands Hugo Johnson to speak. Hugo confesses to managing a Durban club that served as a front for treasonous meetings between elite military officials and Sandoval spies. Dropping the hammer, he reveals a palace insider orchestrated the connections, claiming he personally watched the organization's head, kneeling right beside him, right in the ledger after those meetings. The council screams for the traitor's identity. The organization's head, Orlando, internally calculates his odds, hoping a plea deal will score him a cushy island prison sentence instead of the death penalty. The finance minister mentally begs him to stay quiet, promising a rescue. Visibly shaking, Orlando realizes Hugo or the Baron will talk anyway. Kyle whispers a brutal reality check, asking if Orlando is truly dumb enough to reject a plea deal. Breaking under the pressure, Orlando points directly at Baron Polyport, confessing the guilty noble is standing right there. The Baron collapses, trembling and frantically claiming he only followed orders out of loyalty. The council erupts, whispering that the Baron is a House Toulouse vassal connected to Prince Francis. The finance minister practically vibrates with anxiety. The emperor is internally grinning, thrilled to see the usually arrogant Lord Grafton sweating bullets. Connecting the dots, he realizes this is exactly why Grafton skipped the victory ceremony. Dropping his facade, the king demands to know who the Baron was serving. When the Baron stutters, the emperor furiously threatens to chop off his hands. Terrified, the Baron screams his orders came from Prince Francis, and then directly from Duke Toulouse. The finance minister immediately bows, begging to explain. Utterly disgusted, the emperor turns to Kyle and demands a full casualty report. The prince coldly lists the devastating toll: 30 elite soldiers dead, over 160 wounded, 2 camps burned to ashes, and massive financial losses. He emphasizes the worst impact was the destruction of the soldiers' morale and trust. Kyle delivers this report while aiming an absolute death glare at the finance minister, sending chills down the man's spine. Exploding in rage, the emperor screams at Duke Toulouse for endangering his soldiers and violently orders his guards to drag Prince Francis to him immediately. The emperor is practically shaking the throne room with pure rage. Terrified nobles frantically beg him to breathe, but our boy Kyle casually takes a knee right in the splash zone. The king barks at him to rise, and Kyle smoothly complies. The peanut gallery whispers, wondering why His Majesty isn't milking this perfect moment for absolute authority. Sweating bullets, the finance minister hastily claims this is all a massive misunderstanding. The emperor instantly hits the mute button on him, roaring for silence until Prince Francis arrives, and furiously paces the room. Right on cue, Francis waltzes in, radiating the blissful ignorance of a lottery winner. He cheerfully greets his father before hastily correcting his painfully casual tone. The emperor demands his recent whereabouts, and Francis proudly announces he was visiting his sponsored ranch. The king completely snaps, screaming that it has only been 5 days since a literal assassination attempt. Francis aggressively fidgets, stammering he didn't think that far ahead. The emperor glares, mentally thrilled he never officially named this 30-something disaster as his successor. Dropping the hammer, The king asks who ordered Baron Polyport to leak military intelligence to Scandala. Francis blinks in sheer confusion before pure panic sets in. Sweating an ocean, he stammers his innocence, crushing his armrest. The Emperor warns that second chances are officially cancelled. Crumbling instantly, Francis wails that he only followed his mother and Uncle Grafton's orders. The finance minister starts sweating too, claiming they only meant to help Kyle. The Emperor asks if he looks like a gullible fool. Grafton launches his emergency backup lie. Their brilliant plan was to leak fake intelligence, but greedy subordinates sold the real documents. From the floor, the little prisoner completely loses it and screams that the Duke is lying. The minister shoots the Baron a toxic glare, doubling down while Francis vigorously nods. Pivoting his strategy, Grafton hits his knees, smoothly admitting it was a mistake to trust greedy people. Francis practically swan dives to the floor in agreement. Watching this pathetic display, the prisoner recalls Kyle's spicy advice. Take the punishment now, don't corner the bosses, and Kyle will save him later in exchange for his secret memorandum. Swallowing his rage, the Baron decides to play along, silently vowing revenge. The Emperor totally rejects the absurd fake intel excuse. Grafton aggressively leans on their royal titles, but the king roars about them bypassing the commander-in-chief. Grafton claims Francis wanted to tell Kyle, but Grafton insisted on secrecy to fool their allies first. Watching this absolute circus, Kyle mentally smirks. Grafton thinks he is escaping, but he just publicly confessed to wartime treason. Declaring the Duke guilty, the king orders a House of Lords trial and instantly strips Grafton of both minister titles. The peanut gallery whispers this is a massive overreaction for House to lose, but Kyle smirks harder. The Emperor just created shiny bargaining chips to hand back when the inevitable appeal letters arrive. Turning his wrath onto Francis, the Emperor officially revokes his princely authority and secretary role, coldly exiling the sobbing, crawling prince to the Toulouse mansion. Meanwhile, the third prince sports a face-splitting grin in the back, happily marveling at this free political victory. To seal the deal, the Emperor isolates the disgraced duo and puts Kyle in charge of the final executions. Leaving finance leaderless, reports are temporarily redirected to the prime consul and first scribe before a brief recess is called. As guards march the duo out like common prisoners, the gossip shifts. The nobles realize House Elios is definitely next on the chopping block. Hearing that name, Kyle's smirk turns predatory, eagerly waiting to see how Tara's family survives the incoming bloodbath. As the disgraced finance minister is escorted out, the third prince slithers up for a quick whisper session. He mutters that he should have handled things himself, but promises to expertly manage public opinion. Asking if the Duke wants his minister title reinstated, the prince gets an eager yes, tells him to simply wait for his return, and parts ways. Back inside, the meeting reconvenes. The Emperor raises an eyebrow at a formal request to keep Jason in custody for one extra day. Kyle smoothly explains it is a direct request from our girl, casually dropping that she simply wants the upper hand in her competition for the Elias headship. The Emperor cackles, asking if this petty favor directly benefited the prince. Internally, Kyle was just incredibly curious to see her power play, but out loud, he smoothly lies and says yes. The Emperor points out the absurdity of granting favors to someone whose family allegations aren't even cleared. Kyle aggressively defends her as his scribe and the absolute genius who provided the medical cure, freely offering to accept any punishment for abusing his authority. Highly amused, the king marvels that House Elias must have their hands full with our girl. Shifting gears, the Emperor asks what to do about House Elias. Angry Toulouse vassals immediately step up, aggressively demanding Elias lose their exclusive supply rights and merchant rank since their patriarch was so clueless. The Emperor glances at Kyle, who completely emotionally uninvests, stating his only duty is reporting facts. Before the king can drop the hammer, the prime consul smoothly interrupts with a freshly delivered letter, whispering about some very substantial financial benefits. Reading it, the Emperor does a whiplash-inducing 180. He bursts into laughter, suddenly declaring that House Elias has flawlessly fulfilled their royal duties. He cheerfully waves off a completely baffled vassal and announces his final decision. 5 minutes later, the nobles leave in absolute shock at the lenient ruling. Kyle just smirks, realizing our girl perfectly understands the art of giving a little to gain a lot. The scene shifts to the Elias estate, where a royal messenger demands the head of house. A salty old man tries to dismiss her, but our girl firmly claps back that she is the acting head. The messenger hands over the decree. Her heart doing a victory lap, she reads it to the silent room. The decree states House Elias must apologize and lose their dragon fruit rights. However, the Emperor has fully accepted her redemption proposal. Elias Pharmaceutical must transfer all allergy and heart drug patents directly to the king. Jason must fork over half his tangible assets and is banished to Guyane for 3 years to distribute with Spain. Since all those patents and assets go directly to the Emperor's personal funds, the king is basically printing free money. In exchange, all interrogations are entirely dismissed. The room is completely stunned. She single-handedly saved the family. Stepping straight into boss mode, she orders Dylan and the lawyers to start prepping the massive stack of paperwork. The blonde sister approaches, admitting she never viewed our girl as a real competitor until right now. She genuinely praises the genius PR move of sacrificing the patents to get the royal stamp of approval, handing out a rare olive branch by admitting she just learned a thing or two. Our girl beams, slightly shocking her sister, who excuses herself to work even though it is practically dinner time. Watching her walk away, our girl realizes she just accidentally supercharged her sister's competitive spirit. But the second she is entirely alone, she completely loses her cool, bouncing with pure energy and celebrating her massive victory. Watching the Elias carriages depart, our girl's trusted maid, Beth, rushes up, beaming over her masterclass performance. Exhausted but victorious, our girl agrees the crisis is over and demands a massive delivery of chocolate to her room. As Beth sprints off, our girl watches the final carriage roll away, completely unsurprised that absolutely no one bothered to stick around to say goodbye to the disgraced countess. Inside one departing carriage, the salty old man's family has an intense debrief. A younger noble is astounded Elias Pharmaceutical developed a heart medication that passed clinical trials. Knowing heart disease is the leading cause of death among nobles, he predicts insane demand and is totally baffled why our girl surrendered such a profitable patent. The old man chuckles, explaining it is a genius long-term play. Securing the Emperor's official stamp of approval guarantees House Elias becomes the #1 pharmaceutical group. She brilliantly turned a crisis into an advantage. However, the biggest shock was sending the profits directly to the Emperor's personal accounts. The younger noble is confused, since nobles slide the Emperor under-the-table bribes constantly. The old man explains the Emperor hates shady donations due to the leverage they provide. Now, the Emperor has a legal, steady stream of funding from a publicly known source. He will never forget that favor. Rubbing his chin, the old man declares they must make this fifth-born genius their new ally. Reminded that Victoria absolutely despises our girl, the old man scoffs, stating Victoria has zero common sense and does not understand the powerhouse she is messing with. Noting how Stuart has strong marriage ties to them and their second son is returning from abroad soon, he practically cackles, declaring they must pay House Stuart an immediate visit to secure an alliance. The scene shifts to a montage of the next day's newspapers. Unhinged headlines question if the exiled Prince Francis will ever return and mock House Toulouse's disastrous attempt to fool the enemy. Elias Merchant Group gets glowing press coverage, hailed for correcting their poor management and voted the absolute best up-and-coming merchant group. Other papers wildly speculate about the assassination attempt and the missing secret ledger. Despite the drama, the palace regains its peace, moving on as if the assassination attempt never happened. The wild rumors slowly die down, replaced by the usual quiet buzz of the empire. Even the massive hit House Elias took fades from the public eye, entirely overshadowed by the highly anticipated return of House Stuart's second son. A week later, we find our girl standing in the Elias winter house, listening to the freezing rain. Beth approaches, deeply concerned that our girl's lips are literally turning blue. Our girl casually brushes it off, explaining her lips have been this weird color for days. Beth frantically offers to call a doctor or bring a hot breakfast, but our girl firmly refuses. She explains the blue lips are just an annoying side effect of the poison antidote. She remembers the doctor's strict warning to let her body naturally adjust over time, noting taking medicine now would force her to rely on it forever. Beth lovingly drapes a heavy coat over our girl's shoulders, still fussing. Our girl insists she is fine. Internally, she grumbles that she is only 18, but her life constantly feels like a grueling military boot camp. Beth hands over the daily paper, pointing to a dramatic headline about Jason's heartbreaking farewell to the sea. Reading it, our girl sports a completely smug grin. She finds the poetic wording hilarious, instantly imagining Jason violently seasick and screaming to go home. She jokingly regrets not packing him motion sickness pills. Thrilled he is out of the picture for 3 years, she morbidly wonders if he might end up the only surviving Elias if her plans crash. Beth suddenly interrupts, blurting out how much she admires our girl and gushing about how radiant she looked when banishing Jason. Highly embarrassed, our girl orders Beth to stop the flattery and desperately asks for her carriage. Beth notes she came downstairs 20 minutes early and Chloe has already left for work. Explaining Chloe spends 3 days at her boutique and the rest of the week at Princess Margaret's palace, Beth marvels at how she balances it all. Our girl proudly agrees, noting that being an absolute workaholic must run in the family. Remembering one last errand, our girl asks if Arya is in the library. Beth confirms, and our girl heads off, asking her carriage to wait. Entering the library, she spots her younger sister surrounded by a mountain of books. Arya aggressively snaps at her for being a distraction. Our girl ignores the attitude, asking one final time if Arya has truly given up on Prince Kyle. Arya rolls her eyes, reiterating she has zero interest and bluntly telling our girl she is wasting her time. Completely shook, our girl silently wonders what happened to her sister. She asks if Arya is seriously becoming a historian. Arya proudly confirms she registered for advanced history and international affairs courses. She credits the life change to the book our girl gave her, explaining the volume about princesses sparked her curiosity. She admits she never realized books could be so entertaining. Watching her sister geek out, our girl is terrified by this complete personality transplant. She accepts defeat, promising to never bother Arya with Prince Kyle news again. Arya ignores the apology, aggressively asking our girl to leave her alone so she can read. Genuinely speechless, our girl points to a massive textbook and asks what it is. Arya casually explains it is her starting point for the Empire's history. Intrigued, our girl asks to look, checking out the heavy book titled The Assyrian Chronicles. Our girl stares at the massive textbook, completely frozen. The title, The Assyrian Chronicles, perfectly matches the mobile game and novel from her past life. Her mind frantically connects the dots. Arya proudly explains the book will jumpstart her history knowledge and casually asks for an opinion on the title. Our girl remains paralyzed. Noting her sister looks like she just saw a ghost, Arya waves a hand to snap her out of it. Overwhelmed, our girl shouts for Arya to freeze, dramatically clutching her head and practically fainting against a chair. Arya jumps up in a panic, forcing her internal screaming to stop. Our girl plays it cool, asking if Arya invented the title. Arya proudly claims it. Thinking fast, our girl lies, claiming she read an old book with that exact title, and it triggered bad memories. Buying the excuse, Arya notes it is probably just a common historical title. Our girl asks to borrow it, promising to return it by tomorrow so Arya can keep writing. Before our girl can process anything in the hallway, the disgraced countess storms in, absolutely shrieking at her husband. Flanked by nervous maids, she threatens to withdraw every single penny of House Philippe's investments unless Jason is returned immediately. The Elias patriarch does not even flinch. He coldly informs his hysterical wife that she just made his life incredibly easy, officially cutting all business ties with House Philippe effective immediately. The countess completely loses her mind. Looking entirely done with her endless drama, the patriarch orders the maids to drag her back to her chambers. She thrashes and screams like a toddler while being hauled away. Watching the circus, our girl's biological mother calmly notes, this means there will be no proper handoff of the internal finance ledgers. Her maid strongly advises staying away from the screaming countess. The mother agrees, deciding to march straight to the tax office and untangle the financial mess herself. Later, hiding in her carriage, our girl opens Arya's book and completely freaks out. The table of contents, covering the imperial family, the nobles, and the three princes, is strikingly identical to the novel from her past life. She vividly remembers the original author went on hiatus right after Chapter 4, which perfectly aligns with Kyle's arrival, the Scandala War, and the recent assassination attempt. This is the exact moment her current life deviated from the plot. Her head pounds in time with the freezing rain outside. A terrifying thought strikes her, and she slowly turns to stare at Beth. Quickly covering her panic by asking for a blanket, our girl spirals into a full-blown existential crisis. She wonders if she actually time-traveled into her own past body rather than possessing a new one. Frantically digging through her memories, a specific conversation suddenly clicks. She remembers the original author bragging about a spin-off plan. A tragically doomed character would become an author and write a book with the exact same title. Letting out a massive sigh of relief, our girl realizes she definitely possessed someone else's body. She suddenly shouts in sheer relief, completely startling Beth. Beth nervously asks if the poison's side effects are making her act crazy. Our girl eagerly blames the neutralizer. Leaning in, Beth conspiratorially whispers that maybe Prince Kyle's cure was a total lie. Our girl instantly snaps, fiercely ordering Beth to watch her mouth. She warns that the palace walls have ears and accusing a royal without proof is a literal death sentence. Beth apologizes, asking why she hasn't told the official doctor about the secret plant. Our girl vaguely claims she forgot, desperately faking sleep to end the conversation. Pretending to nap, she realizes her only survival option is to frantically remember every single plot point the author ever spoiled. Mentally groaning about her ridiculously hard life, she actually falls asleep. She wakes up groggily as the carriage reaches the palace, asking Beth to invite Arya for dinner. Beth explains Arya attends a dedicated Monday book club and usually eats there. Completely floored by Arya's new nerdy devotion, our girl steps out into the rain. Standing before the massive palace gates, she takes a dramatic, victorious breath. A guard rudely ruins the moment, asking if she plans to stand in the rain forever. Smirking, our girl proudly flashes her badge, officially announcing her arrival. Imperial Military Administrator, Full-Time Secretarial Division, 3rd Secretary Tara Elios, reporting for duty. The scene shifts to the third prince, looking absolutely annoyed in a dimly lit room. He mutters that he repeatedly told the Empress not to summon him, yet she refuses to listen. He reads her dramatic letter accusing him of forsaking his duties by not visiting her, despite the Emperor's strict no-contact orders. Sneering, he questions when she ever actually considered him her son over Francis, and tosses the letter aside just as his creepy, highly intelligent advisor slithers in. The prince assures his lackey that the room is perfectly safe for plotting. Getting straight to business, he asks if he should obey his mother's summons. The advisor smoothly nods, urging the prince to take maximum advantage of her desperate isolation. He advises the prince to play the gentle, caring son and let the empress vent. With Francis rapidly losing power, the third prince needs to stop being disposable and transform into an indispensable, precious commodity. The prince loves the analogy, then asks how to handle his uncle, Duke Toulouse. The advisor explains the Duke must see the prince as a highly capable political mastermind he can completely trust. Even if Francis returns, the third prince must definitively prove he is the superior heir. A maid suddenly interrupts, stating the empress demands an urgent response. Following his advisor's whispered cue, the prince loudly announces he will visit his mother this afternoon after handling some urgent matters. Once alone, the prince asks what exactly he should discuss with his uncle. The creepy lackey suggests offering the Duke a chance to offset his massive recent mistakes, pointing to a specific, freshly delivered document from the House of Consulate. He confidently declares that this exact paperwork will be the key to their entire hostile takeover. The scene sharply shifts to the General Office of Ministries. Our girl proudly arrives at the full-time secretarial division on the second floor. She mentally reviews the office layout. This specific division is a dumping ground for either low-tier, untalented rejects or lazy, high-ranking noble children looking for an easy desk job. Our girl scoffs, noting these two groups mix like oil and water. She grumbles internally, annoyed that her reward for literally saving the empire is this low-ranking assignment. She briefly wonders if this is a bad omen for her career, but quickly shakes it off. Having survived poison and assassins, she can definitely handle some lazy bureaucrats. She vows to prove herself and become Prince Kyle's absolute closest confidant. Pushing open the doors, she notes the room looks like an ordinary office, except absolutely no one is doing actual work. She spots her desk just as the entire room falls dead silent, every single eye locking onto her. Realizing it is time for introductions, she steps forward, bows politely, and officially introduces herself as Tara Elios. Instead of welcoming her, the office immediately erupts into incredibly rude whispers. They openly gossip about her massive weight loss, wondering what dark magic she used to stop being an eyesore. Furious that they are judging her looks right to her face, our girl forces herself to stay calm. The gossip worsens as co-workers question how she passed the exam without bribing anyone, and worry her presence will bring the palace's bad luck down on them. They loudly agree to avoid her completely. Fuming, our girl sarcastically marvels at the warm welcome but decides to let it slide for her first day. A friendly third secretary named Joseph approaches, warmly pointing out her desk and advising her to ignore the gossip and just focus on the work. Our girl mentally recites rule number 3 of the slave: a newbie's only job is to support their direct supervisors. She reminds herself that only the superiors handing out promotion points actually matter, not these rude desk jockeys. As she sits down, another secretary named Shine unceremoniously dumps a massive stack of paperwork on her desk, smirking that he has high expectations for the Empire's savior. Our girl politely greets him. However, when two nearby girls start loudly gossiping that she will definitely gain all her weight back because she cannot change her genetics, our girl officially hits her limit. She realizes that if she stays quiet, these bullies will just walk all over her. Knowing nobody else is going to defend her honor, our girl gets fired up. Reaching into her bag, she pulls out a small, decorative axe and violently slams it down onto her desk. Glaring at the stunned room, she prepares to definitively show this lazy office exactly who is the boss. And that's the end for today's recap. If you had fun, hit subscribe and turn on notifications. Your support keeps the recaps coming. Choose your next binge. At the top is a crowd pleaser, and the bottom is the latest chaos drop. Thanks for watching. Stay comfy, keep your popcorn ready, and I'll see you in the next one.